Hello and welcome to the Sim 3D GT series by FTR Events live on Total Sim Sports. We're coming to you live from Italy at Imola, or to give it by its proper name, the Autodrome Internazionale Enzo Dino Ferrari. Of course, this track will forever be tainted by the tragedies of 1994, which prompted major revisions to its layout. But despite this, it remains one of the most atmospheric and challenging circuits, not just in Europe, but I'd say in the whole of the global motorsport. Fast, flowing, and with a fair amount of gradient to boot. Imola grew from a course laid out on public roads before being transformed into one of Europe's classic courses, providing a proper test for driver and machine. Its origins and location literally in a city centre mean there's often little room for error. Hello and welcome. I am Tim Cox, and later in the show we're going to be joined by Paul Walsh and Chris Rowlands. Of course, as always, we have Sean Cranley-Swash in the virtual production booth. But right now, I'm joined by, well, someone who's taken a bit of a break from racing this week. Ted Bosher-Williams is going to join us in the commentary to bring us his insight, knowledge, and wisdom when it comes to what it's like to take part during this race and how things are going to change on the fly. Seb, welcome along. Imola, the longest race on the calendar, 6 hours. Going to be a real test for driver and machine, this one.
Oh, it certainly is. It's going to be so difficult for everybody out there. You know, the GT3s are going to have one of the hardest times that they're going to have throughout the season. 6 hours of having to get past TCRs in GT4s. It's not much easier if you are the slower classes. You're going to have to be wary at all times about who's behind you, who's trying to get past you. It's going to be such a fascinating race. I cannot wait for this one, Tim. Sad that I can't be in the cockpit for this race, unfortunately. We couldn't find a team, but I'm really happy to be in the commentary box because I get to see the overview of the action, and as I said, we're going to see so much today.
Practice just sort of rounding out right now was rounding out. That's the track limit racing Ferrari there, Max Reuter, having a little bit of a half spin down Aqua Mineral. You must see that potentially a few times with drivers on colder tyres. Now, let's bring you up to date with track temperatures such like currently 1:30 here local time in sim, of course a little bit later in real life, but track temperatures out there, let's talk about those. So it's a spicy day here in Italy. Ambient temperature 27 degrees Celsius, track temperature 47 degrees Celsius. Set knocking on to around about the 100 mark in Fahrenheit in terms of track temperature. Seb, just what is it going to be like for the drivers out there with those high track temperatures?
It's going to all be about tyre management when you get into the race. It's, that's really the only thing that the drivers are going to be thinking about for their opening laps of the stint. It's going to be about how to preserve your tyres to make sure that they're still in a good enough condition at the end of your stint. You're going to have less grips, going in turns 1 and 2. It's such a difficult corner. There's such a long braking zone, and you're just going to have to brake a little bit earlier and just be so cautious. The track temperature, I think, is one of the highest that we've actually seen in the FTR series so far. They've tended to be on the low side. I remember at Brands Hatch it was very low, and you could just have so much grip. It felt so lovely to drive in. Today it's going to be the exact opposite. So I think we've got to watch out for drivers making more mistakes, drivers taking it easier on the first few laps of their stint to keep the tyres in check. But, what does that mean? It means that we're going to have a more interesting race on our side, Tim.
Let's just see, get the Alpine Stars geodesic car there of BMW. Ooh, didn't quite catch who that was, having a bit of a hard spin. Another one down Aqua Minerale.
Tim, that was Pat Marker Racing Orange.
Thank you very much. So I did clock it was one of the Porsches in GT4 there, but yeah, a slight incident, but that doesn't matter too much as we are currently in practice. So let's take you through the format of today. We'll be heading into qualifying shortly. 3 15-minute sessions. First off, it's TCR, the touring cars. They'll be taken to the track. Of course, open quali from all the drivers in each of the respective categories, and then we'll see GT4 taking to the track while we round things out with the GT3s, both Pro and Am categories. And we'll see who's going to head to the top of the timing sheets. Oh, it's going to be an absolute classic race, I'm sure, yet again in this series. I've come to really love this series. It brings drama, excitement, action, and of course the jeopardy of the safety car system, thanks to race director this league uses and employees. And Seb, I know from where we've discussed about it off camera in the past, you said that with normal endurance races, you can, once you stint some dusted, you can head off, sit the kettle on, grab something to eat, and then come back in time for your next stint. Whereas this league, because of those safety cars, it completely flips it all on its head, and you have to really think about it, and you can't really just head off and leave your teammate to it because you never know quite what's going to happen.
No, you have to be the king or queen of adaptability in this series. It's why so many people adore racing in the FTR series. You can't leave your rig and plan anything around the day. You have to be there at all times, and you have to be able to think on your feet. Because yeah, you know, at a moment's notice, you can have a safety car, and then you've got to work out, you know, do you take tyres, do you take fuel? There's all these calculations that you just don't have to do in a standard iRacing endurance event, and it just makes it so much more enjoyable. It feels like real motorsports. It feels like, you know, what real life drivers have to go through, rather than sort of what we have in sim racing. So, no, it's an absolutely superb addition to the format, and you know, it's FTR's biggest selling point, and my God, is it a good one.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Seb, haven't you, really? Because, you know, it's, at the end of the day, this is, iRacing is a simulation, and you experience safety cars and this jeopardy, and, you know, anything can happen at any given moment, certainly with endurance races, and, well, and ultimately, it is simulating it as close as possible to real life, and I think that's why we, you know, like you say, it's so loved so much by drivers and fans alike.
It is. It adds another dimension to the race, and it gets us closer to real life motorsport. You know, we've seen in real life races, you know, the Nürburgring 24 hours being affected by red flags and safety cars. The same with Le Mans. It can really turn, you know, a race on its head, and it almost gives you a little bit more hope when you're starting maybe lower down the field, to be able to make a mistake, and then you might get lucky. As on the screen at the moment, Tim, a few people finding Aqua Minerale really tricky. That was the Backmarker Racing orange car again taking a spin.
Well, it is, but I suppose, you know, really key to get these things done and dusted and out the way in these early stages, so that you can, you know, because it is just practice, ready for the race. Get them out your system, early doors before we head out. It's going to be, well, an absolute classic, I'm sure, yet again in this series, and long left in practice before we can head across into qualify. Now, Seb, let's talk about hot spots for action out on track. Imola can be at times a little bit tricky for passing, but as we've seen, not only, you know, in this series, you know, how the ability of the drivers to get moves done is second to none. But also, you know, we've seen it in other series. There are overtaking opportunities around here. Where are the potential hot spots?
The turn one is your best opportunity. It's a little bit narrow on the inside line, but if you can force a driver to go wide, you can get the move done into turn one. Tosa, turn 7, where we are actually looking at the moment. Another great spot for an overtake. You can send it down the inside, many different lines through Tosa corner, and then you've got the run up towards turn 8, where again you can sort of go side by side into Piratella if you're feeling very adventurous. Then the Variante Alta as well, the really slow speed chicane. It's got high curbs on both of the apexes, but if you are feeling brave, and especially if you're in sort of a TCR or a GT4 car that can take a little bit more punishment and abusement of the floor, you can certainly make a move through there. And then Ravazza 1, again, it's downhill braking, which means it's tricky to get the car slowed down, so there's more of a chance of the driver ahead making a mistake, allowing you to just cut inside, maybe get the move done into Ravazza 2 or turn 18. This track is deceptively, I think, easy to overtake around here. It's narrow, there's grass everywhere, but if you're feeling adventurous, or if you've got the pace over the driver ahead, you can certainly overtake around here, so it's not going to be a procession in any shape or form. And of course, you know, we're not even counting for drivers making mistakes. It is a difficult circuit to drive, so I think we're going to see action up and down the field all throughout the 6 hours today.
So there is RD Simsport there for a good result this time out, and Track Limit Racing for, sorry, apologies, Scania B Motorsport car as well. Sean Campbell back after missing out on Laguna Seca last time. Expect to see him near the front. Really looking forward to the battle between himself and Armstrong of Brabant eSports. We've seen it earlier in the season. It's been a real battle of the ages between them two absolute stalwarts of GT racing, really going at it hard. Don't discredit these guys either, the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing team. They'll be there, and they'll be looking to pick up the scraps should they come their way. And then down into TCR and GT4, plenty of teams down there. Deutsche Payment will be out after for a strong race. Likewise with Effects, they'll be running near the front. I think Darracot's going to start for Effects in qualifying, and Kelly McCauley, apologies, Deutsche Payment will be starting qualifying for them. Brabham eSports, another team, doing well in practice right now, setting the pace in GT4. That's for TCR. Wow, RD Sim Sports 2. That will be an interesting one to see how those guys get on. Of course, we saw a great result for them last time out, and they'll look looking to repeat that here once again. So there's a Lamborghini of 49 Motorsports. Solid result in practice right now, currently lying 4th. I'll be hoping for a good race, especially with being Lamborghini's home race, effectively, here in Italy. They make up one of 2 Lamborghinis and 4 Italian manufacturers. Sorry, 3 Lamborghinis and 4 Italian manufacturers. Say 5 Italian manufacturers. Can't get my maths out. As there is the Hugh Jazz GT4. Thank you very kindly for them, for their lovely team name, for tripping up commentators since the dawn of time. So there's another of the Ferraris, JD Sim Racing. Yeah, for a strong result here. Seb, I mean, where's your money on here? Who do you think is going to be the favourite for the victory overall? I mean, I've said about it before that, you know, that battle between RSR butt kicker Sean Campbell, James Armstrong with Brabham eSports, Porsche versus BMW, to the stronger GT3s within iRacing. What's your thoughts? Who's going to take the victory?
I mean, Sean has been so quick all season long. He's been really the man to beat. I mean, he made that incredible strategy, you know, a few rounds ago in Montreal to take the tyres for all of the 4 hours of racing, and that gave him the victory. So I think my money is on Sean Campbell. He's just so in tune at the moment with that Porsche car. But, you know, the BMWs are really strong this week. You know, the BMW always been a good choice in GT3, but it's just come alive recently. People have found a way to unlock a little bit more pace from the car through setup tweaks. So Brabham eSports, you know, after their rebrand after Nürburgring, have had an absolutely astonishing season. So I think, you know, they're ones to look out. They will be able to challenge Campbell, but I think Campbell at the moment has just got a little bit extra pace. But of course, it's a 6-hour race, Tim. Anything can happen. You know, we've got to get past lapped cars. We've got, you know, safety cars to come into it. So it's not sort of such a cut and dry race as it would be if it was a 6-hour GT3 race. And we've got all these factors as well that you have to survive. So, you know, my money's on Sean Campbell, but who knows what's going to happen? Isn't that why FTR is just such an amazing league?
And Seb, wouldn't obviously the parts of this league is that the marbles and the dust, they're left on track. Now, I would imagine, yeah, especially for yourself, normally we see within GT3 category where you're coming around to lap cars in the early stages, it's not too bad, but there's those build up as the race goes on, especially when we've got the longest race on the calendar for this season here today. Does that become even more challenging when you come around to lapping traffic and trying to ensure you don't make a mistake? I'm just guessing here.
No, it certainly does. I mean, tardiness plays a huge factor when it comes to making mistakes, especially in lap traffic, and that's both for the car that's making the overtake and the car being overtaken. I mean, if you are a slower class car, you really have to be looking you have to be looking in your mirrors quite a lot. You have to be really aware of where cars are going to be. And if you're the faster car, the responsibility is ultimately on you to make the pass safe. So you have to use a lot of your concentration and energy of just staying alive, basically. So yeah, as the race goes on, especially, you know, if teams have only got 2 drivers, you know, you can easily do a 4-hour race with 2 drivers. But when it starts to get, you know, to a 6-hour race with 2 drivers, you get a little bit tired, a little bit groggy, maybe not performing on, you know, at 100%, and that is really going to factor into the later stages of the race. So, you know, I keep on saying it, Tim, but I think it's true. I mean, this is one to watch till the very end, because anything can happen, anything will happen, and, you know, I cannot wait for the end of the race, because I think it's going to be absolutely spectacular.
Like I said, it's going to be a bit of a war of attrition here in some ways in Italy, but it remains to be seen. Actually, about a minute away from practice coming in before we get qualifying underway. As mentioned earlier, for those of you just joining in now, we will have 3 15-minute qualifying sessions, all open qualifying sessions, so all the drivers will be out on track within the respective categories. So kicking off with 15 minutes of TCR, then GT4, and then GT3, both Pro and Am will take to the track, and it's interesting. These open qualifying sessions, Seb, especially in GT3, we've got a lot of cars out on track. I imagine it's not going to be so much of an issue the driver's going to face here in Imola, obviously due to the track length being about 4.9 kilometers long here. But early in the season, where we were at Brands Hatch, I would imagine it's a bit more tricky. Is it just about trying to find that fresh air to get your lap in? But let's not forget, at Imola, you've got that long start-finish. Well, you call it a straight. It's got plenty of twists and turns in it. So you're going to potentially, I would imagine, you're going to lose quite a bit of time if you don't slipstream with the car in front of you. But then I'm guessing it's a bit of a conundrum because you could run the risk of tripping up over them and losing out in terms of your lap time. Is it about just trying to find a car of a similar ability around you and looking to get them to tow you along?
I think to be the quickest around here, I don't think you'd want any form of slipstream, because the dirty air is going to be so damaging through, the first sector heading to Aqua Minerale. You're just not going to gain the time back on the straight. So I think it's all going to be about finding clean air, and also finding enough space that if a driver makes a mistake ahead of you, it doesn't really impact on your lap, especially in the GT3 qualifying session. That's where most of the cars are going to be at. It's so difficult to find a perfect optimal space, so it almost is about being able to adapt on the fly. TCR qualifying underway. They've got it fairly easily, I have to say. Not too many TCRs out on the track today, so they're going to have plenty of space to find. They're going to just find their own space, they're going to get the laps in. But when we get to the GT3s, I think it's going to become a little bit more hectic.
As we are underway, let's find out who's going to take the pole position in their class in the first qualifying session today. TCRs. As always, the Hyundai Elantras, highly populated within the series, and well, it's just these guys. No, apologies, we do have the track limit racing TCR in the Audi RS3, the lone Audi. How will they get on? That's going to be an interesting one to see. As they head out on their outlaps, Chevalier there of FTR Esports, Orbit Motorsport, Mars, Ethan Bass. So many Brits in the series. How will he come? What sort of race are they looking to hope for? Just heading through Aqua Minerale, and really easy to run wide through there. Especially in these front-wheel drive cars, Seb, isn't it? Where you've sort of just playing with the throttle a bit, where you can, trying to ensure that you're getting the best possible exit, but you're not going too hard because you're not forcing that front end outwards, invoking understeer, where the front end loses grip and just pushes you out further and further out wide, almost increasing your pain.
Yeah, I mean, these front-wheel drive cars, I don't quite understand how anybody manages to drive them so quick. They just don't suit my personal driving style at all. It's all about throttle management. It's about throwing the car into the corner and then managing the throttle on the exit. You're right. The front end does everything. You mostly, steer with the front end. All of the power comes through the front two axles. On board with Ethan Bath as he starts his qualifying lap through towards turn one, or what we'll call turn one, the first chicane. Going to hit the brakes, the rear's going to be snapping as it's got no weight over the rear axle. Gets it nice and tidily through turns 2 and 3, the very anti-Tamburello. But look at the understeer that Bass has on the exit of turn 4, almost getting an off track. Manages to recover before his lap becomes invalidated through Varianti Villeneuve. Now turns 5 and 6. Again, we're just seeing the characteristics of the TCR come into play. Understeer. Turn 7 into Tosa. Get the car towards the inside apex curb. You use as much as you want, especially in these TCR cars. That turns the car, and you really want as much turn-in you can get from them. I mean, we even see some TCR cars turn in from the grass to give them a little bit more turn-in. Through Piratella, turn 9. Again, having to wait for the front end to grip before he can start applying the throttle. Now, Aqua Minerale, one of the best corners on the track, in my opinion. Turn 11 is fairly inconsequential, but this is turn 12 and turn 13. This is where all of your skill comes into its own. I think Bass there, Tim, almost getting an off-track on the exit of Aqua Minerale. I think he might have just avoided it. Oh, and he's gone really deep into the Varianti Alta. That's going to cost him a huge amount of time. You really want to be hooking up the car on the apex of turn 14 to give you a nice leap out of turn 15. he went a little bit slow. So Ethan Bass not having his perfect opening qualifying lap. Martin in the 358 car going a little bit quicker than him. You can see that at the bottom of your screen. Into Ravazza 1, nice and tidy through Ravazza 2, again just waiting for the front end of the car to just be willing to accept a little bit of throttle input. And Bath, he's done the lap and he's flat out to the line. And Martin, I do. So Ethan Bass across the line. Martin now going to go a little bit quicker than him. Tim Bath, a 1 minute 55.3, but Daniel Martin a 54.7. So Ethan Bass has got a lot of time to find if he wants to take the pole position.
Most certainly has. It's a big chunk of time, and we've seen historically in this championship drivers go quicker and quicker, you know, up until about the midway point in qualifying. Then it almost just seems to plateau, and we've experienced this in all the categories where just once we reach that halfway point, it's very rare that we see any dramatic improvement. We're going to see a difference today. Wow. Let's find out here. Coming across the line, that is a walk-up of Brabham eSports. Heading into second place, displacing the Orbit Motorsport Hyundai. Where is the lone Audi going to come? Wow, it's going to be an interesting one, definitely to see. They're still in the pits right now as the Prismatic heading into fourth place. A little bit of time for them to find a 156.4, but I tell you who's on an improving one. We had our onboard lap with him, Ethan Bass of Orbit Motorsport Mars, bouncing across the curbs there, taking as much as he dare as he headed through Grassini and run down to the Ravazzas 1 and 2. He's for sure he hooks this up. He's almost compromising the entry to ensure he's got the best possible exit as he heads out. And I'll tell you what, it seems like he's going slow. I'll tell you what, despite the improvements, electing to bail on the lap, that's a bit of an interesting choice. And it's clearly plenty of time in the bank for him to improve. So we'll expect to see him move up through the standings in the latter stages of qualifying. So across the line comes the Driveline Sim Sports Hyundai. Where are they going to come? Well, they're on a good solid lap. The first lap time deleted. And that's good enough for fifth, just about half a second off of Prismatic right now in fourth place. So tight times covering all of our field right now. There's Chevalier of FTR Esports yet to get a time in, and clearly the track limits, Seb, they really do bite around here, don't they? Namely, one that I personally always struggle with is through Aqua Minerale, and I'm guessing with a bit of, you know, as we've seen the understeer as well cutting in, I'm guessing that's what's invoking those extra tricky points for our drivers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Ethan Bass sort of dicing with getting an off track on the exit of turn 12 at Aqua Minerale. So close he was to getting it. And what's worse around here is many of the off tracks actually come with slowdowns as well, which not only will ruin your qualifying lap, but I mean a huge time penalty during the race. So yeah, they really bite hard. And then if you don't have, you know, a 1x or a slowdown to contend with, you have these massive curbs. I mean, you can take the ones as we head into Variante Alta. These are the only friendly curves really around the circuit. There are some horrible ones through Variante Tamburello and the Villeneuve chicane as well. If you hit them, especially in the GT4s and GT3 cars, you're going to damage the floor and carry that pace deficit all throughout the race. So yeah, it's going to be about keeping your car clean, keeping the incidents down, and just really respecting the track limits. Again, one of the easiest ones to get on the track is on the apex, actually, of Ravazza 2, turn 18. Very easy just to take a little bit too much apex curve, pick up a 1x and invalidate your quickest lap. Chevalier, though, I think is put in a lap time now. He has. He's up to third for the FTR Esports TCR team. So Chevalier up against it, but finding the time that he needs at the moment, going for a second lap. And Tim, I just had a thought. Ethan Bass, we saw him abandon his lap. I think his tyres might have started to get a little bit hot. I mean, we're almost at 50 degrees track temperature, and the front tires in these cars get so hot so quickly. So I think what's happening is the drivers are simply just running out of tire grip. They can't really do 2 full push laps.
And that's why we brought you along to the commentary booth, Seb. The insight and knowledge of this league proving second to none and so invaluable once again. I tell you, he's on a bit of a quicker lap. RD Simsport 2, Martin. Second sector, fastest of everyone. That's what the purple section denotes. Directly underneath his car number there, 358. Fryer in 6th place of Driveline Simsport. That they are on an improving lap as well. Interesting to see where they come. But Martin, no improvement again in the 3rd sector. It started to come apart a little bit for them as they head down the hill towards Ravazza. No improvement in the 4th sector. I do wonder, Seb, I said about it earlier where, you know, from the midpoint of qualifying, it just seems to tail off a little bit. Are we seeing that right now? Having said that, Chevalier of FTR Esports improving in sectors 2 and 3. No improvement in sectors 1 and 4. He heads out of Vavatzas. What are we going to see across the line from him? We're going to see an improvement. It's not going to be good enough for pole, but will it be good enough to displace RD Simsport from that front row of the grid as RD Simsport head into the pits once again, despite the absolutely epic 2nd sector? Across the line goes Chevalier. Well, it's a quicker time, but not good enough to move himself up a position, but starting to really cement that 3rd place right now. As there is your provisional pole sitter, shall we say. We won't tempt fate too much. With a 154.6, it is Stephen Walker of Brabham Esports. Down towards Ravazza underneath the bridge. You see the houses that surround the circuit. Mentioned earlier in the build-up. Circuit is pretty much based in the middle of the town. It's similar to Interlagos in some ways, but I think that's where the similarities end. Imola is definitely a lot more narrower than the iconic Brazilian circuit, but as it heads across the line. No improvement from there, just goes by 1/100th of a second slower than his previous best. I'm starting to run out now. It's the latter stages of qualifying in CCR class. Driveline Simsport, you see them on the screen right now. They are improving personal bests in sectors 1 and 2. It's bouncing across the curves on the exit of Aqua Minerale. And then towards Virianti Alta, where you've got to really get into the curves. A lot easier to do so in these touring cars. Bounces across the one on the right and the left, gets the exit. And then it's all about that momentum. You're carrying down the hill to Ravazza's 1 and 2. Improvement in sector 4. No improvement in sector 3 though. Surely he's going to be on course to beat his personal best time so far in the session of 156.12. A little bit loose, a little bit Larry on the exit there. That's going to cost him maybe a 10th or so. Absolutely hugging the pit wall right now. He's going to come across the line. What sort of time is he going to set? Our Driveline Simsport going to move up through the field. Let's find out. Well, it's an improvement in time, but not enough to move themselves up a position. And still a lot of work to do for them if they want to move up. He's currently sitting some 8 tenths off orbit Motorsport Mars in front of him. And Seb, I think we've reached that plateau stage officially, because look at all the yellow sectors that are coming in left, right and centre now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to get to drivers just starting to overdrive the car. You know, you go out of the pits with an intention to improve your lap time, but you know, if you're already at the limit of the car or close to the limit of what the car can deliver in terms of lap time, you know, you just start overdriving the car, you start braking later, carrying less speed through the apex of the corner and just costing yourself a little bit of time everywhere. That's why we tend to see drivers just go quicker on their opening laps, where they've almost got a clean slate where they can just drive to their limit. And yeah, I don't really see many people improving. Fryer through sector 2 did go a personal best, so Fryer finding a little bit of pace but was slower than himself in sector 1. So Yeah, I think we've mostly now got a good representation of our TCR grid. Don't think we'll be seeing too many shakeups like in a certain other motorsport today. Fryer not able to improve through Sector 3. That's where you've got the real high grip or high demand from the tyres. You've got Acro Minerali, Variante Alta, and I just think, Tim, these tyres are just not up to what they should be, really. I think they're really struggling out there with the temperatures.
So love to hear from you in the chat as always. Chris Rowland's been in early doors saying hype. Definitely hype for this one. Rob Sutherland saying about RD SimSport 2. They've got no problems doing 2 push laps in a row. I think the others are not having problems either. So that's a bit of interesting insider knowledge there from the touring car class. And Alex King, well, unfortunately, we won't be seeing any FTR eSports in GT4 this weekend as iRacing won't load for them. Technical problems kicking in for them. So, well, that's one less Aston Martin in GT4. It's just pretty much becoming Aston Martin class this season, similar to touring car, which has become Hyundai class pretty much for the most of it. But I think we're going to look like we're done and dusted. We're pretty much at the end of qualifying now. And this is going to look like it's your grid done and dusted. And Brabham Esports, they're going to take the pole with RD SimSport 2. Going to start alongside the front row. Being called in, so that is definitely qualifying done and dusted for them. As there you go. GT4's out on track for their 15 minutes. And who is going to take pole? Will it be Brabham? Will it be Deutsche Payment? Or will it be Effect? They ain't going to be your free front runners to keep an eye on, I think, here. And there's a few other teams. It's always been hotly contested, GT4, hasn't it, Seb? And well, I'm sure you've probably experienced that incredibly well, where when you come around to lap them, obviously yourself being the GT3 class for backmarker, you get to experience where they're all on top of each other, vying for position, and I'd imagine a bit of a headache for yourself as a GT3 guy trying to get past them all when they're just so close and competitive.
It really is. I mean, GT4 has been, you know, the source of all of the great action so far. You know, when I was in the commentary booth for Nürburgring, I mean, the GT4 racing was absolutely incredible. It feels one of the most open really categories at GT3. You know, you've got a few sort of regular names, but GT4 just constantly provides surprises. Talking of only having Aston Martins, our only non-Aston Martin GT4, backmarker Racing Orange. So that's my sister team, Robbie McAfee, in that car at the moment. But the Aston Martin is just so good in the GT4 category at the moment. It's almost a no-brainer to choose the Aston Martin. So I think we're going to see an Aston Martin pole. Should we have a ride on board, Tim, with an Aston Martin, Daniel Muth, Deutsche Payment's Omen, one of our race winners so far this season. He crosses the line to start the lap under the timing tower. Now the difference, of course, between the GT4s and the TCRs is we're rear-wheel drive, so we're not really limited in terms of understeer. Hits the curb a little bit too much, you'd have to say, at turn 2. Really using the curb to turn in the car flat out now through turn 4. And once again, we head towards the Variante Villeneuve. We're going to brake just before the 50, throw it in, try not to hit the inside curb. Does that beautifully, does Daniel. Hooks it up superbly through turns 5 and 6. Up towards turn 7, toast the corner, brake just after the 50-meter board. Get the nose turned in. A little bit lazier, actually, than the TCR. TCRs have got such good initial rotation with how far the brake bias is back. These GT4s feel a little bit lazy in comparison into the slow speed, but they have so much better exit speed. And we head now into Piratella turn 9. Again, nice and tidy, just gets up to the apex, doesn't hit the curb, doesn't unsettle the car. But Muth setting personal best, but no purple sectors. People are going quicker on track through through the Acro Minerali, I should say. Avoids the off track on the exit of turn 12. Heads now towards the Variante Alta. He's going to brake between the 100 and the 50-meter board, actually closer to the 50-meter board. Avoids the first apex curve, use a whole bunch of it on the second. Now hit the throttle and just pray that you've got a good exit. Heading now towards Ravazza turn 7. Car 290 at the moment. Brabham Esports Blue setting superb sector times. Muth on the brakes for Ravazza 1. Runs a little bit wide in the midsection. Again, avoids the off track at the apex of turn 18, Ravazza 2, and again, a straight run to the line. That's a very tidy lap from Deutsche Payments there, but Brabham eSports are just a little bit quicker at this stage, Tim.
They are indeed, but looking at down the list as well, RD Sim Sports, they're going quick as well. I tell you what, got some real battles going on here between the pair of them. So that's the quickest from Brabant eSports, 151.6, 4/10 slower. Where Deutsche Payment, you see already, about three seconds exactly. The difference between the pole in GT4 and the pole in TCR. The team goes fifth. I'll tell you what, it's really, the track temperatures may be hot here. The weather in general is, but I'd say what the action is really hotting up in qualifying here as Brabham are going quicker again. What sort of lead can they extend out of the top? What sort of answer the likes of Deutsche Payment, RD Sinsport, and Effect all got for them? And don't discredit Backmarker because they're not far behind. I'll tell you what, Sector 2, it's T37 machine, that's huge ass. They've been a little bit quite good out late in qualifying. They've gone for it late. Will that prove to be inspired, or they left it too late? Well, we'll find out come the end of qualifying whether that's been an inspired bit of strategy. As improvement again in the third sector for Brabham. Dorian Tabernac currently on board for them. It's personal best in Sector 4 for them. So I tell you what, Deutsche Payment, they're improving as well. Don't think this is going to be quick enough for pole unless it's an absolutely epic final sector. Let's find out as they come across the line what sort of time they're going to set. As they cut the timing, people. Wow, that is good enough for pole. What a final sector from the German Daniel Muth. Go a tenth quicker than Brabham, but they're on a quick one as well. Let's not forget that. And well, they did improve from 151.5, but wow, just tell you what. Well, no, apologies, 151.4. They've just updated there, so they've gone quicker again. It's so close at the sharp end of GT4 once again. Yes, what can the huge ass? They had their time deleted, but they were going quick, weren't they, Seb? So, bit of a sleeping giant right now down in GT4 for them.
I really think so. Their Sector 2 and Sector 3 times are very competitive. So, yeah, Sven at the wheel of the 237 car, one to watch out for as we head into almost the second part of qualifying. Brabham eSports gain all of their time over Deutsche Payments in the final sector. You know, sorry, getting a little bit confused. So Brabham eSports about 2/10 quicker in the final sector alone over Deutsche Payment. So, you know, what's going to happen now is you're going to go back to the pits. You're going to look at a little bit of telemetry. You'll have a teammate in your rear sort of talk about what's going on, where people are a little bit quicker around you, and then you're going to have to go out. Look at that, the 237 car, Hugh just getting a tow from the 258 machine. That's the RD Simsport car heading through the Variante Alta chicane, but again, it looked like Hugh Jas a little bit wayward on the exit of turn 12. I think he might have picked up another invalidation, just too wide. Look at that, Deutsche Payments, once again, Tim, setting purple sectors. I think this is one of the most competitive qualifying sessions I can remember from an FTR qualifying.
I completely and utterly agree with you, Seb, but I tell you what, Hugh Jas is really going rapid, and if they've not had an off-track like you suspect, Seb, this is going to be a really strong time from Sven Demmer. Wow, there you go. Look at that. Good enough for provisional pole by just under a tenth. Right now, the Germans locking out the front row in GT4. Hugh Jas and Deutsche Payment locking that one out, but 2 temps cover our top 4. Let that one just marinate in your minds for right now. 2 temps covering our top 4 cars here in GT4. There's a bit of a drag race out the pits. There's 49 Motorsports just to come to an end with their lap. Still remain down 7th in class and head across to the pits and go again. Whereas it normally is done and dusted, this one it's definitely getting faster and faster. And I said, you've got to wonder, haven't you? Is anyone going to be disappointed with their times? I mean, it is so competitive and so close that it's hard to call. I mean, Brabham, they were the initial pace setters, but they find themselves currently lying in 4th place, 2nd row of GT4. And Effect as well, down in 5th. You know, I was vying them for one of the top 3 positions, but Catchpole currently undertaking qualifying for them. Another one might be a little bit disappointed, but even said that, you know, only 6 attempts off the pole position time, but it's just how close and competitive it is in front of them, which is why it's, you know, you've got places being changing hands left, right, and centre, and it's hard to know where this one's going to go, really.
I don't think you'll be too disappointed. I think the only drivers I think that will be a little bit worried about the lap times, I think, is the Backmarker Racing entry and the 49 Motorsports car. They're a little bit off the pace at the moment, but I mean, even if you're catch pole in 5th place, I mean, you're only 6/10 off the pole lap, and you've got a whole 6 hours of racing. Actually, catch pole in the Effects eSports car on a much better lap this time. So where does that put him? He gains a little bit of time now, only 4/10 off the pole position, but at least he's getting closer to the pole time. I think as long as you can qualify, you know, roughly close to the pole time, you're going to be overjoyed, because, you know, 6 hours of racing, anything can happen. Safety cars can play a part, so you just want to feel like you're at least got a little bit of pace of the leaders. Deutsche Payments trying to take that pole position spot, though, cracking first sector, a little bit slower than themselves through sector 2. Looked a little bit slow through Acra Minerali, doesn't improve on his own time, heading now into the Acra Variante Alta chicane, I should say. Again, that car just looks a little bit lazy, and is that Daniel just pulling off to the side of the road? No, I thought he was abandoning the lap, but still sort of going on. I'm not quite sure. I don't think that Deutsche Payments' Death Omen car Tim is necessarily up to full pace at the moment. Whether we're going to see him dive into the pits, get a new set of tyres, or go for one more push lap, I am not sure. But I think, you know, heading back to my original point, McAfee in the 221 car and Dexter Castro, I think, have got to be a little bit worried at the moment, because not only is it not their best starting position, I mean, you know, they're 1.4 seconds off the pole time at the moment. They're going to need to find a little bit more if they want to be competitive in this race.
But then I suppose to look at it, as you see, I'll tell you what, look at that. Sector 4, fastest anyone from catchpole. Whereas the track seems to tail off towards the end of qualifying in each of the categories. Catchpole finding time where others can't right now. Improvement in sectors 1 and 2, no improvement in sector 3. What is it going to be across the line for him? Has he carried that momentum all the way through the reverses? Well, as he comes across the line, wow, oh, it's all gone a bit wrong. It's all fallen apart in the final sector as he goes 0.04 of a second slower than his previous best. Gutting for them, but clearly pace within that 299 machine. As what can, oh, well, we're starting to fill it with yellows right now. No improvements going on out there as Brandt for RD Simsport starts their lap. What's going to be, just looking at the clock, probably going to be the final lap here in qualifying. Tabachnik going for it again of Brabham eSports. Let's not forget your initial pole position at the time that they set. Fallen down through the order since then. We're going to see something at the death from them. As just looking across the times, I'll tell you what, catchpole full attack mode once again. Personal best in sector 1, personal best in sector 2 as we head up the hill now. Anatoza towards Piratella. And then, oh, my apologies, a bit further around in the lap there. Further around the 140 was, he bumbles across the curves. Well, say bumble, more aggressively strikes them at Variante Alta. Certainly no bumbling going on here. As Sven Demel, new personal, fairly new personal best, the best of anyone in sector 3. Performance in sectors 1, 2, and 4. Not sure where that's going to be improving time. What is Catchpole, which is on board with him right now for Effect eSports? Previous best. No, he's into the pits. He's abandoned it. Clearly feels he cannot go any faster. And I think that could be qualifying done and dusted for him. As here comes Hugh Jass across the line. We're going to see improvement from them. 151.196. Their previous best. And they go ever so slightly slower, in fact, on that lap. So no improvement from them. Still holding on to provisional pole by 0.05 of a second. But the Brabham eSports guys, they are on an improving lap. Tabachnik currently on board for them. Best of anyone in Sector 4. An improvement in Sector 3. So they're going to cut the timing, being 151.196 for them. The previous best, and well, it's a slight improvement in. No, it's apologies, not. They go 200ths of a second slower than their previous best. I mean, you've got to hand it to the guys. There's a lot of consistency going out there, and I feel like they've reached their threshold in terms of lap time, Seb.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're endurance drivers, can't you? They're all so consistent. I mean, the only driver I can see who might be challenging for the pole is this man on your screen at the moment, Daniel Muth at the Deutsche Payment Death Omen wheel. But he had a storming first two sectors, but couldn't find the pace in sectors 3 and 4. He cuts the timing beam now, but I don't think he's done enough to improve upon his position. Oh, he goes so close to him, so close, within 1/1000th of a second between himself and Hugh Jass, just on the wrong side of the time. 1/1000th of a second separates P1 and P2, but there is not enough time to do another lap. So heartbreak for the Deutsche Payments Death Omen team, because they are going to have to start in second place.
That is qualifying. Done and dusted in GT4 as here come the GT3s. First time this season going right down to the wire. There is your championship leader, RSR by butt kicker, John Campbell, who's done it alone this season. And you see the long depression of the brakes there, trying to generate some heat to the brakes and into the tyres. Because we won't be seeing any, well, let's say we won't see any grass dipping. I'm not sure about gravel dipping there, just in the background. That was one of the Lamborghinis there. I didn't quite catch who it was. Going a bit wide there, a bit too far wide. Head up the hill towards Piratella. This is where the fun begins, doesn't it, Seb?
Really?
You've been in this so often. One of the new entries, Scania Endurance Motorsport B in the BMW. Be interested to see how they get in. You almost missed it a little bit, Seb, not being out on track there today. That anticipation, and I mean, based on what you were saying earlier about trying to find gaps out on track, the field just seems to be quite tightly compacted. Maybe there's a few of them going out there with a view to try and get a lot of slipstream in the run down to, well, what is you've called turn when it's actually turned to official Tamburello.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look on board. Tim, yeah, I do miss being out on track. So yeah, turn 1 is officially right here. But we don't count it as turn 1. This is stage 1 racing on the brakes into turn 1. The quickest car class that we're going to have avoids the curbs on both turns 2 and 3, and turn 4 for that matter. So much more grit than we've seen from the other two car classes. Now towards the Variante Villeneuve chicane, you're going to brake, down 2 gears, throw the car in, down another, set yourself up very nicely for turn 6. Don't use too much of the exit curb, up towards toast to brake well after the 50-meter board now. So much more braking capability to the GT3s have over the TCRs and the GT4s. Of course, a little bit of ABS helping you out as well. Up now towards Piratella, turn 9, going to brake just after the 50 board, down a gear, actually down 2 there for the BMW driver. Get the nose turned in, run as wide as you dare on the exit of turn 10. Right from Minerali into the brake. It's of course, it's a 911, not a BMW. Getting all confused very nicely though through Acqua Minerali. Very clean and tidy. Maybe a little bit more time to find, but certainly well within the track limits. Towards the Variante Alta chicane, just not wanting to use too much of the second curb. Not too bad in the GT3s. They've got so so good acceleration. Lamborghini very kindly gets out of the way for us as we head under the bridge into the braking zone of Rivazza 1. The car is going to want to run away from you as it's a downhill braking zone. The hardest car to stop into the Rivazza 2 looking nice and clean, but the 49 car at the moment, Tim, has gone purple in all 4 sectors. Supreme pace at the moment. Stage 1 Racing are going to cut across the timing beam. Where are they going to go? They're in second at the moment, but Alpine Stars Geodesic with an absolutely mega lap.
Oh, they've got a clips there by the 49 Motorsport Lamborghini going for broke here. That's the Italians' home race as well. Instantly displaced there. Times flying in left, right, and centre. Brabham going pole. RSR heading into second. FTR into third. That means Munoz for 49 Motorsport displaced down into 4th place after what was an initial great lap from the Alpine Stars car, as they roll out 5th after the first round of laps. It is game on here in Imola. And this could go any way. It's looking even closer than what we experienced as track limits racing there. Just finding some of the track limits. And some of the guys just heading straight to the pit lane. I think this shows, Seb, that it's just how close they're feeling it is. Our top 2 separated by 300ths of a second. Our top 4 separated by just under 800ths of a second. It is so close, and I think it seems to be, at least from my perspective, that this is all about getting as many laps in as possible, because it's going to come to being on the track at the right time and the right moment to hook up the perfect lap, and that's going to be the difference. Maybe we've seen 1, 2, or even 3 places in qualifying.
It really is all about finding the perfect time to go out, the perfect space on the track to go out as well, and it's all about conditioning the car to be the optimal it can be on your one flying lap. It doesn't look like anybody is really, as you were saying, Tim, improving on their second lap, so it's all about your first lap. And you have to say that, you know, Armstrong at the moment, Brabham eSports, superb lap from them. I thought the 49 Motorsports Magenta car was going to be the one to beat, but Armstrong just absolutely finding another level as a Prismatic car getting out of the way on the grass on the entrance to turn 1. So I think we're going to see the cars come back into the pits, and then I think strategy is going to start playing a little bit of a role. They're going to decide when to go out, try and sort of cheat the system, as it were, try and find somewhere where, or a moment or a space on track where there isn't too much traffic, and then it's all about the out lap. You've got to take, or you've got to gain as much temperature in the car as possible without taking too much of the life out of the tyres. And then out of Rivazza, you've got to absolutely gun it and just hope that by the time that you enter turns 2, 3, and 4, that you've got enough brake temperature. Having a look, this is Armstrong setting up for another lap. Oh, he's hit the grass. He's going to be through the gravel. That's his lap done and dusted. So easy to do, is it, Tim? Into turn 2. That grass is very inviting. Of course, you want to be as far as you can to the right-hand side of the track to open up the left-hander. But Armstrong is at a little bit of a crack under pressure. Do you think that Campbell might have the advantage here?
Wow. We will find out in a few minutes' time when qualifying is done and dusted. Right about halfway through GT3 qualifying. Still having to play for. And I'll tell you what, as much as we've talked about how close it is at the sharp end of the grid, let's talk about the midfield, because 7th through to 8th. Well, actually, I'll tell you what, let's even throw in pretty much 12th, being separated by 0.3 of a second. So that's Patmore in the sim racing grid, while just displaced there by Wiggins, who just goes fractionally closer than him, quicker than him. How? Bit of a disappointing lap maybe from her. Currently in 10th as Stage 1 Senior gets in amongst them into 11th. B-Sim in 12th right now. It's so ferociously close in that midfield. I mean, Prismatic, Stage 1 Senior and B-Sim, those 3 cars are separated across all 3 of them by 0.04 of a second, not tenths, 100ths of a second. That is how close it is here in qualifying right now. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. You know, one tiny mistake can cost you 2, 3, or even 4 places in the case of that midfield battle. And wow, it's so close. There's Gibson struggling, having a few lap times deleted, likewise of Prismatic. Atlantic Motorsports suffering with the same fate as well. Watching the Lamborghinis respectively for those two. JD Sim Racing maybe a little bit down, currently 17th in qualifying right now in GT3. And the crackles and the pops and the bangs as the cars downshift, heading in towards Elta. So there is the JD Sim Racing car. Need a big improvement. They're only 400 seconds. Well, Gise behind Sicania in front of them. Roberto Chichiria currently taking on qualifying for them as the Mole improving for B-Sim up into 7th place. The second Sicania machine in GT3 going much better. Decided to go with the Lamborghini. They're currently in 8th as the JD improve up into 16th as Atlantic get a time on the board to head up into 10th place, right into that intensive midfield battle that we're seeing right here and now. So this is the lone machine without a time. It's Prismatic Motorsports, the 198 car, which 911 GT3. So they're going to come across the line. What we're going to see from them, I'll tell you what, Campbell on a slightly improving lap, mixed bag, personal best and fastest overall in the second sector. As Vigo, your 49 Motorsports is improving as we see the Porsche 911 of RSR by butt kicker go into pole. Go a full 10th quicker than our provisional pole position at Brabham eSports. And look at that, Alpine eSports. So Alpine Geodesic Racing even. They headed up into 3rd place. That's a stunning lap from them. So you got your dice out, I think roll them and just try and work. That might give us a better clue of trying to work out what's going to happen here in qualifying, because this is up for grabs between absolutely anyone in those two groups. That battle of the first 2 rows, first through to 4th, and then that battle of the midfield, which starts at 5th place, 49 Motorsports, and ends basically all the way pretty much down at, well, 13th place. That's Stage 1 Senior.
I think your method of throwing a dice will be much more accurate than us trying to guess what's going on. I mean, Campbell, really good response from him, what we expect to see from our championship leader. But, I mean, James Armstrong has got so much pace at the moment. You know, I'm sure he's got a 10th in the bag somewhere. I mean, we saw Armstrong making that mistake into turn 1 on his last flying lap attempt. So that, you know, that will have knocked his confidence. He will be taking it a little bit easier into turn 1, but I still think Armstrong has got a shot at the pole position. I mean, also, you know, we mentioned how close the midfield is. I mean, we've got, of course, the GT AM pole position. Timothy Vanderbroek in Stage 1 Racing Green. They are the provisional pole sitters in GT AM, but B-Sim Racing so close behind them. I mean, I think they've almost got an identical lap time, which is kind of crazy to think about. Actually, that's between 2nd and 3rd. So, I mean, it's going to be an absolutely incredible race, whatever. And of course, it doesn't matter too much in terms of qualifying performance. It's a bit damper on the qualifying session at all, but we've got 6 hours of racing to go, but it's all about the confidence. And Armstrong, I think, will be lacking a little bit if he isn't able to topple Campbell from that provisional pole. I mean, Armstrong making that mistake feels like he's on the back foot, but can he improve? I think we've got about 1 more lap to go, Tim, but what an absolutely incredible qualifying session we've had in every single class today.
Wow. All the protagonists, they are on out laps right now as we head down towards the dying depths of qualifying. Sicania Bell on their lap as their sister car comes through in the Lamborghini. Chichiria not having the best of times in the BMW, currently down at 18th, the driver. Whereas their sister and team in the Lamborghini, we're currently running 9th overall right now in qualifying, 3rd in class. What can they do? We've seen Chichiria here on the channel in other endurance series, namely in LMP1, but let's transpose a multi-class experience across into GT3s. there is right now. Atlantic, they had a cracking lap when they got onto the board. To get themselves struggling with deletion of times early on, but to get themselves into 11th, great from them. As into the pits comes 49 Motorsports. They need to get a bit of a wiggle off. They won't get back out again. Another lap in qualifying. Over Armstrong's on an improving lap of Brabham in second place right now. Fastest of anyone in the second sector. What can he do? We're going to see third sector, personal best. But surely, Seb, these need to be more purple sectors than greens and certainly yellows.
Yeah, oh, it was so close to getting an off-track on the exit of the Variante Alta chicane. You're right, Armstrong, he's got the pace through sectors 2, but not an improvement through sector 4. It's going to have to be a dual-die sector for Armstrong. Late braking into Rivatsa 1. Nice and tidy line through Rivatsa 2, runs as wide as he dares without getting an off-track, and then you've got to go as close as you can to this inside wall. Use all of the green AstroTurf on the inside. Where does this put James Armstrong? Can he do it? Can he topple Campbell from the top of the timing stands? And that, unfortunately for Armstrong, is no. Doesn't even improve on his qualifying time. Armstrong could have done it, didn't have the pace in the final 2 sectors, and I think Campbell might have the pole here.
Well, beats him. They're on a really improving lap. Currently 10th in the BMW 192 machine. So they're racing towards the start-finish line. It's a long, long run. That's going to play a part, I think, in the final race result. You've got 2 cars close together towards the end. What sort of a lap time have they managed to set? So we just wait for that to come through. Well, I think it was... well, identical, wasn't it? An improvement in time, but no, sorry, they've got 8th, haven't they? Apologies about that one. And I'll tell you what, Howe as well, Prismatic improving as well, getting herself up to 7th, a bit more towards the sharper end where we saw her last season, and have come to almost expect of her to finish. As I think, Seb, Love Drivers in the pits. I think this is us done and dusted pretty much in qualifying. Unless we can see any improvement from Foster and Howe of Atlantic and Prismatic respectively, but I think that's just done and dusted.
I think it is. I think that is your grid for round 6 of the FTR Events Season 3 Championship, and I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed every single second of that qualifying session. I mean, if that's what an hour of 45 minutes of qualifying looks, what is 6 hours of racing going to look around here? An absolutely massive smile on my face. I mean, the big story is Armstrong. I think he's got the pace to take the pole position. So is he going to be a little bit quicker than Sean Campbell in the lead? Are we going to see a really close battle for first overall? I mean, also, Hugh Jazz, Deutsche Payments Death Omen, they were, again, so close in the GT4 Championship. So I think we're going to have an absolutely epic race. I cannot wait to get this one started.
I think we are as well, and just hopping in now, Paul Walsh has come along to get us underway in the starters' orders. Paul, what a qualifying. This really setting the tone for the race here that we've got at Imola.
Oh, most definitely, Tim. And hello, everybody tuning in. And for coming to your point, Tim, qualifying. I mean, in the end, pole position in the GT3 class overall being separated by only a 10th. And meanwhile, in the GT4s, only by 200ths. And in the TCR class, again, 200ths. Again, what a frantic qualifying session. And really, everybody on the limit. And I think that's given a sign of the kind of race we've got ahead of us. And 6 hours of racing as well. It's going to be unpredictable. I think anybody could really win it out of the top qualifiers in each class.
I think you're not wrong, and it's not just that obviously that battle at the sharp end of the grid, that midfield battle, frighteningly competitive, wasn't it?
Oh, most definitely, all the way through the pack. But as we see the qualifying results here displayed on screen, it is the case that in the end, RSR by Buck here, FTR taking that overall pole position. But it's not just about the guys at the top, as you say, Tim. It's also the guys in the midfield. And you can see there as we look down to what is, say, from P6 all the way through to P10. The 5 drivers have been separated by less than half a second. It has been incredibly tight. But to take you through that qualifying order from top to bottom, it is the case that at the top there in the GT3's overall 141.843 of our butt kicker FTR, qualifying ahead of Bram eSports by a 10th. They line up on the front row with Alpine Stars GT Racing on row number 2, being joined by FTR eSports GT3 there, P4, and then on row number 3 we have the 49 Motorsports Maroon Machine being joined there by the pole sitter in the GT3 AMP class of what is Scania Endurance Motorsport, and behind them on row number 4 Prismatic Motorsports Athena being joined by the GT3 AMP team of BSim Racing. It was very close between them and Stage 1 Racing Green. In the end, Stage 1 Racing Green only missing out on that full throw by 17 thousandths of a second. In this case, they start P9 with RD SimSport alongside in P10. Round number 6 made up of Atlantic Motorsport and Sim Racing Grid M4, and then behind them on row number 7 Stage 1 Racing and Stage 1 Racing Senior GT. Very close together as the cars are making their way to the grid at this current time, and it is the case behind them on row number 8. We've got Track Limit Racing GT3 at 911 being joined by JD Sim Racing 76, and then Track Limit Racing GT3 911 once again with that the Ferrari team. Now I think it may be the case that the Ferrari outfit there for Track Limit Racing being joined there. As we do look to the GT4 class as well, it is the case looking away from our GT3s. Huge ass racing there, starting on pole for the GT4s on was that 151.196, and they'll be joined on that row again by only 200ths to Delta by Deutsche Payment Def Omen. On row number 2 RD SimSport, as we do get the rolling start underway with all our drivers here as they make the way away, and we see RD SimSport and Bram eSports there, Effect eSports and 49 Motorsports on row 3 for the GT4s with Backmarker Racing orange and FTR eSports GT4 yellow, and then last but not least we have D-Line Racing there with no time on the board. And then a quick mention to our TCR drivers, it is the case that we have Bram eSports blue who take that pole position in by only 100ths ahead of RD SimSport 2. They line up on that front row with Orbit Motorsport Mars and FTR eSports TCR line up on the second row, and as they make their way down towards the start-finish straight. If you're wondering why it's the case that safety car hasn't peeled away, we will have a full formation lap here, ladies and gentlemen. So it is the case our drivers are being given plenty of opportunity. It's not a short run to get underway. They've got time, and therefore we've got time to talk a little bit more about this grid. As we see on row number 3 there for our TCRs, it's Driveline SimSport being joined by Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, and then last but not least, and not set a time in the end, it will be Track Limit Racing at TCR. But with all of the grid covered here, and it is the case our drivers make the way down for this formation lap. But I have to cut to yourself, Seb, what a fantastic grid, and what can we expect to see on this opening lap?
I mean, if qualifying is anything to go by, absolute craziness. I think we're going to see all of the drivers that didn't manage to take the pole position really try and get ahead of their competitors. I'm expecting lots of action going into turn 1, into the Variante Alta as well. That's where I think we're going to see the most action. Maybe a safety car. We've had a few first lap incidents so far this season, which has called out the safety car. Maybe some drivers going to be a little bit interesting gamble with strategy. I'm not quite sure, but I don't think this is going to be a start where everybody's just going to orderly sort of fall or drive away in the same order that they qualified in. They're going to want to try and make some moves as quickly as possible. It is 6 hours, and there is an adage that says you can't win a race in turn 1, but you can certainly lose a race. But I think the drivers are going to throw all of that out the window and see if they can gain as many positions as possible heading into the Variante. I've forgotten the first name corner. That's very unprofessional of me. Into, of course, the Variante Tamburello. I think that's where we're going to see a huge amount of action.
Oh, most definitely, and I would agree with you there. Tamburello, normally a flashpoint here at Imola on the opening lap. It is the case we normally see drivers go 2-3 wide, trying to go into what is essentially a 1 wide racing line, and then we have the run up towards the Villeneuve chicane of Variante of Villeneuve as well. It turns 5 and 6, and it'll be interesting to see who gains the most and who loses out in that run. Who's perhaps a little bit more cautious here, and I can imagine, I think you'll agree with me, Seb, that some drivers, perhaps not towards the front, but particularly starting in the midfield of their respective packs, may just take a little bit of caution, look for the door to open where other drivers have instant, so there's a bit of contact, and trying to gain multiple places by simply navigating their way through what they would call the carnage that lies in wait.
Again, I think you're perfectly right there. Yeah, I think if you are further down the field, it's all about survival. You've got to play the long game. It's 6 hours of racing, of course, and you really want to be there at the end. But I think we're going to see 2 races really unfold. Our front pack, I think, are going to pull away. They're going to be playing the short-term gain and the long-term pain game, while I think we're going to see the drivers behind playing the longer game and hoping to come back at the front pack at the end of the race. Now, the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. Everybody's going to form 2 by 2. It's all about when does Sean Campbell feel like he's ready to go racing, really hustling the safety car at the front two at the moment. That's absolutely, I don't think I've seen that.
No, indeed, I have not seen that as well. And it is the case they made the way out of Ravazza. We now wait for the safety car to peel away, and it's for Sean Campbell to take us to the green here. Will he go early? Will he go late? We find out as we wait for him to go up to speed.
Just waiting. He will decide when to go. Everybody's so close to contact, but I think he's just about to pull away when they're least expecting it, and I think, well, we have gone green. Campbell with a superb start, leading the pack into turn one. A really nice start from the GT3 field there.
Oh, indeed, a brilliant start there by Sean Campbell to really get the jump on the field as they make their way down into Tamburello for the first time of asking. As they do, we can see they're a little bit further back to Van der Voort versus Emily Howe kicking off. But meanwhile, it is the case that Sean absolutely getting a flying start as he makes his way up towards Villeneuve. And as they do, we're hearing that everybody in the GT3 class has safely navigated their way through the opening chicane sequence, but definitely absolutely nailed it. And now trying to make an early break here for Brown eSports' James Armstrong, not letting him go early on as they roll their way through Tosa, the uphill hairpin, and now head all the way up towards Piratella here, heading towards turn number 8. But it is the case a bit further down the field, as well as situations whereby we're hearing that everybody has made it through regardless of class, but there's a lot of pressure right now. James Armstrong trying to put that pressure on Sean Campbell as they roll their way down through Piratella and into Acqua Minerale. And this, of course, the first time we're going through Acqua Minerale at full racing speed. It can be very tricky on those potentially not quite warm enough tyres or brakes, but it is a case that they've made it all through and now head up towards the Alta chicane. And as they do, behind Miguel Vigo in the Alpine Stars GDC racing machine, staying right there and actually getting a bit of ground on Rich Corfroth from FTR Esports GT3 already. Our top three are just slightly a little bit further away come the end of this lap by the looks of things. They seem to have hit the pace very strong from the outset as they head down into Ravazza.
Yeah, superb opening start from everybody, very well behaved into turn one. Completely took me by surprise, everybody just playing the long game here, but I mean, Brabham Esports, they fired up their tyres so much better than the RSR car has, and they are hounding and hustling Sean Campbell at the moment. The Porsche should have a little bit of a better straight line speed, but Brabham got the slipstream. Is he going to pull to the inside? Is he going to try and make the move into turn one? They're almost bump drafting, they're so close, but Brabham Esports just decides to stay behind, stay in second place at the moment. While all of that's happening, Geodesic are getting involved. FTR as well in fourth place. He made a little bit of a mistake, did Rich Corthraw through turn 12, but he is now back on the pack. I think we're going to have a four-way fight for the lead here, Paul. I mean, what a great start.
Oh, indeed. But as we do see our drivers making their way up into Tosa at this point, I think we've had a couple of off-track further down the field. We're going to get replay one, and I believe this is Roxy Gibson from Prismatic Motorsports Minerva making their way up towards what was... Oh, and just putting the rear right tyre there onto the grass before heading towards Piratella corner, and the car kicking on rounds there. And, well, I overheard yourself and Tim saying earlier, Seb, in qualifying, just with regards to how our drivers will try to use the width of the circuit as much as possible, but there's always that risk of using too much width and therefore dipping a tyre onto the grass, and that's exactly what we saw there as they make the way on down. And we're hearing as well that Daniel Martin has had to jump to the pits after a crash, and this, we take a look back to Daniel Martin, well, here as he makes his way onto the circuit, but that is a very heavily wounded RD Simsport machine, and that's Piratella corner. Can we catch what happened initially? Oh, goodness me, that looks like a car that's very damaged. We're not quite sure what's happened, but I think that's a whack to the wall between Tosa and Piratella if I've seen one like that. In fact, now we are going to see what happened here, Seb.
Yeah, so this is actually into the Variante Villeneuve. Oh, so he tags, I think, with one of the FTR cars. Heavy impact into the wall. Surprised, actually, that the RD Simsport car managed to limp around for the so much of the track. I mean, engine clearly blown there. That car won't be driving much further. We head back to the battle for the overall race lead. Brabham Esports still very much tucked up behind RSR by butt kicker Sean Campbell under pressure from James Armstrong. But a remarkably clean start so far, only a few incidents. You mentioned, and we saw Roxy Gibson spinning into Piratella. You're right, the drivers are going to try and maximize the track width at all times. And the thing about Imola is it's, you know, the whole track is lined with grass, and as soon as you touch the grass with any of your wheels, you're just going to lose the grip from that tyre. But I think we're going to see a little bit of a move in the race lead in GT4.
Oh, indeed, and as they make their way down towards turn number 2 here, down into the Tamburello chicane, it is a case that we're looking at Sven Demel from Hugh Just, your GT4 class leader, who's having to hold off Daniel Muff and Deutsche Payment Def Omen at this time. And as they roll their way out of the first of 3 major corners on the circuit, now heading down towards what is the Villeneuve chicane, you can see a bit further back, we've got a bit of a scramble between what is Tabanchik and Alistair Catchpole there in the battle for P4 in the class. So the GT4 class definitely getting feisty early on, but we are seeing our top 3 breakaway, and meanwhile looking at our P6 driver here, Robbie McAfee from Backmarker Racing Orange in that Porsche 718 Cayman, which does seem to be a little bit of a unicorn in its class, because it is the only Porsche that we're seeing out on the circuit today, indeed the only Porsche we've seen in the series. And as they make their way up the hill, we cut to our TCRs, and in particular we're looking to James Carr here from Track Limit Racing, running P4 in the class, P31 overall, putting pressure on George McKay from Prismatic Motorsports Minerva as they make their way through Tosa here, trying to go around the outside to get the run is what is a Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, but it's a loss there as they head up the hill, and we cut back to the battle for the lead, and that I do believe is James Armstrong, who finds his way through up the inside into the Tamburello chicane.
He's been threatening to do that for a few laps now. Armstrong with superior speed all through the lap, and just it felt like he was biding his time, saving a little bit of fuel, and Campbell almost obligingly letting him go, not really fighting too much or fighting the move too much into turn 2. Let's have a look and see exactly what happened. This is the move for the overall race lead. So Armstrong in the slipstream, and yeah, Campbell just braking a little bit earlier than the BMW. And through Armstrong went, and again I just think that Campbell isn't really fighting this too early on in the race. It's all about fuel saving. We might see, you know, as you do it, and maybe tracks like Daytona, when everybody sort of just forms a slipstream train and tries to save a little bit of fuel, tries to get that fuel mileage. But Armstrong at the moment looking the better GT3.
Oh, I would indeed agree with you there, Seb. And it is the case, as Armstrong now takes the lead of this race, his mission objective will be, if he can't break away, find a way to essentially bring the pace down to a level whereby he can do some fuel saving of his own. Because the problem is for him, the longer that he leads this, he doesn't have anybody to take the draft off of. He is starting to run at a fuel disadvantage as the race goes on. And over the course of 6 hours, indeed over the multiple pit stops that these teams will have to do, every litre of fuel that is saved could count in terms of gaining overall race time and indeed a track position. And well, as we were talking about much earlier on in the program, track position here at Imola is quite vital, given the fact that overtaking is possible, but it requires you to have quite a bit of leverage, particularly on the straight line runs. And with there being short connections between a lot of the corner sequences here, it is the case overtaking may not be as easy as it looks on paper. But we look to Miguel Vigo here from Alpine Stars GDC Racing, running in P3, and right now the BMW M4 driver is keeping it very close to the top 2, and I do think it may be the case that as he rolls his way through him, we jump on board with our 3rd place driver. He may be just sizing up the top 2 right now and hoping that they continue to contest one another, as Bramlett Esports is James Armstrong that gets out of sorts under braking, and we're going to have a 2-way run up the hill here towards Piratella. It's going to be Bramlett Esports on the right, RSR by Butt Kicker on the left, but then it is the case our Porsche driver there, Sean Campbell, backs out as we look to the leader. But a rare early mistake from James Armstrong, Seb. He doesn't normally get it wrong, if ever, in racing, but here he's made a small mistake and he was almost punished for it.
He was saved by the fact that the BMW seems to be a little bit quicker in a straight line. You're right, a very unusual mistake for our race leader. Too deep under braking into turn 7 Tosa corner. I mean, it's easily done around here, especially when you've got, you know, the championship leader right behind you, but you can't afford to be making those mistakes. And you know, while RSR and Brabham are scrapping away for the race lead, Alpine Stars Geodesic, they are just gaining ever so slightly every lap, and they are now a real major contender in this battle. And again, you know, FTR Esports, Rich Cawthorne at the wheel of that machine, he is also coming into play. But we head down the back straight, and I wonder, does Sean Campbell feel like he wants this race lead again? We cut to the TCR battle. This is the Track Limit Racing TCR car trying to get past the FTR TCR. The FTR car is actually under investigation for that incident we saw with RD Sim Sport. Ryan Chavalier, though, in 3rd place at the moment. James Carr, the Track Limit Racing TCR, the 348. He's gained 3 positions since the race start, and he might even be 4 positions if the car ahead of him does get a penalty for that contact we saw earlier on.
Oh, goodness me, and as we cut here to our GT3's under braking, and that's Max Woider in the track limit racing GT3, a Ferrari under a lot of pressure here from Roberto Chiachira as they make their way down towards what is the Villeneuve chicane, and as they do here, it does look as though things are really heating up in the GT3 AM class as they come through, but no opportunity seized there for the Italian as he now tucks back in behind and head up towards Tosa, and as they do, he's got to worry about the fact he's got Landon Patmore from Sim Racing Grid M4 behind him, who would love to get into the fight as they head up towards Piratella. But I think it was the case there, Woider just a little bit out of sorts in that Ferrari heading into Tamburello and through, and almost paying the prices. Oh, goodness me, that's the number 77 car there that rejoins very badly into the path of what is now, I believe, one of our other drivers. But we look back, and this was Hans Blankert only a moment ago, Seb.
All right, let's see what happens. Piratella again catches another driver out. And this is a case of just not holding your brakes. Of course, these cars do have ABS, so it's really hard for them to actually lock up it and stop. But I think Hans has got to take a huge chunk of the responsibility. In fact, all of the responsibility for that incident. It's not what you expect from drivers at this level. What is this craziness going on? They're lapping the TCRs at the moment, frantically flashing the lights. It's Brabham eSports, but Sean Campbell, this is one of his best opportunities. Watch the BMW in the background as well. Alpine Stars, geodesic, they're getting a little bit racy. Compromised now through turns 3 and 4. I think this is going to be a move here. Oh, so close to contact between our leading two.
Oh, indeed, as they make their way down towards the chicane here, it is the case all three drivers will be vying to try and find their way past the TCR class traffic as much as possible. Of course, for James Armstrong, he would be hoping that his two rivals would be held up, but they've all made it through as a pack, and particularly note how Vigo in the Alpine Stars geodesic racing M4, the third driver in this pack, so the one towards the rear, was really wanting to make sure he got on through, because I think he sees an opportunity here, not necessarily to make the move for P2 or the lead this early on in the race, but I think if the team can keep it smart and stay with these top two and keep on the pace, they may be able to do some leapfrogging in the pits later on. We have also off camera had a bit of confirmation in regards to the contact between the 366 car. August Spears, we've got a TCR going sideways there. I think that was the RD SimSport TCR that's gone a bit wrong. The RD SimSport 2 machine, it seemed to lag in and out of existence there, a little bit latency, but staying back to our leaders for the time being, you can see here how they're all being concertinaed together through the Alta chicane, and the fact they've got the 387 car who is making his way through innocently. We cut away to the GT4s, and the battle for the race lead in the GT4 class continues here, and that is Sven Demel under pressure once again from Daniel Muff, and behind them the battle for P4. We've got Tamanching battling with what is Catchpole there, and it is the case there's been a bit of contact between the different groups, but we see our P4 driver has changed position, and that is now Alistair Catchpole who takes that P4 in the GT4 class. In fact, my apologies, that is GT4, that is P4 I should say, and that's Tamanching, and Catchpole has stayed back in P5, and we take a look back in this battle, and well, Seb was very close under braking.
It was super close. I do believe they actually made contact, as you called out, Paul. So into turn 2, Brabham, the motorsports with the Brabham car sort of bouncing across the curve, but very clean racing there. I mean, the bravery that takes to make a move into the variant, into turn 2, I should say, when we've got 6 hours ahead of you, it's supreme. Great driving there, great respect between both of them. Sven Demel really now under pressure from the Deutsche Payments Death Omen car. Daniel Muth, he's up 2 places from where he started, so the Deutsche Payments Omen car doing a great job in that regard, but Sven Demel just doesn't seem to have the pace that that team had in qualifying, is unable to pull away from second place, and you almost don't want to be in the lead battle at this point. There's so much pressure. You're soaking up all the pressure from all the drivers behind you. And as we're talking about, Paul, you really want that slipstream. You want to be able to save fuel, and I think that's exactly what this man is doing on screen at the moment, Sean Campbell. He's happy to sit behind, save a little bit of fuel. He's the master of strategy, and I think he's going to try and play a blinder once again.
Oh, indeed, I agree with you there, Seb. The only thing that I think Campbell may have on his mind is what about their P3 rival of Vigo behind? Will Vigo also play to that fuel-saving strategy, or will the M4 driver throw a spanner in the works and essentially decide that actually he wants to go for that P2 out on circuit early on? And of course, that's the difficult part when you're in a pack of 3 and you're the driver in the middle. Obviously, you know what you're going to be planning to do versus the driver in front, but the driver behind is a bit of an unknown quantity. But we take a look back at a replay here. We're going to change of leader in the GT4 class, and this was between Daniel Muth and Sven Demmel. And, well, it was the case that the huge ass driver, Sven Demmel, going very deep and brings it back on. And great reactions there from the P3 driver. I believe that was Callum Brandt in the RD Simsport 258 machine, but he's lost out there in the charge down towards Villeneuve, or did he, as they went side by side? And no, in the end, it was the case that Callum Brandt was able to hold the position as he came on through, but that was very dicey stuff. But we look back to live pictures here and we return to our GT3 Pro leaders, indeed our overall leaders, and I can imagine that right now Sean Campbell, we feeling quite comfortable in the fact that it doesn't look as though Vigo behind has really shown any signs of wanting to make that pass to P2. He seems quite happy to tag along as well. So as you say, Seb, it is the case that Sean Campbell right now, the master of strategy, and well, if he can stay with James Armstrong, not let Armstrong open up a gap of more than 1.5 seconds, he'll very comfortably just ride behind and wait for later in the race.
He will, and actually it reminds me, Sean Campbell put me in the exact same position at Montreal earlier on in the season. He sort of baited me into leading the race, and he just saved so much fuel behind me that he ended up winning the race really comfortably. And yet, I think Geodesic as well, playing that long game as well, that will be music to Sean Campbell's ears. But even so, I think, you know, if Geodesic think about a move or make the move, I think Sean Campbell is very, very happy to play the long game here. This TCR battle is still raging. So Ryan Chevalier, the FTR Esports car, he's making his way through the field after, of course, that contact with one of the RD Simsport TCRs that we saw earlier on. He was last at one point in his class. He's now up into third place, hustling and harrying Driveline Simsport for second place, and actually first isn't too far ahead of him as well. So FTR Esport, I mean, what a race they've had, a race of two tails. We've only been racing for about 15 minutes.
Oh, indeed. And one thing we were trying to talk about a little bit earlier, but we did have to cut to some action. It is the case that we've had confirmation from the stewards that in the incident between the FTR Esports TCR and also the RD Simsport 2 machine, which you see further up in the picture, no further action has been taken. So it is the case that Ryan Chevalier for FTR Esports has avoided one incident that potentially could have led to a penalty. And as they make their way down towards the opening chicane here, it is the case. We'll see him looking for the move versus Robinette from Driveline Simsport. Goes up the inside here, nails it on the brakes, and a very textbook but smooth move there. And it is the case that Ryan Chevalier is continuing to push on up to P2, and now his next target will be the race leader in the TCR class, the Bram Esports Blue driver of Stephen Walkup, who by comparison in terms of the gap between them at the moment is, I believe, 8 seconds up the road. But meanwhile, as he makes his way down, we do cut our way over to Emily Howe from Prismatic Motorsports Athena here, currently in P8 overall and running in what is effectively P7 in the GT3 Pro class, and underbraking here into the Auto chicane and finding a bit of pressure on Atlantic Motorsports Harry Foster. But meanwhile in front we've got Fede Rosano from Scania Endurance Motorsport. And Seb, in these situations whereby you're running in the mid pack, and really now that we've had 15 minutes of the race, you're trying to settle down into a rhythm here, what happens in the car in terms of how do you change your approach to driving? Do our drivers sort of think about switching down to 90%, as we like to refer to it, or is it the case that it's still you just focus on the job at hand?
It really depends on what your strategy is. The teams would have decided before the race what their play is going to be. Are they going to go for a fuel-saving race? It looks like Emily Howe really wants to get past the Scania car. She chooses the outside line, going to be brave to try and go around the outside, almost forces the Scania car to make a mistake under braking. Things are now complicated by the fact we've got a GT4 ahead of us. Emily Howe thinks about sending up the inside of the Scania car into turn 4. Thankfully thinks better of it. She tries to make it 3 wide. But I think, you know, if you decided to play a long game here, yeah, you will start to drive at 90%. You'll start to think about conserving the tyres. You'll be trying just to ease the car fingertips really through the high-speed corners, lift off into the braking zone to try and save that fuel. But I think Emily Howe will throw all of that out of the window. She wants to get past Scania. She wants that 7th place overall. But we're talking about a battle for the mid-pack. We've got a battle for our overall race lead in GT4. Actually, I take that back. Deutsche Payments, they have absolutely gapped Huge Ass. The gap is now 2.5 seconds, so this is a battle for second place. I do apologise. So this is Brabham Esports, RD Simsport, and Huge Ass. And this is a battle for second place, and they need to do this quickly, Paul, because Deutsche Payments are running away with this race at the moment.
Oh, indeed. Deutsche Payment's ever since taking lead, Daniel Muff has literally upped a gear and just disappeared off into the distance. And it does look as though Sven Demmel right now is really struggling at this point in the race. Now, the conditions on the circuit haven't changed too much compared to qualifying, it must be said. So whether there's a problem with the car, alternatively, it is the case that Demmel just does not feel comfortable at this time. Or perhaps he's really playing the long game here in terms of strategy. Perhaps they might be looking to do one less pit stop compared to their peers. That could be a consideration. But what it is doing is it's gradually bringing towards each other Brahma eSports Blue and RD Simsport 258, and we're focusing on what is the onboard from Brahma eSports Blue, watching them chase after the RD Simsport machine as they roll their way through Tamburello chicane, and as they come through turns 2, 3 and 4, it is the case that they're having to deal with the fact they've got GT3s coming on through as well at full speed, and therefore they're constantly in this back and forth of where they can't really find a space. And you can see here, look here, how it is the case our Lamborghini Huracan just navigate its way through, and there's contact ahead. As you say, Seb, goodness me, what's that all about? It looks as though the RD Simsport machine's been in the wars.
Yeah, so that was the RD Simsport GT3 car making contact with the Hugh Jass car. Hugh Jass had to get out of the way of another Lamborghini into turn 2, and that allowed the RD Simsport GT4 to have a little bit of a look, though unsuccessful. Hugh Jass have really struggled so far this lap in terms of traffic. Riding on board with the Brabham eSports car, you can see, you know, the GT3s are just so much quicker, and they really want to get past you as quickly as possible. So they'll send it to the inside. I wonder, though, if the stewards are going to have a look at some of the moves, because some of them could be, I think, considered as dive bomb cars. Actually, there's the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT car has been given a drive-through penalty, and that's for avoidable contact. And then actually as well, they've also been given a second 30-second stop and hold, so double trouble for the 77 car. And of course, that car was the one that spun at Piratella and came across the track and made contact with another car, so they have start. And that's going to be, sorry, just to cut in there, Paul, that's going to be 2 separate pit stops for them. So they've got a drive-through penalty, then they're going to have to come in again and serve a 30-second stop and hold. So, I mean, double pain there for the 77 car.
Oh, goodness me. Now, that is absolutely painful when they've got to deal with those 2 forced pit stops. If you have 2 extra visits to the pits and they can't exactly get rid of them or use them to a tactical advantage, and, well, I can imagine that down in the garage of Stage 1 Racing Senior GT, it may be the case they're thinking, how could it have gone so wrong so fast and so early in this race as well? And I do wonder whether there's a few hot tempers out there at the moment, and, of course, most of our drivers here, in fact, all of our drivers are of a particular racing discipline, and we do expect the highest of them, but it is the case here, it does seem as though someone really wanting to push on, and as they do, and speaking of pushing on, we do look here to Ethan Bass from what is Orbit Motorsports Mars, and he right now driving in P4 in the TCR class, chasing after Hayden Robinette from Driveline Simsport, and as they make their way out of Ravatsa and onwards towards the start finish straight, indeed towards that timeline in the TCR class. Here is the case that really it's a big battle for P2, and then Walk Up ahead has just completely disappeared and has put a gap of what is almost 10 seconds from P2 to himself. So right now we've got a similar situation as we have in the GT4 class, which it seems as though they're all squabbling for P2, and then the leaders have just been allowed to run away with things. But as they charge on through here, it is the case we've seen a slight difference in dynamic there by looks of things from what is Bass versus Robinette. Robinette taking a lot of curb at the Tamburello chicane, but it's not really helping the car. Meanwhile, Bass really avoiding those high curbs, and particularly the sausage curbs, and I think trying to protect the car a lot as possible. And just in these TCR class cars, Seb, it is the case they can be quite aggressive over the curves, but you don't want to be too aggressive over those sausage curves just in case it causes some suspension damage.
Yeah, they can definitely survive the curbs, you know, say for a sprint race, an hour race maybe max, but if you're constantly hitting them every single lap, you are going to eventually encounter some damage. So I think Ethan Bass really taking the long approach to the race, sacrificing maybe a tenth or two each lap just to keep that car in good shape for the end of the race, and I think that's going to come back to really help him. Ethan Bass, I mean, he's been so quick so far this season, not necessarily found the pace around the Imola circuit at the moment. He's lost 3 places from his starting spot, but now starting to move up once again. I think he's playing the long game here. I think we're going to have to keep an eye on him for the entire race. A replay here, Paul.
Indeed, and we look to the battle for P2 in the GT4 class, and we've had a change of position, and this is Callum Brandt going up the inside for RD Simsport versus Huge Asses. What is Sven Demel getting it done? They're very late on the brakes on the inside, almost understeering off circuit through turns 2 and 3, but you have to be bold, and he's got the move done. But you can look at the snake train there of GT4s, and then we've got some more of the GT3 midfield coming on through, and I think Callum Brandt has made that move at the right time, whereas they head through the right-hander there. Oh, but what was the second part of Villeneuve? You can see how things now are turning more towards the GT3s coming on through. See the Ferrari making its way noted, but now we return to the live pictures here, and it is the case that we return to Ethan Bass battling with Robinette as they break the way down into Tamburello, and as they do, it is the case that the Bass goes to the move, and he gets it done there nice and late on the brakes. And to be fair, Robinette quite compliant there, giving the door and the space open. I think both drivers respecting the fact they've got a long way to go. We're only almost half an hour into the 6 hours, but a nice move, wouldn't you say there, Seb, for P3 in the TCR class?
Yeah, a perfect endurance move. Both of them gave each other enough respect, and it seems like Robinette just knew there that he wasn't going to be able to really keep Ethan Bass behind for much longer. So rather than sort of losing time, scrapping away, just let him go, save a little bit of fuel, and play the long game. It seems to be one of my catchphrases so far. But Huge Ass not having the pace that they had in qualifying, just slowly dropping down the order. Brabham eSports Blue, the next one to try and get past the Huge Ass car. I have to say a shout out there to Robbie McAfee, Backmarker Racing Orange, in the Porsche, our only Porsche, as you mentioned earlier on, Paul, doing a great job just lurking behind this Aston Martin battle. He didn't feel like he had the qualifying that he could have had, and now it's really taking the fight to the Aston Martins through the Variante Villeneuve chicane, gaining on the Effects eSports car. I think again we're just seeing a real distinction between two different types of drivers who want to play the long game, are happy to kill save, and who just wants to get the places done earlier on and sort of almost suffer the consequences for the rest of the 6 hours.
Oh, indeed. And, well, if anybody's been putting in the effort here today, it has been Robbie McAfee, in the fact, as I have just had it whispered in my ear, he spent the best part of 5 hours practicing ahead of today's race in a single session. And I think really McAfee has focused so much on the race versus qualifying. And we have seen time and time again in the rounds this season that the Porsche does not seem to have the qualifying pace compared to the Aston Martins, but where it does come alive is in the race, which just seems to be able to continually extract that pace. And as they make their way through the auto chicane and down towards Ravazza, the thing that's also helping out, and not to take away from McAfee, but is the fact that Sven Demel right now really are struggling, and as they make their way down into Ravazza this time in this battle for P3 in the GT4 class, you can see there how it's the case that Demel has got Tabaching and also Catchpole all closed in behind as they make their way through the left-hander and onwards to the start-finish straight. But one thing that's quite telling here, Seb, and I noticed this on the previous lap, look as they make their way down the straight here, is the case that whilst we can see that the Brabham eSports blue car is closed, it's not really gaining in the time until the very last bit of this straight here. I wonder whether they've taken the downforce of the car. Well, it's not about wondering about that now, because Brabham eSports go for the move up the inside and get it done on the brakes there. But it does seem as though Huge Ass, is it something with the setup, or they're really just trying to save fuel here, because they're gaining a lot on the straights, but elsewhere it just looks like the car is not set up for this circuit.
I'm not sure if it's set up, if Huge Ass have actually picked up a little bit of damage from maybe a little bit too aggressive over some of the curves in the first sector around here, because you're right, you know, they have good launch out of the final corner, but then that top speed is just nowhere for them, and you know, one of the Prismatic cars getting past them and almost Effect eSports running into the back of the 237 car. Back to some more GT3 action. This is stage 1 versus B-Sim. B-Sim currently 3rd in their class in GT Am, but trying to get past one of the pro GT3 teams. I'm absolutely enjoying this race so far, and just to spice it up even more, Alpine Geodesic set the fastest lap of the race last time by Bull. They have found some pace. Maybe they are starting to make a move towards the lead of this race overall.
Well, indeed, and it is the case. This race is really starting to open up. And with regards to Alpinestars Geodesic Racing RP3 drivers there, it is the case that they have fallen a little bit off of the top two, but I think putting that fastest lap in to get a feel of where the car is in the race and also to show that they've got pace. But focusing on here right now, Jens De Bruyne battling there with what is Loic Lemel from B-Sim Racing behind, and as they make their way up through the Tamburello chicane this time around, it is the case the GT3 Pro driver under a lot of pressure here as they roll their way up towards Villeneuve, but then we cut to a little bit further up the road and to RD Simsports Joshua Wiggins, who right now running in that P7 position overall, being chased by Fede Rosano from Sicani Endurance Motorsport. And in this case, these two, they were close together earlier on, but they've fallen apart over the last couple of laps. The gap has opened up as they find their way onto the back of the TCR traffic, but I think now we are starting to see where drivers find themselves in that no man's land. The focus will shift to the strategy and what they need to do to deliver with regards to this particular stint, and also going deeper and deeper into the race. And right now for Sicani Endurance Motorsport, they'll want to find their way past these TCRs in quick succession, because if you catch one of these going into a chicane such as Alta, the amount of time you lose in a GT3 is absolutely punishing. And we saw that earlier on when the first round of traffic came along, in the fact when we saw GT3s catch the traffic for the first time. But it is the case that Rosano is experiencing that, and in fact now he's got another two to navigate his way past here, and it is the case they're battling it down into Ravazza. Further back we can see it is the case, I believe that was Timothy van der Bruyne also coming on through and having to make it very aggressive. We've got a driver off there, that's Hayden and Robert off in the back of the picture, and just returning, coming out of Ravazza. Wonder if there's a bit of contact there, but still it's just as much now focused about navigating the traffic as it is about chasing down your rival. As we see behind our GT3 driver, we've got another battle for position in the TCR class.
Yeah, you mentioned the traffic, and I think that's it's playing a huge role at the moment. It almost feels like, you know, your frustration with the car sort of is almost in direct linkage to how much time you're losing. Somebody's been off at turn 4. They're almost 3 wide. TCR in the middle, TCR on the outside, and one of the Stage 1 racing cars just scrambling through on the inside. That's going to be a brave move. Through Varianti Villeneuve, the FTR car still defending, but Ethan Bass on a charge at the moment. Does he send it up the inside of Tosa? Yes, he does. And that's going to be adventurous if he can get it done. He's going to have a tighter line. The FTR car, though, is going to have more speed on the exit. But I think Ethan Bass has done it. He is now up to second place. Ryan Chevalier, you know, we've talked about his race. He's been up and down the field. He's going to find himself in third and cemented by one of the Stage 1 racing cars diving to the inside. The FTR car, though, oh, they make contact. And somehow they do not end up in the wall. And the FTR eSports TCR team still in second place pool. I did not foresee that coming after the exit that Ethan Bass got out of turn 6.
That was very smart placement there from Ryan Chevalier, in the fact that he was able to position himself right behind his rival, and with the GT3 coming through into Piratella, which in the TCR class cars is a trail-breaking corner where they have to gradually lift onto the brake and then gradually lift it off again. It was the case he was just able to get the car out from behind his rival and essentially go up the inside with that GT3 in front of them, and that enabled the move to be made. And I do think it's the case that Chevalier has shown us not just that they've got pace here today, but also that FTR have got the smart in the car, and their driver currently in the car is definitely pushing on. The challenge now is, with that move made, if it is the case that Ethan Bass cannot come on back, and we see a flash of lights there from the FTR car, I'm not sure if they're trying to say thank you or not, but it is the case that they'll be chasing after the lead now. But we cut over to P2 in the GT4 class, and the RD Simsport driver here at Callum Brandt, well, after making that move to get into P2, it is the case he's still leading this group. He hasn't broken away, but one other change we have not seen on camera, Brammer Esports Blue, I believe, has found its way past a huge ass as they make their way down toward Ravazza here. But it does seem as though whoever leads this pack in P2 is not breaking away and it's being reeled on in. Although I say that, and then Callum Brandt does try to put a bit of daylight between them. And what would you do in this situation? So if you're Callum Brandt, and the fact that you do have a very fast Brammer Esports Blue car behind, you've got to surely just give it 100% and try and break away at this point, because you can't be in a four-way battle for the next hour, 2 hours or so.
You don't want to be, but I'm not sure if he can. I think the slipstream is so strong, especially in the GT4 class, that unless you've got such a pace delta between you and the car behind, you're not going to break away. So there's no point in burning out the tyres, burning the fuel, if you're not going to succeed anyway. So I'm not sure if RD Simsport can escape the clutches. I think they're just going to have to play the long game, try and see if they can maybe do something at this pit stop, maybe not take tyres, or maybe even take tyres if everybody around them isn't. Because I don't see them really being able to extend the gap. I think, you know, Deutsche Payments have been so lucky that all of the craziness has gone on behind them that they can sort of slowly sneak away, and that's not going to be the case for our second place team, RD Sim Sport. I think eSports are doing a good job in fifth. Sorry to cut in there, and I think we're going to have a replay. This is the track limit racing Ferrari, the 147 car, into Aqua Minerale. So lucky to avoid those curves on the apex of turn 11. Spins into the gravel and really just goes to show how easy it is to lose the car around here.
Oh, most definitely. I can tell you from my own experience, I've made that mistake a number of times in the GT3 class where I've ended up having to straight line across the second apex of Aqua Minerale, and it is the case in the end. Well, thankfully for Max Voider there, he did have the ability to go straight across and send it to the gravel rather than having to worry about drivers being ahead, but it is very uncomfortable because when the car snaps into Aqua Minerale, you are literally a passenger in the car. The only thing you can do is try to get the car under some semblance of control, try to slow that momentum down and get it to go off circuit, and to be fair, we're doing very good there to do so. But as we ride back on board here with Alistair Catchpole and Effect Esports running in P5 in the GT4 class as they make the way down towards the timeline here and complete their 18th tour of the circuit under race pace conditions. It is the case at this point. One consideration here, Seb, is the fact that when we've got 5 of our GT4 class drivers running so close together, we've got P2 through to what is P6 running as separated by about 3 to 3.5 seconds. Let's not count out Robbie McAfee behind. Could you imagine at this point that Effect Esports and Backmarker Racing Orange in particular, running P5 and P6 in this group, they may be thinking about how they can change their strategy to perform some sort of undercut at this point? Because if this battling continues, surely the driver at the rear of the pack, or the driver who braves coming into the pits first, if they can get out in clear air, deliver some really solid laps that are equivalent to qualifying with the pace of the car available, they could really serve to game.
They could, and it's all about whether they can make it to the end of the race without having to stop again. I'm sure everybody's teammate at the moment frantically, working on a spreadsheet or doing some quick napkin math to try and work out what exactly they can do to be able to get away from that pack. What has happened to the 49 Motorsports car, hitting the grass, under braking into Ravazza 1. Lucky to not collect anybody as they skidded across the track, but Daniel Minzaz's race goes from bad to worse. That 49 car seems to be involved in a few incidents so far, has to get out of the way of that stage 1 prismatic battle, and it's such an awkward rejoin, having to get on the track sort of between Ravazza 1 and 2, because you practically have to join the track at the racing line. So I think great job there by the 49 to be able to get onto the track without causing another further incident.
Oh, most definitely, and that's one of the biggest frustrations, and I can appreciate where you're coming from there, Seb. As a driver, when you want to rejoin, of course, you want to rejoin as quickly as possible because you become fired up when you go off circuit, and you start saying to yourself, I've got to get back on circuit, and I've got to make up the time I've lost. But given the fact that most of the rejoin lines here normally end up being towards the racing line, then you do have that factor, of course, of other cars coming on through. But then again, very smart there by our rejoiner to avoid rejoining when there's other cars coming on through, and it's also about being patient and respecting the fact there are other cars with you. But as we continue to watch it, we've got a drive-through penalty coming up for the number 193 car, stage 1 racing green in the GT3 AM class, and that will severely hurt their races, no doubt about that. And it is the case the stewards have just doled out that penalty for the incident between stage 1 racing green and Driveline Simsport earlier on. And well, as with the racing continues here in the battle for what is P4 now in the GT4 class, we see Hugh just in this P4 position. We do cut to the overall leader of this race, and well, it is the case, Seb, we looked away a little while back and it was James Armstrong leading ahead of Sean Campbell, and we now cut back and it's almost as if nothing's changed here. Is Sean Campbell just riding the rear of James Armstrong?
Well, I think he sort of pulled back, allowed sort of Brabham to run their own race, maybe burn out their tyres a little bit more, but in the last few laps, Campbell has picked up the pace dramatically. He's set the new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 42.7. Last lap he was 4/10 quicker than Brabham Esports, so I think Campbell now really starting to reapply that pressure, hoping that maybe the Brabham Esports car maybe is a little bit worse for wear in terms of its fuel consumption and its tyre wear as well. And just have to think that, now that Campbell doesn't have the GA Destin car behind him, Campbell is in, the prime position to lead this race once again, whether that's going to be through him making an overtake on track or just through strategy. Flash of the lights there from Brabham Esports. I mean, I don't think you could really expect the Backmarker Racing Orange car to dive out of the way. It wasn't close enough. I think showing that James Armstrong at the wheel is a little bit frustrated and really really quite tense in the car, flashing the lights far too early, you'd have to say. I think Sean Campbell is successfully applying the pressure to our race leader.
Oh, most definitely. As they come across the line and go down towards the opening corners once again here, we do ride on board the nose of Sean Campbell's RSR, and as they break the way into Tamburello, it is the case. Look at this line of traffic in front of the GT4 traffic, and Armstrong's got to be the one who essentially finds the way on through, and goodness me, well, they'll come through together as they head down towards Villeneuve, and you see Sean Campbell there having a little bit of a look up the inside, but then thinking better of it, wanting to be that driver who puts that pressure on, and as they come out of the chicane, heading up towards Tosa, well, Sean Campbell there has to back out, so as it would have been free going into a single apex, but Armstrong goes a bit deep. They've still got huge ass on the left hand side, and they made the way of Fetty there, too wide through the entirety of the hairpin, and now up the hill towards Piratella they go. Still more GT4s to clear, and as they head into the left hander of Piratella, it is the case. You can see there how Armstrong once again having to yield a little bit of speed in order to get through safely, but they come down the hill and in towards Aqua Minerale, and there's going to be no way through here. They're just going to have to be patient. It's at the best of times a one wide corner. You don't want to make it too wide, and as they emerge now, both will try to come on through as they head up towards the Alta chicane. But as they've cleared that pack of cars right now, very hairy stuff there, Seb, particularly for Armstrong, but also Sean Campbell having to show a lot of patience there as well.
Yeah, I to be honest, I was almost sure that there was going to be an accident at turn 7 between the Brabham eSports car RSR and the huge ass GT4. I mean, supreme driving all round to allow everybody to continue on their merry way. But we hear riding on board with Sean Campbell, he is fuel saving, he's lifting off the throttle, he's lifting and coasting, so he's happy at the moment to stay behind the Brabham eSports 94 car, save that fuel, try and go an extra lap and try and do the overcut, run one more lap on lower fuel, seeing if you can get past the Brabham eSports car in the lead. I've had experience of driving on board, especially when you're racing at the front end of a field, when you're starting to lap GT4s. You really have to be looking 2-3 cars ahead. It's so demanding as a driver because you can't just simply focus on the car ahead. You've got to be looking for traffic in front and really assessing, whether you can make a move. Armstrong a little bit amok through the Variante Villeneuve, not really finding the grip that he would have liked. I think that BMW struggling a little bit for tyre wear, and it'll be really interesting, Paul, to see when they do come into the pits and the pit window is starting to become open. We've already seen both of the track limits cars come in for their pit stop. It'll be really interesting to see who decides to take tyres and who thinks that they can brave a double stint.
Oh, indeed, it is going to be interesting, as you say, because of the fact that where they play out that opening pit stop could really change the complexion of the race. And, well, as we come from our overall leaders there to what is this battle for a P2 in the GT4 class, and, well, it is as it was when we last cut away from it, with the fact we've got Dorian Tabachinga chasing after what is Callum Brandt there. The Brabham eSports Blue driver has gained 1 place since the start of this race, and he's gained on Sven Demmel behind the huge ass racing driver. But as they head for the Alta chicane here, again, one of those complexions now is with regards to the strategy, which one of these GT4 drivers, or indeed GT4 teams we should say, decides to call it first and reveal their hand. Well, none of them will want to at the moment, and particularly Callum Brandt, who have the initiative. He's in that P2 position. But to be fair, focusing specifically on our Brabham eSports Blue team here, much like their counterpart in the GT3 Pro class, running at a very strong race, very good pace. We saw that in qualifying and now here in the race, and not really putting a foot wrong so far. But then again, they haven't quite got the pressure of being the leader of the class. That goes to Daniel Muff and the Deutsche Payment Defo machine, which is 5.5 seconds up the road. But you'd have to think at this point, Seb, the Brabham eSports Blue playing it smart as they make the way down, and more pit stops are happening in the GT3 class.
Yeah, so GT3 pit stop window well and truly open. Talking of Brabham eSports, I mean, their sister TCR car is also leading the race. So a superb showing so far from the Brabham eSports team. I mean, successfully sort of in the upper echelons of all 3 classes of the grid. So supreme job by them. So now this is where it comes into its own. Who is going to blink first? Has James Armstrong been able to save fuel in the lead? It will be harder for him to do so, but not impossible. Campbell really hustling and almost bump drafting James Armstrong on the exit of turn 10 into Aqua Minerale. I think we're going to see James Armstrong pull into the pits at least 1 lap earlier than Sean Campbell. But it's all about how much pace has Sean Campbell got left in the tank. Can he successfully do the overcut? You see again, Sean Campbell really happy to lift off the throttle and fuel save a lot into the Variante Alta. So I think, Sean Campbell is really happy at the moment to fuel saving to play the long game, and I think that we're going to have to see James Armstrong in the pits much sooner than the RSR car.
Oh, indeed, I would agree with you there. So it is the case that Sean Campbell really playing this one, really being the master of the puppets as they make their way into the pits. And Armstrong comes on in here, and you've called it precisely. He comes on in earlier, and we now have Sean Campbell returning to the lead of this race. And now the big question will be, in fact, coming in from P3 as well. We've got the Alpine Stars geodesic racing machine now. I didn't expect that.
They've been out of the slipstream now for a few laps, so I think any advantage that they had earlier on has all just gone by the wayside. So they're going to have to now really try and find another way of fuel saving, because I think the race is going to be, it's going to be all about the fuel saving. Sean Campbell finding a little bit of TCR traffic through the Variante Villeneuve. So this overcut at the moment isn't working out for Campbell. It's all going to be about whether Brabham eSports can have a clean outlap. I mean, they might be falling back into the mid-pack. It seems like, and in fact, I don't think the Brabham eSports car has taken any tyres full, so it's really going to be about who has the better outlap.
Oh, most definitely. And well, whilst that is going on, we also can tell you it is the case that in terms of Brabham eSports, they've managed to make their way up into P2 in the GT4 class. It is the case that Callum Brandt from RD Simsport has lost the position, and now they make their way out of toes here. But it is all kicking off at this point in the race, and Callum Brandt at this point now has got to think about even pushing forward, or he's going to be worrying about the rear guard action here. But we do look here as they roll the way through Piratello, and it is the case. I wonder whether we'll start to see who just is game plan play on out here. But meanwhile, looking at the front of this group, it is the case that we can see Tabaching gaining the position there on what was by the TCRs, making his way on through it, and that TCR traffic falling at a very difficult time for Callum Brandt, in the fact that he's been backed further in towards Sven Demmel from UJAS, and also Alistair Catchpole from Effect Esports. And as they come in, it's going to get a little bit messy here, but Callum Brandt just about finds his way past the Audi RS3 TCR, and as they make the way down towards Ravazza here, it is the case he continues to cut his way on through. He's found his way past James Carr, now also past Hayden Robinette, and as they make the way on down, we do look here. It's coming down the hill, and that is Alistair Catchpole making his way on down the hill, and we just saw while GT3's leaving the pit lane there briefly, but Alistair Catchpole from the Effect Esports in a tricky situation as well. He will not want to lose out being on the rear of the huge ass machine, and we see coming into the pits another GT3. That's why the Prismatic Esports machine's coming on in, but it's definitely at the moment all of the classes coming together all at once, Seb, whether it be for pit stops or alternatively just navigating their way through traffic. And you can imagine that for those drivers who are trying to just be in these battles like Alistair Catchpole right now, it must be an absolute headache, because you've got a car class that's technically slower than you in front, and you've got to try and lap. You've got a car class behind you that's faster than you, that's trying to lap you, but you don't want to lose the guy in front of you for the simple reason you're battling him.
It's the fun of multi-class racing, the complexities of multi-class racing. It's why all of the drivers want to, why all of the drivers absolutely adore multi-class racing, because it's so intense, especially when you get into these crazy sort of first sort of few laps of the stint, and the last few laps of the stint, I should say. 1GT3 left to pit, and it's this man on screen at the moment, Campbell, the master of fuel saving. He's currently gone 2 laps longer than Brabham eSports. I think we'll see him peel into the pits at the end of this lap, but I have to say Campbell has had an absolutely superb few laps. He set the fastest lap last time around, 0.2 quicker than he did previously. Does he pull into the pits? No, he doesn't. So he's got another lap of fuel on board the RSR car. All of that fuel saving just absolutely working out for our championship leader at the moment.
Oh, indeed, it's working out really nicely for Sean Campbell. The fact he's just running this race very comfortably, not having to worry about having to take that pit stop suddenly here, and he does look as though he's control. And also on top of this, he's got no traffic ahead of him. He's got an absolutely clear road. The closest traffic in front of him is making its way out towards Tosa right now. That means he's probably not going to catch that traffic for at least another couple of laps. So he's got a comfortable advantage of 55 seconds and gaining over what is James Armstrong at this time. Although James Armstrong, to be fair, is responding and trying to deliver. This looks like it's Sean Campbell's at the moment, not necessarily to lose, but definitely initiative is swinging towards him. And as they make their way on around right now, it is the case that James Armstrong is pressing on after what was quite an extensive pit stop, although not one of the longest. In fact, one of the shorter ones we've had in our GT3s, 31.68 seconds to be precise. And will Sean Campbell be able to respond? Will he come in on this lap, or will he decide to exacerbate and extract his advantage even further? Why, I'm going to be honest, so if I had to play my prediction here, Sean Campbell, I would take the car as long as I can. I've got so much clear traffic here, I've got nothing to worry about. I may as well make the most of it. I may not get another clear track like this for some time. What about yourself?
I do exactly the same. The only thing I'd say is that, you know, if there's a safety car that comes out at the moment and Sean Campbell's on bingo fuel, if he's almost out of fuel, he could run the risk of having to either come into the pits when it's close and take a penalty, or simply run out of fuel. So it is a little bit of a risky strategy. Of course, more risky by the fact that we have got the safety car and race director software. But I think, he pulls into the pit, so this is Sean Campbell's pit stop time. He's got to absolutely maximise the pit entry, supreme entry. Took off as little speed as possible, just hit the pit limiter. Really, really good entry. I don't think he's got enough to take out in the lead. I think Brabham eSports have had a really good few laps, but it's certainly going to be a lot closer.
Oh, most definitely. And whilst he's making his way into the pit lane, we have been seeing a number of pit stops start to occur for our GT4 class. And here's the case, we have had a change of GT4 class lead. It is now the case that we have Dorian Tamaching going into the lead for Brabham eSports Blue, with Alistair Catchpole from Effect eSports not too far behind. So that's an update there. But meanwhile, our focus here is on Josh Wiggins from RD Simsport, who's chasing after Jackson Lowry here in the battle for P5 overall and P5 in the GT3 Pro class. And it is the case that these two, when they went into the pits, their respective pit stops, they're close together on the circuit, and they continue that story. But behind, we do have Fide Rosano there, the Italian driver from Saccani Endurance Motorsport, trying to get into that fight. As meanwhile, we quickly look to the pit lane here, and it is the case we can see Sean Campbell coming out. Now, where is James Armstrong? Where is the Brabham eSports machine? We can't quite see it. That's it in the rear of the picture. It's off in the distance there, and my goodness, Seb, the gap, the advantage that Sean Campbell's gained, and the pit time between the two drivers was pretty much identical, and there's a TCR between them as well. It is hugely advantage Sean Campbell right now, and RSR by Butt Kicker must be high-fiving in the pits. They've absolutely nailed this.
They have. I mean, that's taken, I think, all of us by surprise. The gap just didn't seem big enough, and it was looking like Brabham would just cruise by the RSR car, but that was not to be. The Brabham car finally gets past that TCR in between the two, but I mean, the gap that had gone from Brabham leading RSR by 5/10 is now switched the other way, and Campbell leads by 4 seconds, and we don't really have to worry about any sort of tyre warm-up. They've all taken the same set of tyres, so they don't have to worry about any of that. So Sean Campbell has played an absolutely strategic blinder here and leads in the overall and the GT3 classes. You mentioned the Deutsche Payments car losing the lead. Well, they've just gained that after Brabham and RD Simsport came into the pits, but the Deutsche Payments car has also taken a new driver, so they've decided that their starting driver had done enough, and now it's Ben Kelly McCauley's turn to get in and behind the wheel of their Deutsche Payments Aston Martin GT4.
Oh, indeed. And as we continue to watch James Armstrong here, of course, the big change now for Brabham eSports, and particularly James Armstrong, is he's caught between a rock and a hard place in this situation, which is in P2, he'll want to try and close up to Sean Campbell as much as possible and as soon as possible. But let's presume that Sean Campbell doesn't make a mistake here. What that means is now James Armstrong has to firstly overdrive the car more in order to close up the gap, which will mean he'll then have to use more fuel. And then when he gets close enough, will he be able to fuel save enough to make up for the fuel that he's had to exert and use extra in order to be able to stay with the leader, but also get back the time in terms of the next round of pit stop? And that is going to be going through the minds of Brabham eSports right now. I can imagine the strategist down in the garage, and deep James Armstrong behind the cockpit of the wheel. He'll be thinking about what can he do to overturn the initiative that Sean Campbell and RSR by Butt Kicker now have. But we cut here to Emily Howe from Prismatic Motorsports Athena here, battling behind Jackson Lau from FTR Esports GT3. And as they make their way down the start-finish straight here, that FTR machine has dropped a couple of places recently, and it is the case they're going to lose another place here by looks things as Emily Howe goes up the inside into Tamburello chicane, clips a bit of the apex curve, however, goes for 2 wheels for a brief moment, but brings it back together and rolls on through. And now we have Daniel Munoz here going on the offensive as well. It seems as though Jackson now in the FTR machine just not quite there on the pace at this point.
There's a car off in the background. That's one of the RD Simsport cars. Josh Wiggins at the wheel of that car in the gravel on the outside of the Variante Villeneuve. We ride on board through Tosa corner. That FTR car just not had the pace after the pit stop. A new driver on board. Rich Cawthorne out of the car. Jackson Lowry went on board. So close to contact there, Paul, on the exit of Piratella. That, sorry to cut across you there. The point is that I think the drivers, now we're starting to get the driver changes for some of the cars. We're seeing how tricky and how difficult it is to get up to pace with the other cars around you. So Lowry really struggling in these opening few laps.
Oh, indeed, and no need to apologise at all, Seb. All I was doing is agreeing with you there. It does look as though here that Larry's really having difficulty in terms of just getting that car now down. But meanwhile, it is the case that for Minnows, no such worries. I'm running so close in the run there, all the way up to Alta, and as they head down into Ravazza right now, into the double left, it does look as though it's going to be a bit of a challenge here for our Lamborghini driver to find his way on through, and as they make the way out of a really nice exit here. Surely this will be the move hand in hand. He's right there in the draft. If he was any closer, he could reach out and touch that rear wing, but it is the case. He goes around what will be the outside to inside here through the king that takes across the timeline and in the drag race down towards where's the Tamburello chicane here. He'll hold that inside line. You can imagine he has got that M4 on his right hand side, but up the inside he goes, and I do believe in this case, no, they're still side by side here. FTR not letting this go initially, but they do have to in the end, and it is now Munoz up to P7 overall and in the GT3 class versus Jackson Lowry behind. And to be fair, if Jackson Lowry needed anything else to upset his day, it is the fact that right now he's got Simon Bull, Josh Wiggins and Jens de Roo who are closing there. You can see him in the rear of the picture very briefly as the drivers make their way out of Villeneuve and through Tosa. It is the case that he's got another 3 drivers who would love to take that position off of him, and none more so than Josh Wiggins, who earlier on we noted went sideways coming out of the Villeneuve chicane and was in the gravel, and he's got a lot of recovery work to do after running a strong opening hour of this race. But as they head through Piratella here, it is the case now they come up behind the traffic, and this, the TCR traffic, can always throw a further conundrum into the works. And we can see here the 349 car, or the 49 car we should say, Daniel Munoz, well, he's been able to get past the Audi there, and well, I think that Audi doesn't know exactly where to put itself at the moment as the GT3s are just scrambling on through here in quick succession. Everything does settle down now as they head through Alta once again, and of course it is our TCR class who has yet to take its first pit stop. In this case, the TCRs normally go a little bit deeper into the races by comparison, given the way the TCR class cars work, where there's the focus more on the front tyres, and also those fuel tanks aren't as drained as rapidly as our GT3s or GT4s. But in terms of those pit stops so far, and indeed the strategies overall, Seb, there have been some swaps and changes up and down the field, and some surprises. Of course, that big surprise in the GT3 Pro class and overall, but also in the GT4 class, we haven't had perhaps as big a surprise as perhaps we'd expected. They're all as is.
Sorry, Bob, we didn't quite catch your... sorry, it was about the strategies. Yeah, we've seen so many different strategies, different fuel strategies, different tyre, different driver strategies as well. I think it's going to be key, you know, if or when Brabham eSports are going to change their drivers Stage 1 Racing Senior GT. They have not had the race that they would have wanted to in the pits. I think that car maybe being retired, not quite sure. There was a bit of an investigation, wasn't there, Paul, going on about, you know, how exactly that they served their penalty. They had the drive-through and the 30 seconds stop and hold, and the stewards think that they actually served it in the wrong place, so they might have to take even more pain after that incident earlier on. That's not going to help them at all. I was thinking the only thing that we need, sorry, is a safety car. I mean, if we had a safety car at this point, the race would be flipped on its head. All of that advantage that Campbell would have picked up would have just disappeared, and it would be Armstrong and Campbell battling out once again.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, for a lot of our drivers here, well, some will be hoping that a safety car does materialise at some point in the race. Others will not. But it is the case when you're leading, you may not want that safety car. But right now, what you won't be thinking about as a safety car is Lucas Propazink. As it is the case that JD Sim Racing 76 driver here under huge pressure from Timothy van der Broek as they make their way through Villeneuve. He's got very deep through the second apex there. And as they make their way out of the corner, this is in the battle for P16 in the GT3s. And it is the case our GT3 Pro Class driver, who you're riding on board with and looking back from the gearbox of, is under pressure from the GT3 AM class driver here as they now make their way up the hill. And conversely, we now get the switch over to ride on board here with our Dutchman as he goes hunting for Stage 1 Racing Green, and we'll keep him very close to the back of that Ferrari here. And as they roll the way out of Piratella and down the hill, we'll stand this close into Aqua Minerale. Is the case he'll have to settle down, and they've got the GT4s to contend with as well. And those GT4s, and also I think no, there's not a TCR class, my apologies, it's just getting my eyes a little bit out of sort there, but it is the case with a couple of GT4s to navigate their way on through. This may just change the nature of the situation as they make the way up breaking into Alta as they just go beyond the hoarding. You can see it is the case that right now Van der Broek is able to hold position, but he's not able to stay close enough behind the Ferrari. And in fact, with all that traffic right now, we can see the Prismatic TCR also getting into the mix. In fact, they were going to have a move. I think that Prismatic machine is in fact running a little bit a lap down. That is Roxy Gibson. Oh, and there's contact there.
That's a JD car going into the RD Simsport GT4. A little bit TCRS racing there. All manages to get through barely undamaged. I think the GT4 would have taken the brunt of that impact there. Not quite sure what the JD car was thinking. I think the stewards will be having a look at that as we now have a look at one of the Stage 1 Racing Green's car. Not been Stage 1 Racing's race whatsoever. Both cars so far getting penalties for different incidents. Now, trying to get past Provoznik is Stage 1. JD, of course, they would have, I think, picked up a little bit of damage from that contact heading into Rivazza 1. That would mean they're a little bit slower on the straight. So I think if you're Stage 1, you'll be looking at that thinking, you know what, I think we might be able just to get past the JD Ferrari.
Well, indeed, and that's what they're going to be scrambling to do at the moment, as both drivers then make their way out of Tokson up the hill towards Piratella. And the thing is about that Ferrari, we haven't really seen too many Ferraris in this season, but it is the case the Ferrari there, whilst it's a limited car in that GT3 class, it is performing quite well, it must be said, particularly when we've got medium speed corners concerned. And right now the Stage 1 Racing green car just constantly putting that pressure on, and after they clear there, well, in front of them is the Deutsche Payment Def Omen machine. That'll be the GT4 traffic cleared for a little bit of a time, and then it'll start to become a bit more of an open battle between the two drivers. But it seems though with this traffic has really spun a conundrum into the mix in terms of their, I would say that Provoznik is not quite comfortable in terms of navigating through the traffic as much as Van der Broek, but as they make their way down towards Rivazza, they both clear the GT4s, and now it becomes that open battle between the two, and I think they'll be very comfortable. As we're hearing, meanwhile, off circuit, Joshua Wiggins has had another major moment, at least that's come up on my timing tower off screen, but it is the case our drivers make their way on down here now as we make our way to the end of the first hour, and we've still got 5 hours to go. The emphasis will be just as much about trying to keep it on track and avoid those incidents as it will be about battling for position, Seb.
Yeah, this is when it really becomes an endurance race. We've had the first 1 hour sprint, and now everything becomes about managing the car, managing the tyres, managing the fuel, and managing, you know, keeping the car out of the wall, keeping the damage to a minimum. You know, we saw one of the Prismatic Motorsports Maverna car there in the pits. I think they've had an incident with a GT4 and a TCR, I do believe. So it's all about minimizing and reducing the risk of anything like that happening to your car. This is, I think, my favourite point of an endurance race, when everything calms down, you start thinking more about your lap times, you just sort of settle in to that consistency. Maybe not the most exciting to watch, but, you know, and then as soon as like anything happens, you know, if we get a safety car, everything will be turned on its head again, and all of the teams are going to have to start working out, you know, new strategy plans on the fly. It's going to be an absolutely incredible 5 hours of racing to go.
Oh, indeed, and with 5 hours of racing to go here is the case. Whilst there are some driver swaps out on circuit, we also have another member join us in the commentary booth, and that is Chris Rowlands coming on in at this point in the race. Chris, it has been an absolutely intense race from the start right now, all the way from qualifying, in fact, and it continues to build here as time goes on. What are your thoughts on the race so far?
It's nice to have. Well, first of all, good evening, everyone, or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. It's kind of reassuring that we have the same story at the very top of the GT3 field, though, with RSR and Brabham yet again going head to head. Although I'm really interested to see, as Seb says just now, the narratives you get in endurance racing. I want to see what happens with Sean Campbell running that slightly longer stint. Is this going to be a massive advantage for him later in the race? Also, I'm quite surprised. Now, I did go away for a couple of breaks, you know, to have food and things like that, but I don't believe we've had a safety car yet, which for Imola, and I know we've only got 35 cars on the grid, but for Imola, I'm very surprised and very impressed with our drivers this evening, if that is the case.
Oh, indeed, it is the case without a safety car so far. And to be fair, we don't quite have as packed a field as we have had previously, but it is the case still with 35 drivers taking to the circuit today. Incidents can occur, of course, and we do have a number of cars, and we have seen incidents already, but that will be on the minds of a number of our drivers in terms of the potential prospect of incidents as the race goes on. But now that we've cleared that first round of pit stops, particularly for our GT3s and GT4s, but less so, of course, for our TCRs who've yet to take that pit stop, I think a lot of teams teams at this point may just be relaxing a little bit more and thinking, okay, we don't have to worry as much about the prospect of the safety car. The only teams that will are those TCRs in the meantime. And I should just very quickly say, if you're wondering why we can't hear the absolutely lovely tones of Seb Bosch Williams, it is the case. He's just made his way out of the commentary at booth door at the moment. He's taken a bit of a rest at the case, but thank you to Seb for joining us, as of course, and as always. But coming back to the point there, Chris, it means that everyone now can really just focus on running the race and doesn't have to worry as much about how that safety car can throw a spanner into the strategy.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And as I just look over to my timing screens, James Armstrong's just done a purple sector in what SDK considers sector 4 of the track. So this is towards the back end. I'm presuming that includes Variante Outer, as we're coming around here looking at Brabham eSports Blue, the sister team in the Aston Martin. So there's definitely still some pace to come. And also that's something we might need to consider that's not really been the case at any of our previous rounds. The time in sim is just coming up to 4 o'clock. And this is obviously with 5 hours to go. We're going to get right into the evening, so expect the track temperatures to drop a bit, which might help the drivers a little bit with the slightly longer race they've got this evening. Of course, let's not forget, some of these teams have got a solo driver, and a 4-hour race is hard enough, but imagine adding an extra 2 hours on top of that. It's going to be not great. As we see a bit of a dive bomb from Track Limit, who are second in GT3 and 10th overall in GT3, but you know, they got the move on the traffic done, and sometimes if you signpost those moves early enough, it's you know, you need to get past those cars. So good race awareness from the slower car there to make sure they didn't get collected by quite a late dive.
Oh, indeed. But sorry to go slightly off topic there. We do have a bit of drama to announce, ladies and gentlemen. It is the case that James Armstrong in the Brabham eSports 94 car has been given, as I'm to understand it from the stewards, and we do look to him out on circuit at the moment, he's been given a 10-second stop and hold penalty for contact with the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva and Brabham eSports hissing Sid machine. It is the case the three cars, the number 94, which we can see, but also the 198 and the 387 car have been involved in a collision just before the conclusion of the 1 hour mark, and it is the case that the Brabham eSports GT3 has been found to have been the perpetrator, and that 10-second stop, that 10-second I should say, stop and hold, not mincing my words, that is an absolutely brutal penalty, Chris. That's going to completely upset their race.
Yes, and with the pace that RSR by Butt Kicker have shown all season long, it's going to take, as we see a replay there of, this was not the incident question, this is Roxy Gibson again being the victim. Not a happy race for the Prismatic Minerva car today. But yeah, I mean, it's going to take Sean Campbell getting tangled up in someone else's accident for him to not win this race, or at the very least not be challenged by James Armstrong. Because let's not forget, Miguel Vigo for Alpine Stars Geodesic, not actually that far behind. So, you know, this race is not, I mean, you could never say an endurance race is done and dusted an hour with 4 and a bit hour, well, 5 hours left. But yeah, let's not write off the rest of the field so far. And of course, Harry Foster in the Atlantic Motorsport, they've made 7 places, as you can see on the timing tower on the left there, since the start of the race. So clearly Harry Foster and his team have got really good pace in that Lamborghini. And actually, what's nice to see is we've got 4 different manufacturers in the top, different manufacturers in the top 4, 4 different manufacturers in the top 6 of GT3. So it's nice to see decent variety in our field today.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of our GT3 top 6, we're looking here at the battle for P5 between what is Davide Rosano and also Emily Howe. It's the Sakani Endurance Motorsport driver in the Lamborghini who just made the moves there as they were coming down into a Tamburello up the inside versus Emily Howe from Prismatic Motorsport Safina in the Porsche. And this battle between the two drivers has been building for some time, although it's going to be interrupted now by the fact the Effect eSports at GT4 there finds its way into the mix, although they stay clear, and the battle continues as they go down to Aqua Minerali. They just a brief speed bump there. It was for the two drivers, but as they roll their way through turns 9 and 10 and up the hill now towards the Alta chicane, it is the case that Rosano, who is currently, as I'm to understand it, our GT3 AM leader at this point, not pulling any punches and definitely putting a move on here in the race, and particularly with so many GT3 Pro drivers making mistakes over the course of the race distance so far, it does seem as though Rosano's doing a great job of pressing on. And meanwhile, further back, we're looking at Jackson Lowry battling with Jens De Roo, the Stage 1 racing driver here in the very notable, what is it, Porsche 911 liveried machine, as he makes his way on down, and he's having to battle for what is P8 in the GT3 class, and he's got Simon Ball behind him, another GT3 AM here, who's trying to get into the fight with the two GT3 pros. It's almost as if, when you say, Chris, our GT3 AMs really relishing the opportunity to go toe-to-toe toe with their pro rivals out on circuit.
Well, exactly. And I mean, of course, let's not forget the GT3 field. They score points as an overall class, and then the amateurs also will score points in their own amateur class. So, you know, every pro driver that an AM driver can get past is still going to garner them points in the overall GT3 field. So it's still worth racing them. But of course, maybe when it comes to a decision like, say, a car coming behind you is a second lap quicker, maybe you let them through rather than potentially jeopardise your race, especially on such a tricky technical circuit as Imola. And I must say, having watched the first hour, I'm surprised we've not seen more incidents, especially into Acqua Minerale and coming out of Variante Alta. I know we saw, I believe it was one of the track limit cars take, let's call it a different line through Acqua Minerale when they lost it about 10-15 minutes ago. But that's really the only incident I can think of that's happened through there so far. But maybe this is just my Formula car driving bias, where that is a very tricky. I mean, it's a tricky corner for everyone, but I think open wheelers is just a little bit trickier, where they lack the car weight that these GT cars have.
Oh, indeed, but the thing is now, Chris, now that you've said that, you've probably put the commentator's curse on a number of drivers here, and they'll start to lose it through Acqua Minerale, particularly as we go deeper and deeper into the evening of this race, and particularly when we have that ambient, also that track temperature evolve. But right now, with what is that local time, just making its way a little bit closer towards 4 o'clock in the evening, it is the case that we look here to what is our Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, the sole Cayman in its class, and that is being driven by Ed Cooksters, as we see here the backmarker racing orange driver who taking over the car for the team, chasing after what is Dexter Castro for the 49 Motorsports Magenta team. And these two have been pretty much nose to tail since the opening 20 minutes of this race. No real change between the two of them. And I think right now, backmarker racing orange, they've got a lot of pace in this car. And we were talking about it earlier in terms of the fact they seem to really come alive in the race versus in terms of in the qualifying session, but they're just keeping it together. And another thing, we take a look here to, I think, what just happened to Jackson Lowry, and well, it seems there's been a bit of a shunt here. What exactly's happened, Chris?
Well, you can see oh dear, that's coming down the hill, I believe, as we're coming into Ravazza. That will explain why Jackson Lowry's had to tow that car. But you could see, you could sort of tell. I know we were watching a replay and we knew it already happened, but you could tell something was about to happen there. Those three cars wiggling around quite a lot, and it's so easy coming down that hill to misjudge your braking point, especially because when you're that close to other cars, a lot of drivers, certainly the less than elite drivers, I mean that with all the kindness in the world, these are all very talented drivers, but what we tend to do when you're not at the top of your game is you start looking at that car in front of you rather than your own braking marker, and I think that's just what's happened there. And Jackson Lowry is the gentleman that has lost out from it the most. As look at James Armstrong in the Brabham eSports car. I think this will probably be his 10-second stop and hold.
Well, indeed, and as he makes his way down towards his pit box here to serve that 10-second stop and hold, it will be the case, a second visit to the pits, and this will be the most infuriating one, because you never want to come into the pits, even if it's the strategic stop, for the simple reason you want to be out there racing, but instead he has to sit there for 10 seconds and now make his way on down, and that's going to cost him a huge amount of time. But of course it is the case that to his detriment, it's to somebody else's gain. In fact, it is to second place now goes Miguel Vigo from Alpine Stars GDC Racing, as we see here Harry Foster from Atlantic Motorsport moves up to P3. So it is the case that James Armstrong from Brabham eSports will come out in P4, and as they make their way down, it is the case that Vide Rosano right now, with Emily Howe close behind, the Sakani Endurance Motorsport driver and the Prismatic Motorsports Athena driver, they will both be taking a bit of motivation from this for the simple reason they keep it together. Well, they'll be battling one another for this place in the top 5, but if they're going to be seen that the leaders can be subject to stewards' inquiries and found that Thornton indeed be making mistakes, this is an opportunity for them to finish inside that top 5, indeed pick up some major points here today and really become heroes for the team, given the fact that these two teams have both been doing very well over the course of the season so far, and no exception of course at Laguna Seca, but it really seems as though it's now the rise of the midfield in the GT3 class here.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case, and actually if we go back and think about Prismatic Athena, especially the previous season of the Sim 3D series, I mean Emily Howe in particular was fighting for podiums and occasional victories, so I would say in some ways we've not necessarily seen the best of that car so far. And I mean, these are some very talented drivers. I think it's just the rub of the green perhaps not been there for the Prismatic Athena team so far. But, you know, this again, Imola is a bit of a level of a circuit. It sorts out the really top quality drivers from the rest of the pack, because you have to be on your game for so long to keep this car going. And I mean, you see here, sometimes you catch the traffic at a nice point, although again with different brake markers, you can see there the car behind No, they're not dropping it in the braking zone. It's under power where they gain. So we're going to see. I don't think that incident 2 laps ago is the last we'll see at Rabatza today. But is the move about to be lined up here?
Well, as they make their way down towards turns 1 and 2, they'll be going through the kink of 1 very shortly. The little left-hand kink before Tamburello, and it is the case. Prismatic eSports are making the move around the outside. It's going to be bold here. They've got to go outside to inside to get this done. But Sakania covers them off very well. And in fact, there is the case that Rosano parks the car on Apex, but he goes a little bit deep through 3, which compromises his run through 4. But the thing is, of course, that Lamborghini does rotate very nicely. And as they make their way into Ferrante Villeneuve, they stay as they were. But I wonder whether Rosano is starting to feel a little bit of excess pressure here. As they make their way into Toast, and you can see how Emily Howe is putting the car right where you don't want it to be in terms of just starting to stick their nose in a little bit, looking up the inside into the hairpin there at Tosa, not necessarily going for the move, but trying to throw these little dummies just to get into the mind of Rosano. And as Rosano, as a driver at this point, Chris, it's one of those cases where you spend more and more time looking in your rearview mirror, and then you start to imagine the moves coming at any moment. As we cut back here to a replay of, I believe, this is between 2 Porsches, and oh goodness me, well, that is passing a TCR and then going around the outside. And would you call that an overtake being made off track?
So that's a tricky one. I mean, well, let's see if he's made the move stick. Oh dear, oh, and well, I've cursed it clearly, saying that wasn't the last incident with Ravatsa. I do feel for Jens de Roy there, because if that's okay, and I don't know exactly what the rules are in this league for overtaking off track, because I think we'd rather he avoid the traffic, but then he has gained an advantage by doing so. But then he's, it's kind of moot now because he's lost the advantage. But it's a shame to see that happen. Maybe I've cursed the circuit too much, but yeah, I like what you're saying about Emily Howe with just throwing those dummies out. Although I always get very nervous seeing those disparate lines coming into Tossa, just where I'm always convinced they're going to turn in. But we're going to see a repeat of last lap here.
Well, as they come through this time, it does look like it's a repeat, but again, this is where we're seeing that Rosano, and again, Rosano just goes a little bit deep through 3, and the problem with that, the deeper you go on the exit of 3, it narrows your apex line into turn number 4 there to complete the chicane, and whilst the Lamborghini can do that rotation, because the centre of mass is towards the rear, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, you're putting more pressure on those right-hand side tires to turn the car through with full throttle, and this is given an opportunity now for Emily Howe to look around the outside. Now, is it going to be a completed move here? No, not coming out Tosa, will it? But it'll be a charge up towards Piratella. They make the way up the hill, and that Porsche quite strong in the acceleration game here as they head on through. Oh goodness me, they literally almost go door to door into turn number 8 under braking, and Howe is given a little bit of a tap there, but still finds themselves side by side and coming down into Aqua Minerale. Emily Howe gets the move done for P5, and now that was an absolutely superb move.
It really was. It was some top quality getting the elbows out round the outside there, and just sort of not allowing herself to get bullied. Not that I wouldn't say that Rosano was doing anything wrong, but sometimes if you think you've got the extra pace in a car, and you can see how much so both those cars squirrel under power coming out of Variante Alta there, because Daniel Munoz right behind them as well. But this is Sven Demel for Hugh Jass, and I believe Dorian Tabachnik of Brabham eSports Blue. And Hugh Jass, of course, who started on pole. Are they recovering back again? It looks like they've been able to get that move done. A little bit bumping over the curves, but these cars can take it. Again, that's my Formula Driver bias showing, where I cringe every time I see those curves get bumped over, and timed so nicely because it's allowed the GT3 traffic through as well. So nice tidy move from, I guess that would have been, that was Sven Demel for Hugh Jass, so well done to him. But is Emily Howe going to be able to keep this place, or does Rosano have the same amount of pace and it's just the draft that's made a difference?
We'll have to wait and find out, as meanwhile we do cut here to Stephen Walkup from what is Brabham eSports Blue, who is pursuing after the TCR class leader. And something we didn't really talk about was in the pit stops there was a change of leader in the TCR class. Orbit Motorsport Miles have taken the lead ahead of Brabham eSports Blue, with the fact that Stephen Walkup here now on the pursuit, and he was in the car at the start of this race. Meanwhile, Jack Styles has taken over from what was, unless I'm very much mistaken, well, in fact I can't remember the chaps now, I want to say Ethan Bass, but I think Ethan Bass may have been in a different car. But as they make the way out of the Alta chicane, it is the case now Walkup has to go on the offensive, but in return he's got GT3 and GT4 class traffic that's all trying to complicate things. But right now he covers off the GT4 class traffic, saying no, 1 through at a time, it's not 2 at a time. And as they roll the way through Ravatsa here, it is the case I think Walkup's going to be looking for the move in the run down the start finish straight if he can get the exit here out of what is Ravatsa. And as they head down, I think it could be on the cards here, Chris.
Yeah, it's looking very busy down the main straight here, and let's see how well behaved everyone can be. And well, I mean, we can trust these drivers. They've done a good job all season long, really. And let's just see, is the inside going to be more beneficial for this class than it was in the GT3s? It does look like, oh, a bit of netcode contact there, but I think both cars are fine. And I think we had another GT3 just behind, which very kindly waited. Yes, we did. That's the number 76 of Lucas Brovoznik in the JD Sim Racing car. But with them being quite a way off the pace, I think that's just a case of them thinking, well, we just want to get round. Let's not cause any issues with the class leaders of another class. And again, you see they're struggling to get that move done. But you really, it's nice to see that we don't have a compromising of a, this class deserves to be here. Same as any other class. It's nice to see the battle for the lead not get compromised by traffic.
Oh, most definitely. And that's the thing as well, when you are watching a class lead occur in front of you or a battle for the lead, it is the case you do have to be patient, and showing that patience goes a long way, because at the end of the day, if you were to upset that battle, then the stewards may just look a little bit more unfavourably, as meanwhile we cut back here to a battle only moments ago, and this was, I believe, James Armstrong with the move on Harry Foster from Atlantic Motorsport. He looked up the inside, and goodness me, well, he broke early there, and then decided actually there was still plenty of space between where they broke and went into the corner, and in the end, James Armstrong, well, he dropped down to P4 with that stop and hold as they made their way through Tamarelli, went up to P3. Now, was there a return here from Harry Foster? Well, he took a look at it. He took a sniff into the inside there of Villeneuve, but Armstrong covered him off there by outbraking him and still going into Tosa at this point. And Armstrong keeping it on apex. And what it has to be said, James Armstrong has had to go on the defensive a number of times, but now he's going on the offensive. And I think this is what James Armstrong enjoys in a way, is just having that run in terms of being the hunter rather than the hunted. And when he's got something to go for here, because it is the case, he still is, if we want to put it in terms of time, he's 23 seconds off of Miguel Vigo in P2 in the Alpine Stars GD6 Racing BMW, and Sean Campbell is a further 11 seconds up the road in the Porsche RSR by butt kicker FTR machine. But it is the case, James Armstrong right now, Chris, it's almost as if he's been reborn like a phoenix from the ashes.
Yeah, that was really quite incredible, just how much extra confidence he had on the brakes coming into Tamburello, as we see another move for the lead in our third class this evening. And again, I do wonder if there's a bit of latency issues for Jack Stiles in that Orbit car, because it looked like he tried to turn in, thought the car was there, and just hung back a second. That was after what looked like a bit of netcode contact the lap before. So that's going to be a huge disadvantage for the Orbit team if their latency isn't quite up to scratch there, because with how close the racing is in the GT4 and the TCR classes in particular, you really need to know where the other cars on the track are, because it's so much of the driving style there depends on that confidence in the other drivers around you. And of course we see with the Brabham Orbit and the FTR team, they've got, similar to Armstrong and Campbell and I suppose Vigo in GT3, they've got such a pace advantage over the rest of the field, as Brabham GT3 squirrels all over the track. Yeah, and this is it's not going to get much easier for them to drive these cars as the marbles and the dust builds up, although the track temperatures are coming down. It's now 41 degrees on the track, so it's nice in that sense. But again, that 30-second gap James Armstrong's got to the lead, that could be wiped out by one safety car. So let's not assume the race is anywhere near done yet. Although I do like how Seb said 20 minutes ago, this was very much a holding pattern part of the race, and since I've come in, we've not really been able to stop, have we?
Oh no, it is the case that, well, it was said is true in terms it does end up being a bit of a holding pattern. We have seen some moves, and particularly I would say from drivers who have found themselves, or teams that have found themselves a little bit out of position. Alternatively, teams that have needed to grow into this race as time has gone on, and particularly one team and driver that has really grown into this race is Sven Demel in the huge arse machine, running down P3 in the GT4 class. Not currently on camera, but it is the case that they, and in fact we do cut to him, it is the case that at the start of the race, having started on pole, fell backwards quite significantly, but now is starting to build up, and in fact now going on the offensive versus the Brabham eSports Blue machine in front. As you can see, they're running in P2, and I wonder here whether there was a bit more strategy at play, or whereas Seb was saying it was just a bit of damage to the car and they had to get it repaired. But as they roll the way down towards Ravazza at this point, they do have the GT3 traffic coming up behind, and this may just slow the pace or the momentum here for Sven Demel a little bit, as we see the 147 car going up the inside and taking the position. That's Max Voida there, just lapping the machinery of Huge Arse as they roll their way on down.
Yeah, it's interesting to see at this stage of the race, because the Aston Martins, they all pitted on lap 25, 26, so we're still probably about 7 or 8 laps away from our pit window with Deutsche Payment 8 seconds up the road. Brabham eSports Blue did manage to eke an extra lap out of their last stop, so I do wonder if that's going to play an advantage. We're making a lot of assumptions there that they'll continue taking up a whole extra lap. But, you know, this top 4 in the well, it's not the Aston Martin field. We have, of course, got Backmarker Racing Orange in the Porsche, but these GT4s, it's a pretty evenly matched top group. In effect, eSports not too far behind in 5th either. So this is a nice and open field, and it'll be interesting to see if anyone can actually challenge that supremacy that Deutsche Payment seem to bring every single round, and they are currently 8 seconds in the lead. But like we were saying with the GT3s, so long as you're on the lead lap, all it's going to take is one safety car. And again, I really can't believe we've made it 83 minutes into this race without even really a sniff of a safety car. We've had a couple of incidents, but nothing that really warrants that whole neutralising of the race. Let's have a look at a replay here of Sakanya. What's happened to them?
Well, they're rolling away through. In fact, our focus not quite on Sakanya, but that is Daniel Munoz there, who took the spin coming through Ravazza. And, well, Sakanya there, I think, just watching that Lamborghini going for a spin and thinking, well, I'm glad it's you and not me. And you can see there the line that's really forming on the circuit. We've got dust settling off the racing line. But there, an unfortunate incident for Daniel Munoz as he returns, and he's lost out a couple. In fact, he's lost the place there to Sakanya Endurance Motorsport. But meanwhile, we return to those live pictures and focus on our second place driver in the TCR class, and that is Jack Stiles here in the Orbit Motorsport Mars machine. In front of him, that is Stephen Walkup in the Brabham eSports blue car, and behind that is Ryan Chevalier in the FTR eSports TCR machine. So it is the case, the top 3 in our TCR class are running as separated from first to third by only 1.5 seconds, and this class right now really delivering on the intensity here. But as our 3 Elantra drivers roll their way down through Anchor Minerale, given the fact that we are just coming up to the 1.5 hour point here, Chris, I can imagine, given the fact that our GT3s and also our GT4s have typically had the pit stop sooner, and therefore it's been a bit more sprintish style racing in terms of those sprints. Meanwhile, these TCRs, there's a much bigger emphasis on protecting those front tyres and really nursing the car lap after lap. And I can imagine right now that these 3 are all sort of, it's almost as if they're playing poker around the table here and waiting to see who folds and gives in for that second stint versus who's got the ace up their sleeve.
Well, yes, I think this is, again, this, like Seb was saying earlier, this is one of the really fun parts of endurance racing, is that you're not necessarily looking, you know, it's almost not the advantage to be leading right now, because of course Orbit and FTR, they're going to be able to fuel save incrementally through this because they're all in that holding pattern, like you say. But we've still got 4.5 hours of racing to go. It pretty much doesn't matter where you are on the grid right now because there's still so much racing left to go. And I do wonder, it really, I mean, I think with the TCRs where they're looking at over an hour for each pit stop, there's probably not enough of a delay or an ability to fuel save to go down to just 4 stops. So they're pretty much stuck doing 5, where they're taking roughly just over an hour per stint. So it's not like you can pull off any marginal decisions where I think the GT3s will be looking to splash or dash. And yeah, it's really in this case just a case of try to preserve as much of your physical and mental energy as possible. Like we saw there with Chevalier getting out of the way of the GT3. We didn't have a rear view of what was going on there, but you do have to wonder, was it maybe not sensible to move off the racing line because that's unpredictable? And if that's the kind of decision making he's making, is it more likely that the FTR TCR is going to get caught up in an incident with another class? This is me speculating rather than trying to put the curse on, but these are the little things and little decisions that can make huge impacts on the overall standings in these races.
Indeed, I would agree. And I think right now, when he's running as the 3rd driver in this group as well, his focus more is on just staying, as we see a bit of a snap there on the rear end of Stephen Walkup's lead car there. It's a case the rear just not quite settling under brake, and the first sign of a small mistake there from Walkup in this stint. But really, it's an opportunity for the 366 car here at Chevalier just to be able to focus on settling and watching how the pace of the 2 in front rolls. It is the case, of course, if they do end up starting to redeploy that pace, then you can imagine the Chevalier will need to either increase his own pace or he'll start to fall back. Alternatively, if he finds that Styles Walkup starts to struggle and they fall backwards towards him, then he can choose to potentially affect that pass. But given, as you're saying, Chris, as well, that really we're looking at a very fixed strategy here for our TCR class cars today. I wonder whether it's the case that they're all just thinking right now about getting towards the later stages of that race, knowing they can't really break away or gain on one another unless somebody has a major error, and perhaps they're also waiting for that dynamic of a safety car to come on in, because it's not really at this point we're expecting the race-winning moves to be made. There may be some race-winning moments, particularly as we've seen in the GT3 class, but there's such a long way to go here. We can't count anything out in terms of possibilities. And speaking of possibilities, we do have there one of our GT3s cutting their way on through, and I do believe that is one of our Porsches in particular. I can't quite tell who that was making the way on through, didn't quite catch their number, but it is the case they're just peacefully coming on through here. Number 34 car, in fact, of what was there, Jens de Roo, and he'll be thinking, you guys carry on as you were, I'm just going off into the distance, thank you.
Yeah, he's recovering quite well from that spin we saw about 10 minutes ago. And I don't think we'll ever find out what happened, but Rosano in a Scania lost about 4 or 5 seconds on the same lap that we saw Munoz lose the car, because Emily Howe has pulled quite a healthy gap at one point. But the comeback of that is that Rosano has now set the fastest lap of that Scania Endurance Motorsport Cars race. So there's clearly some pace in the car, but clearly also a very empty fuel tank, as they, along with James Armstrong in the Brabham and Daniel Munoz in the 49 Motorsports car, they've all come into pits. So we're very much into pit window territory as well. Atlantic Motorsport, the first to dive in. They had to repair a bit of damage, I can only assume, because they were stopped for a good extra 30 seconds. But you'd rather repair, certainly this early in the race, that's 30 seconds repairing. That will play itself, that's half a second a lap, that pays itself out immediately pretty much, let alone over 4.5 hours. Even if it's a tenth of a second, that 30 seconds will pay itself off over the entire race pretty much, certainly in terms of car stability as well. So again, don't always make that assumption when a car comes in that they'll come out at exactly the same place they were, because all of these different teams are running different strategies. Some will be changing tyres now. I think a lot of teams will be looking to triple stint, I imagine. And yes, it's interesting to see when they take the tyres, because of course if you take them now, that's less than a third of the way into the race. You're probably looking at extra stints later on, which, I don't know, some drivers prefer it, some drivers don't, but I personally think you're better off trying to triple stint now while your brain is fresh, while your physical body is fresh. But every driver is different. They've all worked out their strategies. It'll be interesting to see exactly how the pit strategies work for each driver.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of the pit strategies, there is the case. We saw James Armstrong leaving the pit lane. He was stopped for just shy of a minute. And we do believe that may be the case, that he's actually put tyres on the car as well as fuel. It may be the first tyre change. But more importantly, there's an incident under investigation at the moment by stewards for an incident between a number 16 car Atlantic Motorsport and the number 94 car of Brabham eSports. Now, we don't know what's exactly happened. We just know that something's under investigation, but that is James Armstrong under investigation. And if it's the case, it's another stewarding verdict that goes against him. I think it will be the case. That's only going to really compound what has been a difficult day for the Brabham eSports driver over the course of the races so far. And as you say, Chris, we're only just a quarter of the race time distance in now, and it is the case that our drivers continue to push on here. There's a long way to go, but some drivers definitely not making it easy for themselves, and our stewards have got their work cut out for them in a number of regards. And speaking of having the work cut out for them at this point, we look to Jack Stiles. But before we do, we cut back to a replay here, and here was the moment where we saw, I believe, James Armstrong may be under investigation as he's rolling his way down into, that was in, oh goodness me, well no, he wasn't under investigation for that, he got it very wrong, and into the wall there at Aqua Minerale. And well, I think it's the case, if that's just after he's come out the pits, cold tyres there, it has not worked out.
No, and that's a driver pushing to the absolute limit to try and make time back up, and this is always the risk you take when you do that, because not only has he lost track position and time, but he's damaged that car as well. So it's a real shame to see, because the battles we've had between Sean Campbell and James Armstrong at the front have been absolutely mesmerising, but equally I think it's quite entertaining to see just what James Armstrong does to make his way up the grid. But I'm sure Prismatic, Atlantic, Scania and well, maybe not JD Sim Racing as they've gone into the pits, but basically the 3 or 4 drivers ahead of James Armstrong right now aren't going to mind that that's happened too much, although James Armstrong has just got back past Simone Garel in the Scania Endurance Motorsport car that is currently leading GT3 AM and 6th place overall in the GT3 field.
Indeed, it is the case now. James Armstrong will really show off his attacking prowess in terms of his overtaking masterclass.
I think he may have just towed to the pits, because he's dropped all the way to the bottom of the GT3 field. So I think something may have happened, perhaps some damage from that incident we saw. Maybe he's gone off at Ravazza, perhaps. That's going to be my guess in terms of the time frame. Oh, don't know what's happened there.
I believe that's coming out of Tamburello. The car's gone sideways, unless yeah, that's coming out of turn number 3, and he's just decided to park it.
I wonder if he's frustrated. I wonder if that's a case of, I've had too many mistakes now. Let's just get out the car, because that car isn't even repairing in the pits now. So, and he has disconnected. So that's a real shame. But I'm sure, again, Geodesic, Prismatic, Atlantic, 49, Sicania, RD Sim Sports, none of them will be particularly complaining. I'm sure Sean Campbell's not overly sad either. He can now start typing in the Sim3D Discord channel, as he tends to do when he's under no pressure. Although Imola, not really the circuit I would advise to start typing on a second screen, just because, you know, there's not really any long straights that you can get away with doing. Even the straight here isn't necessarily straight. And so, yeah, I think it's time for us to focus on some of the midfield battles. And you can see here, I mean, Alistair Kirk has got ahead of the Sicania car in the pit stops. I don't believe RD were ahead of Sicania on the way in, so they've done very well there to get out ahead.
Indeed, but the only problem is now we've just had a steward's decision come on in for an incident that was under investigation moments ago, and that was between Stage 1 Racing and RD Simsport. So indeed it is the case that Alistair Kirk behind the wheel, the number 58 car, and as it turns out, a drive-through penalty has been awarded to the RD Simsport machine. So whilst he's ahead of Sicania right now, he won't be for much longer, presuming that he'll take that drive-through penalty within the next couple of laps, and that will mean he's got it all to do again. And whilst it's not the longest pit lane here, compared to some circuits, it is still a big time burner going through the pit lane, and particularly on the start-finish straight, where we see our drivers, by the time they get to turn number 2 and down into Tamburello chicane, they're breaking down from 160 or so miles an hour, and that is a huge time loss in itself, Chris.
Oh, it really is. And again, these are all the things you have to factor in to endurance racing. It's not necessarily about hammering out fastest lap after fastest lap. It's about the consistency. And I think we'll also see on this track, more than perhaps anywhere else we've visited on the calendar, the drivers who have put the most practice in, and the most practice in racing conditions as well. Because again, it's all well and good being able to do a good hot lap, but how many of these GT3 cars are realistically going to lap the entire circuit of Imola here on the racing line? As we can see here, again, dealing with traffic, you're going to have to come off the racing line to try and get past them. Every single lap is going to be compromised for these GT3 cars, and well, for the TCRs and the GT4s as well. So I think we'll really see which drivers have done the best practice in these racing conditions, because it's not going to be your ability to do a hot lap that determines where you finish today.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of drivers, and in these conditions, it is the case that Mark de Boer has taken over the sim racing grid M4 at this point in the race since the previous pit stop. And as he brings himself up to speed, of course, chasing after the number 151 car of Roberto De Filipis for Sicani Endurance and Motorsport here. They make the way on through, and as they come charging out at Acque Minerale, this time battling for that P13 position overall and in the GT3 class. And they're also battling for what is position in the GT3 AM class, both of them being AM drivers here. It is the case that both Filipis and De Boer have taken over the cars from their peers, and therefore now they find themselves in the midpoint of a race where they've got to get themselves acquainted with the fact they've got to figure out where they are on track versus the traffic, and also who they're battling with. But as we do see, it is the case De Filipis there goes a bit deep into Ravazza 1, and as he goes through Ravazza 2 there on a compromised line, this could be a move from Mark De Boer. Now he's in the tow here, he's very close as they make the way through the kink and onwards to the end of the lap. They make the way across the timeline, and already De Boer's going to size up the move here. He'll go outside to inside for the braking zone for Tamburello, and on that inside line now, it is the case as the camera turns around, they go on to the anchors, and he gets the move done. He squeezes the door as much as possible open there versus his rival, and Mark De Boer goes up to P13 there in a very emphatic fashion. Behind him, meanwhile, De Filipis has now got the pressure of what is JD Sim Racing 76's Prozanik making his way past. In fact, that is not, my apologies, that is a car that's coming through that I believe is a lap ahead, in fact, and therefore as they roll the way on through, things stay as they were for De Filipis in terms of he only loses one place, not two. But right now, Roberto De Filipis, I think, has lost a bit of momentum, and he's got to go hunting once again, because Mark De Boer has already put the best part of about 2 seconds between the two of them as we cut over here to the track limit racing Ferrari of Max Woider.
Yeah, it's all kicking off again in the GT3s. Again, like you say, we're going to have these battles throughout the field, because, you know, every position is extra points come the end of the race. And as we've seen earlier with the Prismatic Athena team, if you can get past that car, look at the gap now between Prismatic and Sicania's. 25 seconds, of course, with Cass Silliman in the car now. So the good work that Emily Howe has done is now paying off for Cass Silliman, because all that clean air they can drive in that they may well have been stuck behind. And this is Anders Ankersen coming out of the pit lane in the RD Simsport 258 and getting Tamburello slightly wrong, but I think the important thing for them is no real damage done, just a little bit of damage to pride, which is never really a bad thing for a motorsport driver, I'd say. But yeah, we've got another lap of action coming into Tamburello. RD Simsport behind Track Limit Racing this time. And I think, like we were saying earlier, Paul, I think we're just seeing a bit more of a holding pattern at the moment. There's no need to make those hyper-aggressive moves, but that's no reason you can't try and put them off a bit with that slightly different line, just to remind the driver you're there. There's no harm in just seeing if they'll make a mistake, because it's a lot easier to get the place back.
Oh, indeed, as we watch Alistair Kirk here going up the inside of what is Max Wider for P10 overall in the GT3 class. He gets the move done. In fact, I would argue the Track Limit Racing driver there left the door very wide and open into toast. In fact, not pointing the car into corner apex. I think he respects the fact that Alistair Kirk is a bit out of position right now, and given the time remaining in this race, there's no need to fight. But I can tell you one thing, when you were saying earlier, Chris, about wound to pride for Anders Fies Ankersen, it is the case that Alistair Kirk as well, after it's gone wrong, and of course he's had to take that drive-through penalty. Having spoken to Alistair a number of times in other series, he's one of those drivers, when he gets it wrong, he really does feel a wound to his pride and wants to recover the race. But here we do look to a replay of one of our Porsches, and that's the number 148 car just putting a tyre, the rear left tyre, onto the grass going through Aqua Minerale, and that was Simon Bull in the Track Limit Racing at Porsche 911 GT3, getting it wrong, and he recovers in the end, but he's lost a lot of time and places along the way, and in fact dropping 3 places down to P9 overall in the GT3 class. He lost out there to what was Chris Van Duk from what was BSim Racing, also David Van Slambuck, and also I believe Simone Garau, and now he's got it all to do again as we look here to Stage 1 Racing's David Van Blamsbroek as he makes his way down towards what is Tamburello, and he'll take those places, but what he won't take, I think, is some pressure from his fellow Belgian countrymen behind.
No, you do wonder if there's an element of national pride at stake with those kind of moves, but I wonder if that's where we're going to start seeing more cars losing it into Aqua Minerale, because it's a very difficult corner, but it's one of those ones where you almost have to take the risk, because if you go through there slowly, you lose so much lap time. It is almost not worth not taking the risk. And just as our drivers start to get a bit more tired, the track conditions change a bit, maybe as it gets a bit darker, although I don't think we're really at any risk of that happening just yet. But certainly with the marbling, if you go ever so slightly offline, you're going to immediately find far less grip in these cars. So as this race goes on, I think we'll expect to see probably more cars losing it to Aqua Minerale. We certainly seem to be having more incidents there in the last 10 to 15 minutes than we had in the entire first 90 minutes of the race. But, you know, as we begin to lose more cars, it's in theory going to mean we have fewer incidents between different classes, because there's just, you know, there's less traffic on the field. So it's going to become almost less of a battle against each other and more of a battle against yourself, and how well can you keep these cars on the track.
Oh, indeed, it is the case. And with all endurance race, and it's said time and time again, I think it's even quoted in the movie Ford versus Ferrari at Le Mans 66, depending on which part of the world the movie was released in, it is the case that it's all about outlasting the race. It's not necessarily about racing to win, but you have to race to survive as well. And Imola, it's no exception here. This circuit is a very punishing one. The deeper you go into an endurance race, the much harsher it becomes, because this circuit, as we have talked about very early on in today's program, around the circuit, there's no real major runoff areas that are made of asphalt or tarmac. Most of it is grass. If you dip a wheel onto that grass under braking, alternatively whilst trying to turn into a corner, the car will completely go away from you. It's not the case that you've got a little bit of extra tarmac you can use, and therefore our drivers will be cognizant of that and be worrying about it. But what I think Van Blank right now will be worrying more about is the fact that if he continues with this momentum, he'll be breaking away from Chris Van Gucht, who the BSim Racing driver right now has Simon Bull, who's recovering after that moment earlier on, and he is getting very, very close in this battle for P8 and the GT3s. But as I roll one through, we look here to our race leader, our overall leader, Sean Campbell, who's come on in to take what we believe is his second stop. But meanwhile, going on past there, that's Justin Anea from Stage 1 Racing Senior GT, a car that has really been in the thick of the instance earlier on, and it is the case really now they're racing to recover. But then as we look from the pit lane back to the run to the auto chicane here, where it is the case that Van Gucht's still under that increasing pressure, and what will will not help him is the fact he's got one of the FTR machines, an FTR TCR car, which whilst he hasn't really caught it through the chicane, he's caught it on the exit, and that just loses him a little bit more time, and also means that he's got to compromise his run down into Ravazza. And at this point, I think, Chris, it's the case of the number 192 driver. He knows he's going to have to defend soon because that Porsche behind is getting larger and larger in his rearview mirror.
Well, it certainly is, but again, you've got to really assess if a car behind you is that much quicker, how much is it actually worth defending? Because Alistair Kirk in the RD SimSport car is less than 6 seconds down the road behind them, and Max Voider less than 9 seconds behind him as well. So, so we get very close there. We're going to go 4 wide into Tamburello. That seems like not a good idea. Although they've all just about managed it, so what do I know? But yeah, I think you've got to run your own race to an extent, because it's sort of the double jeopardy of, do you let people past and get sort of lost in the shuffle, or do you keep defending and lose time from defending constantly? And I think in this situation, it looks like Simon Ball's quite happy to just sort of run his own race, which I would say with 4¼ hours left to go, which bear in mind is longer than nearly every other race in this series, there's no need really to throw caution to the wind at this stage just yet.
Indeed, I would agree with you there, Chris. And I think Simon Ball may have just had a very slight heart-in-mouth moment when he broke his way down into Tamburello, particularly for the entry there. Because I'll be honest with you, based on the camera angle we had, I thought he was going to clip the rear of Van Gook. Not to say that Simon Ball didn't have it under control, but it just looked as though he went very late on the brakes on that very tight apex line, and it could have just been a bit of contact. But I think Ball, after dealing with that 4-wide situation, and well, it's the case they all made it on through, he's now got to try and get a little bit closer to the back of the BMW driver once again. But as they come charging down in towards Ravazza this time around, and it is the case, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why we're focusing so much on this battle at the moment, it is our closest battle on the circuit. It's a freeway battle effectively for P7 in the GT3 class overall, with Van Blambroek at the head in the red-yellow Ferrari, and at the rear of this battle is Simon Ball in that P9 position. Not the red-yellow Ferrari, my apologies, that's a Porsche there before anybody corrects me. I'll correct myself. It is the case, he makes his way on down there, running in more Ferrari-esque colours, you could say. It is the case, they come across that timeline and down towards Tamburello once again, and with 4 hours and 16 minutes still on the clock, these three right now going to have to really think about where they want to position themselves in this battle, going deeper and deeper into the race. Keeping in mind, they've all made 2 stops so far. They're all running based on their pace over the course of the race. None of them have been involved in incidents that have seen them fall out of position, but meanwhile, they are the best part of 6.6 seconds off of the Sakani Endurance Motorsport machine, piloted by Simone Garrel ahead. So they've all got to see where they can take this race. Can they take it closer to the top 6, or is the battle for P7 on at this time? That'll be the question we do have as they go charging on up the hill and on towards Piratella at this point. But again, with pit stops coming normally around every 45 minutes for our GT3s, Chris, it is the case here. They've recently taken stops, and now they've got about another 30 or 40 minutes before the next stop, as we're to understand it. I think right now they're all just trying to deliver those lap times and not really push it too hard, although I say that, and it looks as though Van Gook here is really pushing on.
Yeah, I've got 2 things I'm interested to highlight, one less important than the other, so we'll go with the less important first. Our top 4 drivers are all American at the moment, which I don't think we've had at all in this series ever. But more importantly, Sean Campbell, his first 2 pit stops, he's got 58 laps was his second stop. We're on lap 59, going on to lap 60 now. The next longest stopping GT3 stopped 6 laps earlier. So in just 2 pit stints, Sean Campbell has gained 6 laps minimum on the entire rest of the field in terms of his pit window. Now, if this carries on for the rest of the race, he may genuinely get a free pit stop out of it, as we see again heavy amounts of traffic with this battle, and again they're behaving well so far. But yeah, this is probably why these guys aren't able to feel safe, because look how hard they're battling.
Oh, indeed, and as they break the way down into Tamburello, they've got the car of Sven Demel ahead of them in the GT4s, and it is the case there that we can see that Chris Van Gook has lost out with the fact that Simon Ball positioned himself very well in the run down towards Tamburello, really tucking in behind the lead on the inside line, and as they all make their way into Villeneuve at this point, where it is okay, Simon Ball showing his initiative there and deciding to hang it behind the Stage 1 racing machine, but now we see a return move here from what is Van Gook as they make their way up the inside into Tosa, get the boot on, and oh goodness me, and Simon Ball gets on the power a bit too early there and puts the car into the wall. Now that is a mistake. Just as we were praising his initiative, he's gone and got it wrong.
Yeah, we're ashamed for him, but maybe that sort of justifies what we saw from some of the other cars earlier, where they took that slightly gentler approach. Slightly calmer heads prevailed, and that's the benefit of it, because again, it will be the drivers that have no incidents that finish higher up the field, not the drivers that are overall quickest, as we've already seen from James Armstrong's retirement, which is hard to believe was already 9 laps ago. It's absolutely flying by this race. But yeah, we've got a big battle here between the two Astons as we, come through Variante Outer. Again, another part of the circuit I'm surprised we've not seen more incidents at, but again, this might well be my formula bias showing, because with the extra weight of these GT cars, you can really hammer those curbs, and where you straight line that chicane, it just makes it that little bit easier on exit to get the power down without losing it. We have seen a few of the GT3 cars in particular really sort of squirrel away round the back there, but look how calm and comfortable and controlled these 3 cars all look on the field right now. With that GT3, maybe not, in fact, actually helping RD Sim Sport, just providing a bit of draft to get alongside the huge-ass car as we come along into Tamburello.
Indeed, as they charge their way down towards Tamburello, going on to another lap here. Anders Fies Ankerson, of course, under a bit of pressure to get the move done. They go 3 wide under braking, then that's the 148 car going very deep and missing its braking point, taking too much momentum in. But for Anders Fies Ankerson, all he'll be worried about is the fact he's just gained P3 in the GT4 class. And we should clarify, it is the case that we've got Antonio Alvarez behind the wheel of the huge-ass machine now, and not what is Sven Demel that we said only moments ago, so I do apologise for that. But as they roll on through here, we look to Simon Ball in the track limit race machine, and ever since that mistake coming out of Toaster a moment ago, and you can see the war wounds on the front of the car, it is the case as we take a look back here at what I believe was the overtake of 4th position. This was an absolutely brilliant piece of overtaking here in terms of positioning the car and hooking it very nice and tight behind the lead push and getting on past what was Chris Van Gucht at the time, and really the build-up to that. And we can see here it was the case that Alvarez at the time, the huge-ass driver, well, he had to simply back out here, and he backed up very early under braking, and that's what brought Anders Fies Ankerson into that battle, as you could see there, as they made the way out of Villeneuve on the previous lap. And that's what really built it up to this the battle that we saw on the live pictures only moments ago. And then this was the moment where Simon Ball got it all wrong after having that smart approach to take the place. He lost it all as we return to the live pictures here, and as we do, Simon Ball now goes chasing after Alistair Kirk, having lost multiple places, and he's got to worry about the fact with that wounded Porsche, he's got Max Voida behind in the track limit race in Ferrari, and you can imagine that the two of them may come together a bit later on if things continue in the direction they are. But as he heads to the timing line here, Chris, it is the case that I think we do have, in fact, that Ferrari behind us just coming to the pits. Could it be a signal for another set of pit stops, or perhaps they're a little bit out of sequence here, given the fact that it's not too far away since we've had our last set of pit stops?
I do wonder what that is all about. I'm just going to check to see there's not been any stewarding announcements for them there. I don't believe track limits don't have anything to take there, so I wonder if they've perhaps got a bit of damage. We'll have to see how long they're stopped for. I mean, currently they've only been stopped in their box for 20 seconds, so that could well be a normal pit stop. Maybe, again, we saw this in the previous round, some of the GT3 cars did decide to do their splash and dash mid-race, because there is an advantage to taking yourself out of, we see how much time the 3 or 4 drivers in that pack were potentially losing by fighting each other. Sometimes it is actually just a good idea to take that early pit stop, really early pit stop, dump yourself into a bit of clean air, get some clean laps through. You can really make up some time with some smart strategizing like that. It is just one of those things where you do need to have an intelligent spotter behind you to do that. So we'll have to sort of, we could well be speculating. I mean, Max Voida was stopped for 47 seconds in the end, so that that's not a very helpful amount of time. That could well be a small amount of fuel and a tyre change. That could have been some damage and some fuel. We'll have to just ask them and see if they're willing to give away their strategy to the entire rest of the field, which I suspect they won't, quite understandably. So it's one of those interesting things that will only be answered by us watching the race.
Oh, indeed. But as the race goes on here and we get closer and closer to the end of the second out, let's give you a recap of the standings from top to bottom as they currently stand and the story behind the standings. It is the case our overall leader at the moment, going on to his 64th lap, is Sean Campbell in the RSR by butt kicker FTR Porsche 911 as he makes his way on through. And really, after what was a strong start lineup on that front row alongside James Armstrong from the Brabham eSports team, it is the case that RSR by butt kicker FTR's Sean Campbell has been been delivering. Did a huge amount of fuel saving on his first stint and has continued to really outlap everybody in terms of the number of laps applied to his stints. He's now onto his third stint here and is leading by a margin of 20 seconds. It is the case then in P2. In the meantime, we have the Alpine Stars geodesic racing machine as piloted by Graham D. Sanders, who's took over the car since their second pit stop, and right now they're really the best of the rest here after running closely at the start with Bram eSports and RSR by butt kicker FTR. It is the case that we did see the retirement of Bram eSports, and therefore it's the Alpine Stars geodesic racing who have really picked up the pieces here in the hunt for that second place. And whilst they are currently 20 seconds off our leader, let's not count them out of their potential to win here. It is the case they've been showing great consistency, and their story is continuing from earlier on in the season. Meanwhile, in third place, we have James Richards here, piloting the Atlantic Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, and as he makes his way through Tosa, it is the case he is the best part of 28 seconds off of second place, but 15 seconds clear of fourth place. And again, Atlantic Motorsport, whilst they've been in the wars to a degree, they have been involved in a couple of incidents, a bit of contact. They haven't been found guilty of any wrongdoing so far, unless my memory doesn't serve me correctly, and instead as they make the way down through what is Aqua Minerale here, running a good race. Although I say that, and as soon as I say it, it's the commentator's curse that hits. They go a little bit deep there into Aqua Minerale and straight line onwards, and thankfully bring it back on circuit. They won't want to keep making that mistake. And also we should point out the most places gained in the GT3 class since the start. They have gained 8 places in this race, and that goes to show you how much Atlantic Motorsport, whilst they had a difficult qualifying session, have had a very, very strong race so far. Then in P4 behind them, we have Prismatic Motorsports Athena as piloted by Cass Silliman right now, and it is the case the Athena team doing very well in this race and have really been gunning for the top 5 so far. Now up to P4, of course, with the retirements and the shuffling that we've had with incidents, but they're pushing on and have been running a very consistent race, having gained the place earlier on from their rivals, and are now just trying to keep it on the slow and steady in terms of chasing down that third place. And they've gained 4 seconds from Atlantic Motorsports only moments ago, and in completing our top 5 at this point, we do have Antti Tuominen, the Finn, in that P5 position running around. And here is Tuominen right now in the 49 Magenta machine. And as they make the way down towards what is Ravatsa here, it has been a bit of a difficult race for the 49 team in the fact that they've had a couple of moments out on circuit where they've lost some time, and other moments where they've had some great battles as well. And really, they were sticking it with the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team for some time, but in the end, lost the advantage and dropped down to P5, and are now focusing on really starting to build up some more momentum, and they'll need to soon, because then we look to our P6 team of what is Sakani Endurance Motorsport here, and the team who are leading in the GT3 AM class at the moment, P6 overall. Sakani have been doing a fantastic job since the start of this race, and they haven't gained any places. It is the case they started P6 and they've stayed there, but they've been the fastest of our AMs so far and have really been delivering lap after lap, and they just have not put a foot wrong here as they roll the way on through and up towards what is the Villeneuve chicane. And then in P7, we do have behind them and chasing just shy of 4 seconds off at this point, Stage 1 Racing, as piloted by David van Blambroek right now. And it is the Belgian driver here, being involved in a battle for this P7 with the Sim Racing, as piloted by Chris van Gut behind. You can see them both sharing the camera, and a little bit further back, we've also got what is RD Sim Sports, Alistair Kirk getting in the pursuit, but focusing on Stage 1 Racing here. They haven't been the fastest in the battle for P7, but they have been the most consistent and the smartest in terms of holding the place, and that's what's keeping them there. But behind, we've got B-Sim Racing's Chris van Gut right now, and ever since taking over that car, the BMW M4 driver has been putting that pressure on the P8 driver here as he makes his way on through and up the hill. But in doing so, it is the case he's charging up towards Alter at this point, and whether he can gain that position or not, that is the question. Time and time again, he has been thwarted. But speaking of thwarted here, I think there could be a battle for P6 coming. But behind them, in this case, we have RD Sim Sports' Alistair Kirk here, who haven't had to go for a drive-through penalty due to contact earlier on with another team. It is the case that Alistair Kirk really on a recovery drive right now, and the RD Sim Sport driver is flying. He is the third fastest driver out on circuit right now. The only drivers who are faster are our race leader and our third place drivers. It is the case, otherwise he is absolutely flying. You can imagine why he wants to get back into that top 5. He feels that's where the car should be for RD Sim Sport. And in completing the top 10, we have Simon Ball here running P3 in our GT3 AMS, and it is the case the Track Limit Racing Porsche 911 team right now, after a difficult moment coming out of Tosa where we thought there was an absolutely brilliant move on. It is the case they're now recovering with a damaged car, and you can see that damage on the front left side of the car as they make the way onto what is lap number 66. Behind them in P11, we have Mark de Boer, who are running in P11 at this time. Running a solid race, to be fair, though. He's got the pressure now of what is that FTR machine behind, albeit thankfully for him, the FTR eSports machine that's piloted by Jackson Lowry is a lap down. So it is a case that Jackson Lowry is just trying to unlap himself, and I can imagine that Mark de Boer is going to be quite obliging here, although I say that they are getting very close together heading in towards Villeneuve, and I think Lowry is waiting more for that start-finish line run rather than doing anything over the top here as they make the way up towards Dosa. But it's P11 for Sim Racing Grid M4, and then in P12 at the moment trying to catch up, we've got Ivo Linden here, the Stage 1 Racing Green driver, who in the BMW M4 of his own, really at this point in time. Stage 1 Racing Green haven't had a difficult race. They've switched to this car for this round and onwards, as we covered earlier on the show, and it is a case that they're trying to make the M4 work, having gone from the Porsche, and so far, has it been a successful switch? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but 2 hours and a qualifying session into today, we could say it's mixed fortunes so far, and we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the 4 hours tell the story. We then have in P13, unlucky for some, but perhaps not for Scania, it is Roberto Di Filippis here, who having had a good start to his stint here, it is the case he's taken over, and the Italian is pushing on with a 4-second advantage over JD Sim Racing 76. We look to the P14 team very shortly, and when we do it, we will see that it's the Czechoslovakian driver here of Lucas Pravesnik, who is driving it, and it is the case that JD Sim Racing have had a very difficult race. They were running well, but they've lost a lot of pace in this Ferrari. Also, a couple of incidents and difficulties with traffic have really cost them, and they now find themselves in P14 and really trying to get back into the hunt as he makes his way down. And then we look to P15's Jackson Lowry for FTR Esports here, coming into the pits for a scheduled stop, and that's perhaps why he didn't go for the move earlier on at Mark de Boer. And then to complete what is our runners on the top 2 laps is the case we have Justin Nair here, the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT driver and Stage 1 Racing Senior GT, of course having those 2 penalties back to back early on in the opening half an hour of the race, which was a drive-through penalty and also a stop and go penalty. It is the case they're down in P16 and they find themselves trying to recover what they can out of the race distance. But then handing it over to yourself, Chris, we now look to our GT4 pack, starting with our P17 driver.
Yeah, and of course it's the sort of business as usual there, I think it's fair to say, with Daniel Muth in the Deutsche Payment Death Omen. They have been leading pretty much the entire race, although compared to some races, not quite as healthy a lead as they are used to, with Dorian Tabachnik, who has been in the Brabham Esports Blue, I believe, for all 2 hours so far, just 7 seconds down the road, and indeed they managed to pit 2 laps later, so there's a bit of an advantage for them to still be held there. And then we come down into 3rd place. We saw them make an overtake not too many laps ago. Anders Theis Ankersen for RD Simsport 258. They are currently holding into 3rd place. They've gained 5 spots, in fact, from their starting qualifying position of 8. So this has been an incredibly good drive from the RD Simsport team so far. But of course, we've still got 4 hours to go, and they occupy the final podium space. And that overtake they pulled about 10 minutes ago was on the huge ass team, currently being piloted by Antonio Alvarez, and they're sort of running their own race at this point. Oh, excuse me. As they have pretty much 10-second gaps both in front and behind them, with Alistair Catchpole back into the Effect Esports car in 5th, having taken over from Tim Darracott, I believe, who took over the first couple of hours of the race in the Effect car. Again, it sort of has spread out quite comfortably now into this TCR field. Top 5 all currently Aston Martins, with the only Porsche being piloted by Robbie McAfee for backmarker Racing Orange. So I guess the small solace for them will be that they are at least P1 for their manufacturer in class. But they are themselves 16 seconds behind Effect and 13 seconds ahead of 49 Motorsports Magenta, who've had a very quiet race towards the back of the GT4 field so far. They're in 7th place. They're down 1 from their qualifying spot of 6th. And again, not much to fight for at this moment. This is very much in that holding pattern that Seb was talking about an hour ago with Trevor Anderson for D-Line Racing. They are still on the lead lap as it stands, with Deutsche Payment not too far behind them on the track. So our entire running field of GT4s is still all on the same lap, which is good to see, especially when we haven't had a safety car. And we have had the 1 retirement on the first lap. Alex Marsh-King for the FTR Esports GT4 yellow team. very bad luck for that team. They do seem to get involved in early incidents almost every single race, and it's a shame we've not been able to see more of them in the Sim 3D GT series. And we can move on to the TCR field. Stephen Walkup for Brabham eSports Blue. They're up 5 places from where they started, and they've currently got a pretty healthy 6-second lead in the Hyundai. But we'll have to obviously see what goes on. They've had reasonably close battles at least 40 minutes ago with the other cars currently occupying the podium in their field. Jack Stiles is driving the Orbit Motorsport Mars car. They are the team 6 seconds down. They qualified on pole. They're still within touching distance of the lead, and in fact they did pit 1 lap later, so again they've got potentially that slight advantage for the pit stops. They are also the only 2 teams, no, I beg my pardon, they are certainly the fastest team in terms of overall lap time. The only team to go below a 154.9, where they've done a 154.86. So again, look out for the raw pace of that Orbit car. They do seem to have the slight edge, but they do not have their track position currently. Just 2.5 seconds down the road, Ryan Chevalier in the other FTR eSports car in the TCR Hyundai. And they're another team that have lost 1 position so far, but again, when you're only 10 seconds behind the lead, I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world. And then the last of our TCRs within touching distance of the podium, James Carr in the Track Limit Racing TCR. They are half a minute behind the top 3, but they have made up 3 places, having qualified at the back of the field, and they are the only Audi. So again, bragging rights for them. There is a huge gap back where we've had incidents for the rest of the 7-car field. George Mackay in the Prismatic Minerva car, they are a lap down. They are in 5th overall, which is where they started. Of course, I wouldn't say it's far from over. I mean, again, all it will take is a safety car with a potential wave round, and they could be back on the lead lap. So let's not discount Mackay or their teammates yet. However, I would say for Neil Ferrier in the RD Sim Sports 3 car, they are another lap down, so it's looking not particularly promising for the rest of their race. But equally, it's still 6th place overall. That's still decent points, and there's plenty of teams who haven't been able to make it tonight that they will be able to build an advantage over, including, of course, the other RD Sim Sports car. And the only other TCR we had this evening was Driveline Sim Sport, who unfortunately had to retire on lap 46. Having qualified P3, they will be bitterly disappointed, because it did look at one stage like they would be able to fight for the win, but alas, they've not had a chance. And we can go back to this GT3 battle, which is still raging on.
Oh, indeed. But as we go back to this GT3 battle, we also bring back into the commentary box, I should say, Tim Cox. He left us earlier on, just as we're about to go race, and he returns. Tim, you've been watching from the sidelines whilst everything's been going on. It's been fast and frantic racing all the way through. But in the GT3s in particular, this close battle does not seem to want to end anytime soon.
Well, Paul, I think realistically, it's just been standard FTR, really. It's no different to what we see there in the rounds. Action from the green flag right through to the checkered orbit. We're not, quite at the checkered yet, just creeping inside 4 hours left remaining, 2 hours of racing completed. But, wow, thanks very much for your time, and well-deserved brew, I think, on the way through yourself. Dipping in with a biscuit at all?
I'll have to see what biscuits are in the cupboard. I'll break into the emergency hobnobs, but folks at the 34 car, they're getting it very wrong.
Yeah, that's David Van Slambrook of Stage 1 Racing down at Tamburello, and that's a heavily crabbing BMW in front of them. I'm just trying to clock who that is. That is the 191. Is that no, it's not multiple. That is,
I think it's Van Gucht.
I think it is,
Sim Racing.
Chris. Yeah. So something has happened to them out on track. We'll see if we can try and get you a replay of that, but that is in a horrific shape. And I'll tell you what, I think it might be a bit of contact with Van Sandberg, because his front right corner is not looking healthy. I don't know if you guys can see that, but well, Paul, we'll let you go. Just as it's all happening now as you're about to head off, but yeah, we'll see you in a few hours' time.
Indeed. Well, do enjoy, guys, and enjoy those of you tuning in. Plenty of racing still to come.
Chris, this is... do you know what? My hat is completely taken off. My cap is doffed to Chris Van Gucht right now, B-Sim, because the way he's able to still maintain some pace, and trying to bring that car home, which is in horrific shape. I mean, it's tank slapping and trying to kill him at every inch of the track that he's passing. And I think, well, you see Van Slambrook there. He's not getting away from him, so clearly he's suffering with some damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just taken Variante Alta better than I can in a fully healthy BMW GT3. But I wouldn't want to be a steward right now because they do have rules in place about you're not meant to drive a damaged car back to the pits. I do, but if I'm remembering the rule book correctly. Now, I would say he's broadly on pace, so it's not awful, but we have had to, you know, we've seen one GT4 have to unlap itself, and you think if you're in the other classes, you're not going to be particularly impressed if you see that, because you think, well, this has nothing to do with me, and it's going to massively compromise my race if you get that even slightly wrong. But let's not criticise some absolutely supreme car control for nearly an entire lap with a car clearly not willing to get round normally. So, Tim, let's have a look and see how that happened.
So there's Van Slambrook up the inside. He just loses it, and there we go. Contact in the background as the cameraman's trying to skip around there. We'll see if we can bring you a different angle of that way. Here we go. Hopefully this will show us a bit more. So there we go, on Van Slambrook. And we're going to see behind us. There you go. There was the big contact. Wow. I was only saying a few seconds ago, wasn't I, Chris? Drama from the green flag through to the checkered, and we're not wrong there whatsoever. And wow, I mean,
if I can give any sort of consolation to B-Sim Racing in particular, as the sort of, they've done nothing wrong there and they've been quite badly victimised, is at least they were only stopped for 54 seconds. I presume, therefore, either they've got the world's most efficient mechanics or they've used their fast repair. And broadly speaking, that was just about within the pit window. So no harm, no foul, maybe.
Well, yeah, you could almost say it was like time to perfection. I mean, they've lost a fair old chunk of time. Well, they're having to, well, I would say crawl back to the pits. It was anything really but that, but I think that's them just ahead. Yes, that is. I mean, this is depressing, really. So they were sort of half locked in a battle right now with, well, previously with Sakanya, who we're currently seeing on your screen right now. And Sakanya are coming up onto the rear end of them. There you go. You can just see the BMW ahead of us of B-Sim. So in the process of them just minding their own business, the innocent bystander and all that, and they have, well, they've gone, and it's really transformed their race. I mean, if there's a team out there desperate for a safety car, well, I think it would have been one of them to try and bring themselves right back into contention. But I'll tell you what, this battle for 6th place is really hotting up between Sakanya in the Lamborghini, RD in the BMW. You see from the banners across the top of the windscreens denoting the different classes, Sakanya, obviously your leader in the AM category, trying to keep at bay one of the pro cars right now. I mean, it's been a faultless drive. I don't dare wish the curse of the commentator onto Scania, but I mean, they haven't really put a foot wrong, and they're not just running strongly in class, they're also running strongly overall in GT3 as a whole.
So, I mean, you can say that for quite a few of our GT3 AM drivers. So I know there's been tentative discussions, at least amongst the commentary team before, about some of these GT3 AM drivers we think are perhaps too proficient to be called amateurs and not pros. But equally, you know, there is an overall GT3 standing, so we can almost ignore the distinction in that sense. But no, this has been, and again, I really hope I'm not cursing it, this has been a very sensible drive from the entire Scania Endurance team. They've, you know, we saw them earlier having a good fight with Elise Main in the Prismatic Athena car. And yeah, I mean, I know they're now 30 seconds up the road, the Prismatic team, but again, maybe it's fair enough to say they're not necessarily in the same race, but it's still on the track and still on the lead lap. I believe, although nearly not actually, because I believe Sean Campbell is right behind us here. Yeah, that is actually him just coming through. So that is probably the one person on the track not hoping for a safety car, because the clear advantage he currently has, it really is impressive driving. I'm surprised we haven't seen him typing in Discord just yet, although I'm sure he wants to wait another 3 hours before he starts risking the race.
So I'll tell you what, it's really hotting up between these pair right now. It's just one of your closest battles out on track, and I see FTR in TCR into the pits. These two are getting, well, closer and closer. They're going to both got the jumper place. We've got the Atlantic Motorsports Lamborghini into the pit. Well, they're already into the pits, as you see. RD bail out. They have dived in. Sicania go deeper and further than the cars around them. This is inspired stuff from them. They're just... you sort of reach this stage, don't you, Chris, where you're leading by such a margin that you don't need to take risks, and inadvertently it actually ends up making you quicker because you don't need to gamble and you can afford to conserve tyres, conserve fuel, etc. And ironically, in doing so, it just seems to make you quicker and quicker. Your lead at the front just seems to keep growing.
Yeah, it's. I've talked about it before. My opinion on that is that the effect compounds. Once you've got that bit of a gap, you don't have to take big risks. You can you calm down a bit more because you're not constantly pushing at 100%. And weirdly enough, when you're only at sort of 99%, you actually end up driving more proficiently because you're calmer. You make more rational decisions, and so much about lapping traffic is about making smart decisions. We've done on boards before with, I think it's Sean Campbell we've seen, certainly James Armstrong's another, where we just watch a driver lapping traffic and you can sort of see them adjust their lines a corner or two before so that they catch, for the GT3s, the best thing to do is to catch the other classes just after they put the power down on the exit of the previous corner, because it gives them a nice long straight to power out through. No one has to make any late decisions under braking, and they can, if they're lucky, get back on line ready for next corner. But you can't obviously always achieve that if you've got a car half a second behind you within class. As that's Simon Garral coming in for his pit lane, so the GT3 pit window very much open now.
Yes, indeed. 49 Motorsports there in the pits as well. We've got the other Sicania car, the BMW, that's just heading out of the pits. Simgrid as well. Orbit from TCR, they're heading down pit lane just trying to find their pit box. A long old pit lane here, isn't it, at Imola? At least it always feels like that to me, Chris. I don't know about yourself.
I guess it is, because it's it's quite a long straight, but I think it's almost deceptive because it's not a straight, as it were. And because it's not like, say, for example, Silverstone, where you're actually cutting off the last three corners by going into the pits, which helps a bit in terms of saving your time. You don't get that here. Maybe if we use the alternate layout they used in early noughties F1, where they had the chicane just before the final straight, that might well help the pitters a bit. But of course, it is the same for everyone. So as long as they're sort of factoring that in.
Oh, Chris, it's a change of position, isn't it? Because
that's
RD.
Yeah.
They've managed, in the round of pit stops, they've managed to jump Sicania. So I'll tell you what, Alistair kept putting in a great outlap there to get that done in spectacular fashion. I mean, let's have just having a bit of a look at the lap times, Chris. I mean, you're setting the similar sort of pace to, well, what the leaders were on their outlap. So that is a real sterling performance from him in the BMW. Get the jump on, well, overall a position, but still no change in class, of course, with Scania and Lamborghini being in the category, and obviously your leader in said category, as that's at stage one, just heading out of the pits. They're going to come out in 13th place. So we've also got our leaders in TCR in Brabham eSports there into the pits with Track Limit Racing. They're just in their pit box too, and that looks like they're going to come out. So what are they? Because I tell you what, Bass isn't too far behind. He's just coming out of Ravazza, isn't he? So I tell you what, he's going to pick up at least one place because Track Limit are still stationary. Now, where are Brabham? Well, they're just coming on the pit exit, but Orbit are going to be carrying a lot more pace and momentum. But down in Tamburella, and they are ahead because that's where Orbit are currently out on track. Well, that is move definitely held onto by Brabham. Keeping in the lead right now. It's a bit of a bumble across the curves there. Tell you what, track limit. Still stationary, Chris. I wonder if they're fixing a bit of damage, or it's a bit close for them. But they're off, and there we go. They're off and running once more. Stationary for 1 minute and 10 seconds, whereas all the competitors around about the 40-second mark. So clearly fixing a bit of damage. It's got Prismatic heading out as well in the pit lane. A perennial hive of activity down in pit row, Chris.
It just seems like a couple of the classes' pit windows have coincided with each other. But again, I'm really interested to see just how much of an advantage Sean Campbell can eke out in terms of his laps. So we've already seen him gain 6 laps worth of time over the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing team and the Prismatic Motorsports car. Sanders in the Geodesic has just pitted as we say that. So let's see in half a lap's time if Cass Silliman's going to follow him in there as well, and then let's see just how many extra laps Sean Campbell has eked out, because he is really getting into quite absurd advantage territory here. He's it's almost what you wonder, do we have Sean in GT3 Pro and then put everyone else in GT3 Am? Would that perhaps be a slightly fairer distinction looking at the lap times of the GT3 field currently?
Just seeing the Prismatic car there, Chris, the TCR. That's Lilac Zaya coming on board for them. Just running a bit wide there. There's been a few micro scourges, I think, off on track. So what's happened to our leader? Ooh, it's just ahead of us there. I think, is that Christopher Cook there, just having a bit of a moment, really unsettling Grau in for Sicania. Let's see what happened to Cook, and the feeling just runs it in a bit too deep. Let's take a look in the FTR TCR. There we go, caught the curb on the inside, Chris, and just settled the car, but the beauty of front wheel drive, just hitting the throttle and it brings the front end back around, and really easy to save.
Yeah, and I think that's, to me, that's exactly why I like to see that strip of grass on the outside of a corner rather than just tarmac like we saw in the F1 at Paul Ricard last weekend. Just because it's nice to actually punish drivers for their mistakes, but not punish them so hard that their race is done, like if that had been a gravel trap, for example, potentially sending them into the wall. But yeah, I think we're going to start to see more and more drivers make mistakes at Aqua Minerale, just where it's a corner you need to carry so much speed through on a lap-by-lap basis, but you are taking a huge risk every time you do so. And in fact, Silliman did indeed pit on the same lap, and I believe he's going to come out pretty comfortably in 4th. This is, I believe, as it stands, and I'm not sure why I'm saying as it stands, because we're 3 hours 40 away from the finish, but this would be Prismatic's highest finish of the season so far, which is very good going for a team that last year we did see challenging for podiums and race victories, so it's good to see a return to form for the Prismatic Athena team.
It is cracking to see. Of course, they were piloted by a single driver last season. That was Emily Howe in the car, who we haven't really seen until this round, and they've struggled a little bit in qualifying, but they've really started to progress under racing conditions. They're at 3 places so far. And also, I think there's a little bit, you know, where Armstrong and Campbell have come on board to the championship. They've sort of elevated up that top category, and they're fighting to get onto the podium. Obviously, Alpine Star Geodesic and a new team as well that have just, you know, really raised the bar. And right now, you know, Prismatic they've got to grind out these victories, you know, even to get out onto the podiums. It's become a real challenge for them. But as we've said time and time again, Chris, and it'll be no different whatsoever. You know, all it takes is one safety car, and it brings the whole field right back together again. Campbell's current lead of 1 minute and 10 seconds, which is pretty much just over half a lap. It will be eradicated, and all that hard work undone in the blink of the eye. We saw it at Montreal early in the season. We saw it at Spa last season. I mean, that was real drama right until the very finish, with a late safety car in that one that really threw the cat amongst the pigeons. Different pit strategies came into play because of it. It just literally, it's like the perennial snow globe, isn't it? You give it a good shake and all the bits just go up in the air and then somehow just eventually settle back down, and you find out what the outcome is after it.
Exactly, and I mean, I don't ever wish for drivers to DNF, but the nice thing about James Armstrong and Bradman eSports having to retire is that it does open up that podium a bit more, in that we're going to see some other faces on the podium, because mostly when they've been around, it's been Sean Campbell and James Armstrong. And again, like, we're lucky to see two drivers at the very top of their abilities race for us. And again, like, what Sean Campbell's doing on his own today is impressive, but it's a shame we're not going to see that fight between the two of them. But equally, it's nice to see Geodesic and Atlantic, especially Atlantic, because I know Paul pointed out earlier, they've made up 8 places so far in the GT3 field. That's pretty good going for the strength of the field, and the fact we have only had 3 retirements, and 2 of them, Track Limit Racing and Prismatic Minerva, they weren't exactly troubling the podiums in the GT3 field, although again, they're both amateur teams, so perhaps it's unfair of me to say it like that. But Tim, we've got a battle between 2 different GT4s here.
We have, Chris, and that is back marker trying to head up the inside as they pin it right around the outside. That is the move done. And the Aussie, McAfee, getting himself in front of the 49 Motorsports Aston, and, well, couldn't have asked for much more better. A GT3 into Villeneuve, in between the params, going to allow for that gap to grow. We head down towards Tozer right now. Onto the brakes. Wow, that was a little bit close for comfort from McAfee. He's almost there into the rear end of... that is the... I've had a complete blank now, Chris. In GT3, that's BSIM, isn't it? Been very, very close for that one, but got away with it and managed to extend the gap out. Now 8 tenths clear already of 49 Motorsports as our leaders are in. Deutsche Payment and RD Simsport. Well, pit boxes right next to one another, coming down off the jacks there. As you see Brabham, Effect, Huge Ass all heading through. Chris, nice to see a bit of action out of the track. It's reached that halfway point where it's just a bit lull, all calming down. You know, pit windows happening, so you've got a lot of drivers in there for all of the classes.
It looks to me like Brabham eSports Blue and Effect eSports are both lapping. Well, they both set their own fastest laps of the race, so they're probably going to come in this lap, because I suspect they're on very low fuel right now. But they are lapping ever so slightly quicker than Deutsche Payment and RD Simsport were. So I wouldn't. I think Effect are too far behind. It might be worth keeping an eye on Brabham eSports Blue just to see after they pit just how close they actually are to the Deutsche Payment team. Although, again, Deutsche Payment did not exactly have a sloppy stop. They were stopped for 44.12 seconds, which is broadly on a par with everyone else in this window and the previous. And it looks to me, Tim, like the track is actually developing a bit of pace, because Sean Campbell has just set a purple sector 2 in the GT3 class. So, well, yeah, there's clearly with the track temperatures coming down, the track is at its ideal state so far.
You can see the track temperature in the bar across the top of the screen in the top right corner of it. Down to 36 degrees right now Celsius. Now during qualifying it was up at 48, 49, hovering around that sort of mark and fluctuating a little bit. But it is coming down. The track's becoming more and more grippy out there. As Hugh Jass, they are in to the pits from 3rd place in class. And where are Deutsche Payment? There they are, just coming down into the that's into Ravazza, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. They're going to reclaim that place. Leader just heading past them. Leader overall, that is the RSR by butt kick at Porsche 911. It's Ben Kelly McCauley, the Irishman, pushing on, trying to cement a place on the podium for Deutsche Payment. It's where I tell you what, where are back marker? They are into the pits. Back marker are. So they've got, and that's 49 Motorsports have carried on, so they're running a bit deeper than the Porsches. Still stationary a Hugh Jass, and it's a really interesting dynamic developing in GT4. Has been pretty much all race long. So there is a close battle. Now this is, well, they're close out on track. It's not necessarily for track position because the 49 Motorsports Aston, just behind the RD Sim Sports Aston, is yet to pit. Obviously, RD have just come out of the pit lane. It's heading up towards Carousella. I mean, Chris, just in terms of the track temperatures dropping down right now, what does that sort of do to the track?
Well, it's with the cooler temperatures, it's nicer on the tyres in the long term, and I do actually wonder to what extent have these teams factored that into their decision making in terms of when to take tyres, because is it worth only double stinting at the start of the race when the track temperatures are higher and therefore it's a bit more brutal on the tyres? Because then you can potentially triple stint a bit easier later in the race, especially where there's fewer cars on the track, so you're having to do less overtaking, so you're going offline less potentially. But equally, on the other hand, sometimes it's worth getting that triple stint out of the way when you know you're going to be more compromised, so you're driving slower anyway. But yeah, with the temperatures coming down, it's going to be better for tyre temperatures as well, as would stand to reason. The flip side of that would be is if you change tyres and then come out the pit lane, I think the difference in grip level as you come out is potentially going to catch a few drivers out into Tamburello. Now, we have already seen, I believe it was one of the RD Simsport cars in the TCR field. I'm sure it was them going off into Tamburello, as we see another RD Simsport take a lot of curb into Tamburello. So, obviously, the RD team not fans of Tamburello, or at least not fans of taking on the racing line. But no, it's going to get cooler and cooler. It is going to make it more treacherous offline as well, because as we said as well, the marbles and the dust are going to build up. And as soon as you go offline and onto those marbles, it's just going to take away even more of that grip. So while the tyre life might get better, you are going to have to be even more careful. And again, these drivers are going to get physically and mentally more tired. And that's just going to make it just that little bit harder for them to keep going on track without making mistakes. And again, watch out for Aqua Minerale for drivers that are pushing too hard. This is going to be the danger zone.
Certainly is. Gap battle starting to emerge right now in GT3 AM. This is for the last place in the podium in the class. You see the Porsche there, Track Limit Racing. Greg Molnar currently on board for them. And B-Sim in the BMW. Lloyd Lamole hunting them down. That gap down to 6/10 of a second. Largely helped by that long start-finish. Well, straight if you can dare call it, but I'll tell you what, Lamole has had a real big switch there into Tamburello. And that's the lad, the gap just opened up again. In fact, he's lost about half a second. They made that 6/10 of a second. That's a big old amount of time to lose, isn't it, Chris?
Really is. And again, that's the thing drivers will have to consider is it's all well and good if you're pushing hard and gaining that maybe 2 or 3 extra tenths of a second a lap. Yeah, that's great if you can do that for 4, 5, 6 hours. But if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you're wiping out all of the advantage you would have gained anyway. If you know that you can lap 2 or 3 tenths of a lap slower, but guarantee that means you won't make any mistakes, it is so much more worth driving that way. And I mean this again with the greatest of respect. That's why we've seen our commentary friend Seb, when he's driven for Backmarker Racing, that's why we've seen him so high up in the grid. He's not, I wouldn't say, again, he's quicker than me, so I don't know why I'm slagging him off like this, but he's not the quickest driver on the grid, but he's so much more consistent than a lot of drivers on the grid, and that's why they've had quite good results when he's been in the car. And then now I'm basically just for no reason insulting his teammates by extension as well. So I'm gonna keep stripping for a bit. But basically, the gist of it is, it's better for you to just relax and drive nice and calm, and almost not worry about the other drivers, because as we saw earlier, James Armstrong, if you're pushing at 100%, you better hope you can do that lap after lap after lap, because all it takes is one minor error and your race is done.
All it takes is that one mistake, doesn't it? And all of a sudden it starts to become undone in the blink of an eye. There's another close battle happening out on track. Is the last two cars currently still running in GT4. 49 Motorsport and D-Line, and just a bit of traffic coming around them right now. That's going to just ease into Eric Briggs of 49 Motorsports. It's, well, comfort zone right now. Allow that gap just to open up a bit. Well, I say open up a bit. I mean, the gap between the pair of them was around about 2 tenths in the space of, what, 2 corners, Chris? I think that's already up to 1.7 seconds, so 1.5 seconds. And this is the beauty and the beast, as it were, of multi-class racing, where traffic can play absolute dividends for you in terms of a maneuver that you're trying to make over a competitor that you're currently battling with, or it could really feel like, you know, well, what was the point in me doing all that hard work? I'm back to square one, or even further back. You know, it's even worse for you.
We've talked quite a lot about how the faster classes will look at the traffic ahead of them and they'll adjust their driving style to make sure they overtake at the right time. You can do that as a slower car as well. You can look in your rear view mirror or look at your relative, or preferably if you've got a spotter. In fact, you can really tell if a team's using a spotter effectively or not based on how that slower car deals with the traffic. And I know we've seen in, I believe it was the previous season at Watkins Glen, saw quite a serious incident coming up the S's on the back straight, where, yes, technically the slower class did nothing wrong, but if they just kept to one side, they would have been able to carry on racing rather than get smashed into pieces by a GT3, if my memory serves me correctly. And it's the same thing, not necessarily with these two cars here, but it might be worth them thinking, well, are there any GT3s behind? Should I defend heavily here, or should I just let them through? It is a very difficult thing to get right, and I wouldn't want to be Ed Cookstress right now, having to deal with Eric Briggs right behind. And then, I mean, they're fine for GT3s for now, but I believe the Stage 1 Racing Green isn't too far down the road. I think we can see it in the background there. Ivo Linden currently piloting that, and yeah, if he catches them at the wrong time, it could lead either to a change in position or potentially an incident. And it does look like they're going to catch Aqua Minerale, which if I'm Ivo Linden, I'm not going to be particularly amused that this has happened. I mean, it's nobody's fault, but look how much time he's losing, and thank goodness he's doing the sensible thing. But again, because he's caught there, if he'd maybe realised that was happening, he could have got a far better exit out of Aqua Minerale and potentially have cleared both cars here. In fact, I reckon if that had been Sean Campbell, I reckon that's what he could have done.
I'll tell you what, up until just as they entered into Alta there, the traffic had worked out absolutely beautiful for 49 Motorsports, because they'd gone from having D-Line only 2 tenths behind them, they're now 2.2 seconds clear of them, but also it backed back marker right up, and you can see, well, they're back onto the tail end again, despite losing a little bit of time there to Ivo Linden of Stage 1, but it's worked out an absolute, well, they couldn't have hoped for a better set of traffic, really. They've got away from the car behind them and then closed up right onto the back of the car in front of them, all within the space of a few corners. It's, thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that. And just having a bit of a look in terms of pit strategy right now, Chris. You can see it on the graphic on the top left corner when the drivers last stopped. Campbell, lap 58, so he is due to stop again, but I mean, they're currently on lap 88. Everyone else pretty much in GT3 has pitted, so again, really extending his stops. It's you know, his stints here. It's a big mammoth effort, isn't it? It's a fuel saving going in right now, and still hold on to the lead as well. Let's not forget.
It really is incredible what he's doing. I mean, it's almost taking the mickey at this point. So this will be a 31 lap stint, assuming he comes in on this lap. And I mean, if he's not at a certain point, I have to wonder, what have his mechanics done to the fuel tank? Because this is clearly an order of magnitude better than anyone else. I mean, you can see he's got more than a minute gap, and he does come in this lap. So he is human, just very, very superhuman. But yeah, he's going to come out reasonably comfortably ahead of Graham Sanders in the Geodesic Racing car, who themselves have actually built quite a comfortable gap over Atlantic Motorsport. So the podium's looking reasonably solid so far, but we've said all race long, you know, there's still 3.5 hours or just under to go. So easy for someone to go wrong. And
This,
another fight here, GT3,
yeah.
Tim.
There is indeed, Chris. That is BSIM making their way past Track Limit Racing. That is for the podium, the last podium place in GT3 Am. And I mean, Campbell, up until his pit stop, had lapped everyone up into and including third place overall. Third place overall, and we are not even halfway through the race yet. That's a bit of a frightening effort, really. It's a real stamp of authority on this race. I mean, he's going to come back out. That now means that he will lapped up everyone up until including, what, 4th place. That's still a mammoth effort, isn't it, really, Chris? I mean, wow. I mean, and also, in terms of strategy, the next longest runner, as it were, in GT3 was Alpine Stars, who stopped on lap 78. And Campbell has just stopped on lap 89. That's a lot. You know, now 11 laps clear in terms of pit strategy. So they're going to require a splash and dash when it gets towards the end. But even then, as you've seen now, he had time to come into the pit, get back out again, and still keep hold of his position. And I do believe, Chris, if he can... Yes, I'm just checking through the times right now. So he has got fastest lap of the race. If he continues rich trainer form of leading every lap, he will be on for an obviously secure victory. He'll be on for a Grand Chelem, which in endurance motorsport, that is a mammoth effort. The Grand Chelem is given for someone who qualifies on pole, has the fastest lap of the race, leads every single lap, and comes home with a victory. I mean, the full shooting match there, clean sweep of it all.
I mean, it is really impressive, but I would caveat that with 2 things. One of which is we're not even halfway through the race yet.
We're not.
The other which is Graham Sanders in the geodesic car is really not that far behind. He's 16.5 seconds behind, I think, if my timing tower is correct. He's certainly only about 20% of a lap behind. I mean, all we need is one safety car, and that gap is a second. But, you know, 20 seconds is not a comfortable lead for the quality of this GT3 field. And the beauty for Sanders is, and Geodesic, is they in turn have got quite a big gap back to Atlantic Motorsport in third, so they can afford to be a bit more aggressive on their strategy because they know they've got track position pretty sewn up themselves. So let's not count our Campbell chickens before they've hatched. But again, I would, equally, it would be naive to say that he's not the favourite for this race. But I'm touching my desk, which is made of, admittedly cheap MDF, but we can call that wood. He's very much in the driver's seat for winning the GT3 field. But yeah, let's not forget Geodesic has got some quality drivers in their team, and they're not that far behind.
Your desk, is it one of Sweden's finest?
It's one of Sweden's. I'm not sure I put it in the echelon of finest.
Wow.
It's more of a backmarker racing than an RSR. Let's say that.
Okay.
Again, I've only used them because Seb commentates with us. Otherwise, I would have not said any teams.
Well, sailing close to the wind there. I'm going to say Chris Rowlands.
Yeah, I've got to get one comment like that in every race.
You have to indeed. You have to indeed. Just seeing, well, they're closing up once again. Back marker and 49 Motorsport as our leader just comes past them. I'll tell you what, D-Line, credit, hats off to them. Trent Ranton, the American, you could just catch him in the rear of the picture, while the foreground now, at least in the camera angle. But he's slowly, bit by bit, been quietly catching back up onto the back of, well, namely 49 Motorsports. But it's, let's not forget that last lot of traffic a few laps ago, he lost a whole heap of time. He went from being 2/10 off the rear of 49 Motorsport to being 1.7 seconds down. Now, on the last lap alone, he's closed up, Chris. His last couple of laps, he's taken out a second out of 49 and back marker. This is really game on here at the tail end of GT4. Back marker lead 49 by 4/10. And then there's 9 tenths between 49 and D-line right now. This, all they need is a bit more traffic. I'm just trying to have a bit of a look at who's going to come up behind them and could play a little part in this story, because it's going to be an intriguing one, I think, Chris, right now.
I think that's fair enough to say. I will say one of the nice things for the GT4s is because of the smaller grid size of the TCRs is where they normally suffer so much for being that middle class of having to get round people but also make sure the GT3s get round themselves. You can see here this is an awkward time for a GT3 to catch, but being sensibly driven there, I believe that will be anti-Tuomen, and I think it's at the 49.
It is, Chris, yeah. Now, are they going to help their team out here? Because if I was the 49 GT4, I'd set right across. Mind you, they have got never the GT3s coming through. That's RD SimSport with a flash of the lights, and well, there we go. Back marker are going to pick up the slipstream from them for the last little part, as throwing out the anchor of 49 there, just about getting it stopped in time. Now, Turman for 49, he's in his own battle as well with, that is the, yes, the RD SimSport BMW. So we've got 2 battles happening on, well, there you go, that's that one dusted. It's the Lamborghini, runs wide, they are ahead, well, RD are now ahead of them as the traffic playing a part up and down the field here. So we head back to this battle. GT4 that's still being played out, and for once, Kuxus of Backmarker can now breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, because he's managed to get a gap over 49, but it has backed 49 back up into D-Line, who, if they're clever about this, they use the geodesic GT3 to try and fall over them through and make their way through. But having said that, Backmarker is slow off the corner, and once again it's game on as Geodesic having to pick off these GT4s one by one. It's going to feel a bit painful for them, isn't it, being a GT3 and slow and laboured, where these GT4s aren't the quickest around the corners.
No, that's the frustration, and again, that's why if you have the luxury of a big lead, you can afford to plan out your lapping just that little bit more in advance, because again, if you can get the power down on the exit of the corner and then get past immediately, that's the best way of overtaking the traffic. You don't want to be doing it under braking, you don't want to be doing it into a corner, you want to be trying to not have your corner compromised and then go as early as you can, as quick as you can onto the power to get round. But it really is going to present an interesting challenge for the GT3s coming through to get through these 3 cars, because I do wonder to what extent some of the, especially the higher up GT3 placed cars, are they going to think, well, hang on, you 3 aren't exactly battling for the podium in your class, so you can just let me through. But that's not how it really works in endurance racing. Like, these 3 are all entitled to their position on the track. They don't have to, they can facilitate the pass, but they shouldn't really be having to get offline to let someone through. And D-Line, it does look like, are dropping back a bit again, but no, that might well be a blessing for any GT3s coming behind. I'm just sort of looking through the timing screen to see. I think JD Sim Racing are probably the next GT3 that has to come through in the Lucas Pravasnik Ferrari in 13th overall. But they've actually got a pretty decent amount of clean air aside from that at the moment, which, again, if you're going to have one round have a slightly smaller grid, I'm sure Imola would have been near the top of the polls for the track to have a smaller grid, because at least with Brands Hatch and Laguna Seca, you can, a fair amount of the lap you can do 2 wide. I would say there's very few parts of the Imola circuit that you can reasonably do 2 wide.
As much as this circuit has FIA Grade 1 accreditation, meaning that it can hold Formula 1 races, for me, Chris, it's a bit of a... It's almost like a national circuit, isn't it, in terms of its width? It's certainly no Interlagos, is it? Where you can get too wide and, wow, you know, you could have a party and swing a cat around in between, you know, the gaps in between the cars and either side of them. Whereas here, it gets a bit tight, and if you freewive, it's breathe in everyone and pray to every god going that you can all make it through the corner without any form of death. But just see the 49 Motorsports machine Closing back up on again to back marker, and once again D-line victims of the traffic as all the hard work to do once more as they've dropped 1.7 seconds behind these two once again. But yeah, just going back, Chris, it's a weird mix, isn't it? It's fast and free-flowing, but yet it's incredibly tight. It's almost a little bit like a slightly more grown-up version of Alton Park, maybe?
I was predicting that was the track you were going to say, and yeah, I can exactly see what you're coming with, and it does. Ed Cookstress is certainly defending that a little bit more now, and again, another GT3 that will be cursing its luck to be catching some GT4s at Aqua Minerale. That is JD Sim Racing, and again, they have very sensibly opted. Oh, and just behind there, it looked like we nearly had some contact. In fact, I think Jens de Roy has indeed gone off track there and returned safely. Possibly with a slowdown, I wonder. But yes, considering we've only got, I think, 30 cars still driving, very congested at this section of the track currently. And again, some of those GT3s, Stage 1 and JD, they've not been able to leave each other alone for the last hour and a half, really. They keep coming back together.
Chris. Let's get him replaced. Something's happened to Alpine Stars, clearly. Oh, there we go. Caught the grass. Car running in second. Yeah.
And that's cost them 4 seconds on the last lap. And they were lapping broadly about 2 or 3 tenths of a lap quicker than Sean Campbell, which, again, with a 17-second gap, that's probably not enough over the course of a race. I mean, certainly with 3 hours, there's scope for it to help, but I suspect Sean Campbell is not driving at 100% right now. And yeah, this is the trouble, is like we saw at the exact same corner of James Armstrong. The trouble with Aqua Minerale is it's a corner that if you are pushing as hard as you can, you will eventually make a small mistake and it will just undo all of the good work you've done.
Can be all done in a blink of an eye, can't it? It really can. So you see these two battles that are pretty much our closest battles on track, but both right on top of one another right now. Head up the hill towards Pirandello. Just calming down a little bit. 49 closer to back marker currently, and then JD are closer to stage 1. It did all get up a little bit this time last lap. It did all get a little bit hairy, didn't it, Chris? It was really, really close and could have all ended in tears. So let's look at a replay now. So this is stage 1 coming through. D-Line have been blinking out. And wow, JD, that's what happened, Chris, and why they're unsettled. Because JD were going incredibly slowly, and as stage 1 went to cut in front of them. Well, that's, I do have to wonder, Chris, if the stewards are going to look at that one, because that was it a bit of a racing incident, a little bit of 6 and 1/2 than the other? It's hard to tell, really.
I'm a bit confused to exactly how that went down in both cockpits. I'm not really sure what JD Sim Racing were doing. And stage 1 racing, I don't think there was actually any contact. To me, it looked like they just narrowly missed each other, but because Jens de Roy was trying his best to not make the contact, he just took his eye off the line just a little bit. And again, like Aqua Minerale, so easy to make a slight error. And Tim, is this the lap we're going to see a move?
Well, let's find out, Chris. Is it finally, after so many laps, they get the closest they've ever been? 49 Motorsports unable to quite find their way past, but I tell you what, Cookstress is going to be compromised off the exit there out of Tamburello. So we head down towards Villeneuve. This is coming, Chris, but there's another part of the story forming, because look who's close right up onto the back of them. It is D-Line at the hands of Trevor Anderson. And how he's coming to join the party as they head up the hill. This has all of a sudden got a little bit more interesting, and Briggs, where he's been on attack now, trying to hunt down back marker for so many laps. He must be sick of looking at the back end of that 221 Porsche Cayman. It's all into Aqua Minerale. You can see where the Aston is so much more confident through that section. And just this front on view, Chris, it amazes me that the Porsche just looks so thin and narrow compared to the Aston. The Aston really is the car that you want to be in if you're trying to defend your line, because it's just so much more wider compared to the Porsche.
it almost feels like they're not part of the same class. But if Kukshas doesn't make any mistakes, he does on the last couple of laps. It seems like he's just that little bit more comfortable on the brakes coming into Tamburello, which is the only real overtaking opportunity on the circuit. So we'll have to see this lap if that remains the case. I've probably cursed him, as I have everyone else. But I think there's enough of a gap there. Although, how permanent of a latency issue is that? He has returned, I think. But yeah, Eric Biggs the only one of this trio that seems to have a consistent internet connection. But again, Ed Kukshas perfectly happy under the brakes in Tamburello. We'll have to see how creative can Biggs get and potentially make a move elsewhere on the circuit, because that main straight really is the best opportunity. So we'll just have to see. Is he going to risk it? Again, we've got more than 3 hours left. I personally think he'd be better served. Now we are only 12 laps into their stint, but he'd be better served just sort of hanging back, fuel saving, and just try to jump in the pit lane. Cause it's not like with huge ass 40 seconds up the road, it's not like they can then really push on to try and make more positions through raw pace. If they make any other positions aside from any of these three, it's going to be due to incidents or potentially a safety car. So really, to my mind, if you can't make that move into Tamburello, it's almost worth just then fuel saving for a lap and trying again 1 lap later.
So if you look back right now from 49 Motorsports, you can just see how much D-line have really closed up these last few laps. And right now, I think if you're Anderson, Chris, you've got to be praying to every racing god going that, I mean, this is going to be, I think, the 4th time now since we've been watching this battle that he's managed to close right up onto the back of 49 Motorsports, only for another car to get in the way. That gap then grows out to like 1.5 seconds, 1.7 seconds. I think it's the biggest gap that we've experienced him not to suffer, and he's got to do all his hard work all over again. As that is the 16 Lamborghini just heading through there. That is 3rd place Atlantic Motorsports. So we're getting a little back market, getting a little bit squirrely on the brakes there, as here comes on the attack 49 Motorsport. They can sense this is their time to shine, the chance to finally get past, but scampering away up the road like a little mountain goat, about as agile as it is. That Porsche Cayman is right now. Chris just bouncing across the curbs, defending hard right now. But look at Anderson. He wants a piece of this action. He's desperate to find his way past 49 Motorsports. He wants a crack at back marker instead, saying I can get past far more easier than what you can. Let me have a shot. And it all calms down once again.
I think that's why it's worth it for Kukshas to keep trying to defend, because the more he defends, he'll slow down Biggs and bring Anderson back into the equation. I would be interested to see what Anderson's raw pace actually is, because we've seen over the last 10-15 minutes quite often he's dropping back about 1.5 seconds, but he makes that gap back up so quickly. And of course some of that is down to the fact these two are battling, but equally I'd be very interested to see what his actual raw pace right now is if he were to get into clean air. But again, it's nice to see all three of these drivers driving very sensibly. A bit of tyre dipping there. I think probably not to cool down the tyres, probably just to shorten the length of the track. But yeah, that's obviously been in the news a bit with iRacing recently. But let's see who gets the best exit out of the final corner. And it doesn't look like Anderson's going to be able to make a move, but Biggs is about 0.5 of a second closer to Kukshas than Anderson is to Biggs. So let's see if he can close up. I don't think Timing Tower says that they're going broadly the same speed, so I think again another lap of these three going to stay in order.
Well, Chris, I just had a little bit of look through, and Anderson 2 laps ago set their best lap of the race, his team's best lap of the race at D-line. So clearly he's got a lot of momentum and pace right now. That was a 151.7. Now, last time around, these guys were lapping in the mid 153s. So you were talking about that pace disparity. I think that just really showcases what sort of pace right now Anderson has got. Now, they're all on similar-ish pit stops. If anything, Anderson's going to have the lighter fuel load compared to the 2 cars ahead of him. But not going to be a dramatic difference. So D-Line stops on lap 74. They're currently on lap 91. Whereas back marker stopped on lap 76 and 49 stopped on lap 77. So two cars ahead of him very similar. He's going to have a little bit less fuel on board, but nothing too dramatic to cause such a large disparity in pace, where Anderson's clearly, if he was in fresh air, would be lapping the high 51s, which at race pace is basically matching our leaders right now. So I think he's definitely the driver being held up here.
Yeah, but I think you can take advantage of that in a sense. So you can, if you don't think you're going to make that move, or if, like we've been saying, if that move's not happening into Tamburello, just focus a bit on fuel saving, save the life of the tyres a bit. Because again, if you can make the tyre last an extra stint, that's a huge advantage. Because again, sorting the tyre out is about 30 seconds in the pit lane, and you know these cars are separated by less than a second. So to make a saving 30 times that magnitude, well, that's pretty handy.
That I agree with you, but let's not forget for the GT4s, they're taking fuel. There is, especially a full tank, there is no time loss to taking tyres because they fuel at the same time and changing tyres, unlike the GT3s where double or triple stinting would make a bit of sense. But well, it's just got a bit of traffic coming in amongst them there, whereas we've got a replay. What's happened here? So this is Prismatic running a bit, catching a bit of the grass there. It's out of Aqua Minerale, isn't it, Chris? And bumping across the curbs. Nothing too dramatic. Luckily, Lilac Zara of Prismatic there, by the looks of things. Or is it?
Let's see if there's any damage. This is, like we were saying earlier, coming into Ravatsa, quite a tricky braking zone. Coped with all right. So that car has picked up some damage somewhere, we believe, and it's just a case of working out where and why. We'd like to think probably not down the straight. Hopefully we can find out what's happened there, but we've got a further replay. This is where we go. Another victory from Aqua Minerale. That is, I think, so far in my books, the most stylish incident we've had coming through Aqua Minerale. A bit of dirt off-road, that's what we like to see. And, oh, you almost panic for a second, there's a bit of crabbing to that car, but seemingly not, as the GT3 pit window is firmly open for the fourth time of the evening.
I feel we need a gabble, don't we, for when the pit window's open, just so, you know, smash it down, you know, to crown, or a bell, something to, you know, crown its opening. There's just heading, they got what, GT3 coming out in front of them. I think they should be okay. Yes, they will. That's the RD SimSports BMW. Just heading out the pits, but I know there's the perennial throw a blanket over them, but separating these three right now is just a meager 7/10 of a second from back marker through to D-line. It's the closest they've ever been. I mean, at the stages they've had a gap that big between just a pair of them, let alone all three of them. So we head down into Tosa. I mean, hats off to Cooksness of back marker. The way he's been able to hold off these two for lap after lap. I mean, this has been going on now, Chris, for what? It's got to be at least the last 10 laps, hasn't it? The way he's been holding them off. It's been a real masterclass in just placing your car and defensive driving to hold on.
Yep, and I think as well, like Eric Biggs is very much in the endurance mindset here, because he's not been making those half moves. He's not been trying to distract Cookschas. It's basically been a case of, look, let's run our race as quick as we can, while still trying to gain as much an advantage as possible. If I can overtake you, then grand. If not, at least we've not lost too much lap time. And again, you see Sean Campbell there, so much more confident than so many other drivers, able to overtake someone in a different class under braking into Variante Alta. Not doing the same into Ravatsa, which I think is possibly sensible. And it has, again, I think Trevor Anderson doesn't seem to get the rub of the green with other classes, because again he's now a second behind. Possibly good for Eric Biggs, because it's one less thing for him to have to think about, and he could potentially go on the attack, but he's still more than 2/10 behind Cookschas coming into Tamburello. And again, Cookstrass does seem to be very strong under braking into Tamburello, so it's going to have to take a really meteoric final corner for Biggs for him to get past there. It may almost be worth at this point thinking, bite the bullet and try and overtake somewhere else.
Chris, I don't know if you clocked it, but as they're coming past the pit entrance, just in the background, you might catch it in this shot now, just in the background there is our leader in GT4, Deutsche Payment. Now, they are roughly about a tenth of the track behind them. Now, when they come up to the lap then, this is where, well, there you go, you might just caught them up in the distance, the group of three that we've been watching for so long. This is where it gets interesting for me, because I think Anderson really needs to play this card of just sitting right on the rear bumper of Deutsche Payment and using them as a battering ram to clear these two cars in front of them. Oh, that's Big's gone. They're 49 Motorsport.
That's a real shame.
That is. We've been building this battle up for so long.
Classic mind punt from Ben Kelly McCauley, I reckon, because that's one of three troublemakers or potential troublemakers out of the picture. And again, just pushing that little bit too hard.
Caught the curb on the inside, didn't he, Chris? And that just pushed him out wide onto the grass, and that's what sent him spinning. I mean, if he's clever about it, he'll stay on the back of... Now, this could be actual role reversal, so stay on the back of Deutsche Payment and use them to cut their way back through and get back to where he was. It's going to be fascinating, clever stuff as to see the your lead BMW and, well, I say lead BMW, your leading GT3 AM, apologies. Not quite the lead BMW, that's in second place overall. It's all running wide there. It's SimGrid. The FTR, TCR even, currently third in class, just in front of them, just clearing that. There's RD SimSport through. That was for position, but not in class, just overall in GT3. Well, to be fair, I mean, SimGrid and RD, they've been having a good old battle pretty much the entire race.
Yeah, they've been going well together, and I do think the pressure we just saw Alistair Kirk apply, I mean, the cheeky headlight flash as he was going past the slower class car, I wonder how much that then put off Patmore, and that's how he's gained the position. I'm not saying it was deliberate, but it is sometimes quite convenient how these things work out. And with the so Alpine Stars have made their fourth stop on lap 104. There is now only 15 laps between, so there's half a stint between Campbell and Sanders now in terms of how much of an advantage that RSR Porsche now has. So I think we are looking at him saving an entire stop's worth of fuel over the course of this race if it continues and we don't have any safety cars. I do wonder though, like, if there is a safety car, obviously that would not be ideal for RSR, but equally there's going to be quite a lot of other cars from other classes in the way. So it's not as though it's a complete wipeout of his entire advantage, and he is the quickest driver in the GT3 field today. So you'd like to trust, or at least I'm sure Sean Campbell would like to trust, that if he does end up in that situation, he will still be able to consolidate that lead.
Just heading through there, BSim and Sicagna. It's the battle for second place in class right now. It's getting close once again, but I tell you what, the front end of that BSim BMW is... It's had a few scrapes, shall we say. The Lamborghini Sicagna looking a far more cleaner machine at this stage of the race. There's having a bit of a look there for the first time into Tosa. And you spoke about the mind punt earlier, Chris, and maybe that's a little bit of what's happening there right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, I think, if you're looking to make that move, it's worth at least occasionally dipping your car into their rearview mirrors and just wiggling around a bit, just to see if they will make a mistake. Deutsche Payments will probably be relieved that both these cars have got through there, but again, not ideal to be caught at Aqua Minerale with Brabham eSports less than 10 seconds behind them. But And yeah, Harry Pipes has been lapping reasonably quickly. I'd say the last lap where he's a second slower is not par for the course. I think Prismatic Athena have just made their pit stop as well, dropped a few places, and Emily Howe is now back in the car after her very strong first stint earlier in the day. But no, this is Kenya have been involved in a lot of very good battles today, and I must say it's been very clean driving from them. Very strong team. Always have a soft spot for them after we followed them. I think it's fair to say struggling in an LMP1 in another endurance league, and it's sort of, you do develop those soft spots for teams, and it's nice to see them able to be really competitive and really show, because they've got some very talented drivers. Fede Rosano at the wheel at the moment, having a very strong race so far. Will he be able to defend from Le Mans?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
The answer to that is yes, Chris. Just like Le Mans, onto the grass, just dip that rear right. It's the grass on entry, and well held. I mean, if that had been myself, Chris, and I don't knowing you probably factor yourself into the same one. With the car scrolling like mad, under braking like that, I think that would have been game over. One-way ticket to the barrier. I mean, you can see on board now, on the outside, squeezed a little bit. Wow, how we held on to that one.
Very calm driving under the circumstances, I'd say. No real panicking, no twitching of the wheel. Immediately committing to going off track there, which is the best thing to do in that situation. Just because, you know, that car will have no damage now, which means he can carry on. If he'd have tried to make the corner and spun, that's losing him far more time than just going over the gravel would have done. And yeah, it's frustrating to lose. I believe it would have been, yeah, he's lost the place to Track Limit Racing. Craig Molnar driving that car, but you know, I'm sure he can catch back up, demonstrate his pace. They have got a slightly faster fastest lap, so they've got the pace in that car. And yeah, you know, this is just part of the rough and tumble of endurance racing. I wouldn't say that anything was too egregious there. It wasn't like it was George Russell in his Williams with was it Bottas? I cannot. This is only a year or two ago, but already flying out of my mind. It wasn't quite of the severity of that, but it did look to be heading that way at one stage, I think.
It had all the the memories spewing back. It's just behind them, bit of a battle, a race on down into turn one. That is the Lamborghini just heading past there of Atlantic. It's getting dicing with death coming through the traffic here. It's so close with Track Limit.
Oh, another mine punt.
One into the wall. And struggling to recover that car. It's curse the commentator here, Chris. He's struggling to get that car around. I think, is that... Oh, I wasn't sure if it was broken front left suspension. So the wheel looked like it was stationary.
I do wonder, was Le Mans' headlight flash, as Stage 1 Racing looked to have had a very similar incident at the same time. And... although able to get going in the right direction, but Le Mans again flashed his headlights just before that, and not you'll probably see it here. There you go, flash the headlights. I'm not saying that's why this happened, but maybe that slight split second of not paying attention, and he's turned round. That
rear camera angle, Chris, it really showcased it. He just caught Craig Molnar, the gravel on the exit of Villeneuve, just dipped the rear left into it, and that's what sent the car spinning round. As we see our leader there, a bit of a lockup, a puff of smoke. I'm guessing probably from the Audi there, and the Track Limit Racing TCR. There's a little bit more susceptible than the GT3, still locking up, and easily done. So I think Eric Biggs is not having the best of times. He's come off track according to our software. So there is your leader, just stroking it home, I think would be the correct analogy, using a golf-based pun there, Chris. Just doesn't need to cruise this home. However, having said that, about 3 laps ago, Chris, he did set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:42.44. Last time around went 4 tenths slower than that new best, so I would say, just casually just bringing the car home. I mean, it is what, just under 3 hours left remaining here, but even so, pushing all the way to the end. I think he's trying. I mean, he's got 1:20 over second place. Can he lap the whole field?
I think if he can get that free pit stop and the fact he's running longer, then yes, I think that's possible. The second as a safety car, then no, it won't happen, I would say. But I mean, this is again the benefit of having such a big lead is he can drive at just under his maximum pace, but he doesn't ever have to take any unnecessary risks. Whereas we saw earlier, James Armstrong felt like he had to take those big risks just to try and make the time back up, and that ended up with him binning it, and that's the end of his race. So I would love to see if Sean Campbell can achieve it. It must be quite demoralising for Sanders and Foster in the Geodesic and Atlantic cars on the podium, because let's not forget, these are two very, very good drivers. And to still have more than a minute away from the driver in the lead, you do wonder, you have to think, oh, what can I do?
Well, as you mentioned, it is only Sanders in the Alpine Stars Geodesic car that he's yet to lap, and well, so on board with the FTR GT3 of Jackson Lowry. We're the Sicanian car, so that is the car of Giuseppe Ali currently on board in the BMW Scania, the Scania Motorsport Endurance B team. BT by name, but certainly not by nature. And however, obviously FTR in the Pro category, so will be a change for position overall. However, will not be a change for positioning class. There's some gaps starting to close up a little bit now, Chris. Everyone's starting to come together once again. We've got this battle, we've got the battle between Prismatic and Sicania, RD and Sim Racing. GT3 becoming a real hotbed of action, really, at this I'd say these closing stages. Well, technically, if you call the second half of the race the closing stages, but with 2 hours 40 odd minutes left remaining, you can't really call it the closing stages, can you?
I don't think we've necessarily appreciated enough yet, and actually let's just wait to see if Jackson Lowry makes a move here. He's got the run on Pravasnik, or Ali rather. He's got the inside line, and they've made contact. There just wasn't quite enough space left, and Giuseppe Ali is the one that's lost out from there. I don't think you can really say it's all right sticking a nose in front, but that was very much the Sicania corner at that stage. There was just too much of the car in front there. That's a real shame to see, because we've had a pretty clean and tidy race, and not as many incidents into Tamburello as you normally see, and that's a real shame, isn't it, Tim?
It is. I'm left wondering, Chris, should he give the place back?
I think let the stewards make that decision, I think, because what you don't want to have to happen is you give the place back and then still get penalised, because you've just cost yourself, well, what's the gap now? You'll have cost yourself 10 seconds giving the place back. Oh, another bit of contact. Got away with that one.
That's the other Sicania car. That's the Lamborghini, currently running second in AM category right now. And that battle was becoming a little bit of a battle for the ages between themselves and the BSIM BMW of Loic Le Mans. A look back from Sicania right now. That screaming 5-litre V10 in the rear. That Lambo Huracan. What's today's 6-cylinder GT? BMW M4. Apologies. So almost referring back to the Mercedes. It's littering iRacing at the moment because of the news of the GT3 says. I do believe that that's the change for position overall, with Prismatic getting past SimGrid. Obviously, not change for in class, obviously, because that is our leader, SimGrid, our leader in GT3 AM. However, Prismatic in the move turn, and 10 seconds now the gap for them to close up to RD Sim Sport. BSIM are closing in, really hunting down Sicania right now. The flash of the lights from BSIM. They're definitely to try distraction.
It's worked on previous laps. May as well keep trying it. Oh,
Chris.
that's not curb. That's a lot curb.
Well, the BMWs we know can take a lot of curb, but nearly ending in disaster for Loic Le Mans. Yet again, the second time in, well, it must be about 6 laps ago we saw that previous incident. Cat-like reactions from the Belgian driver. As right behind them, Lamborghini of Atlantic. Possibly new underwear required, running comfortably in third place, but nearly ended in complete and utter disaster for them. But I'll tell you what, I think there's one thing we can definitely agree on here, Chris. Le Mans is pushing to the absolute maximum right now, that BMW.
Yeah, it's obviously, maybe their setup is just philosophically slightly different from some of the cars around them. It seems to have much better stability in this mid-race portion of this race. But one thing we haven't really touched on that I was interested to explore is the few of our drivers that are doing this race solo. Now, they've done our 4-hour races solo, and we're coming up to we're at 3 hours 20 they've now been driving. So in 40 minutes time, this will be the longest they've raced solo in this season. I think we're going to see potentially some more incidents as we're going to see a move. Oh, that was a bit spicy.
It was a breathe-in type moment. Hold your breath, wasn't it? As we look on from the front end of the B-Sim BMW, trying desperately to find a way past the Scania Lamborghini. This is all over second place in GT3 Am, and here come B-Sim, but they're going to get boxed in. Clever little maneuver there by the Lamborghini of Scania, and everyone's trying to trip over one another. And Atlantic has sat desperately behind these two battling GT3 Am cars. So they come across the crest of the hill. I'll tell you what, it's a good job that Atlantic have got such a healthy lead over 49 Motorsports right now, because otherwise I'd be a bit worried and desperate to try and I'll be flashing lights left, right, and centre to try and find a way past, just like we're seeing B-Sim doing currently. So they head past the track limits Audi RS3 there, but Tierman, Foster of Atlantic is definitely being held up right now. His pace has dropped right off. I mean, having said that, last time around he was actually still 3 tenths quicker than 49 Motorsports, so maybe he's just taking that into consideration right now, Chris, and he's playing that game as they come out of Ravazza and across the start-finish line. Is this going to be Loic Le Mans' time to get past? They clear the D-line, GT4, and who's going to get down to turn 1 first? Well, Rosano shows him the outside. Not quite squeezing as much as he did previously. Somehow they remain as they are, and this is where really the BMW comes into its own against the Lamborghini. Being able to launch it across the curve so much more confidently, and we're going to see a move into Tosa potentially. Pulls out to the outside. Scania just move across to cover it off, open up the corner a little bit more. But this feels like when, not if, Chris, to me. I don't know about you.
Le Mans does seem to be very racy at the moment, and it does seem like a matter of time. But aren't the ebbs and flows of endurance racing so great after we had a relatively quiet hour before now, and it's all just burst into life? And that incident we saw earlier between FTR Esports and Scania Endurance Motorsport B, that has resulted in a drive-through penalty for the number 21 FTR car for that spin that we saw 2 or 3 laps ago. The move is made. Is it? No, it's not. Not quite.
I thought it was going to be on then as well, as once again Le Mans bouncing that BMW across the curbs. But Rosano of Scania making that Lamborghini just about as wide as possible, hugging the inside line, making Le Mans do all the hard work, saying, if you want to come past, you've got to come right round the outside, the long way round, the hard way around. As once again, Le Mans almost bump drafting the Lamborghini out of Ravazza, and he's as close as he's ever been. He pulls out of the draft, but that damage is going to be costing him a little bit in straight line speed, just those 1 or 2 kilometers an hour. That could be the crucial difference, as once again, Scania adopt that inside line onto the brakes, and wow, you can see Le Mans there throwing out the anchor, and just how twitchy that BMW was under braking.
Yeah, it does potentially not bode well for them later in the race if it's that twitchy now, because I mean, you don't ever want a car to be unstable, but the one time you definitely don't want it to be unstable is under braking, because at the speeds these cars are trying to come down from, you need that car to be as controllable as possible, especially if it's going to be twitchy there. Imagine how twitchy it's going to be around Aqua Minerale if you get that slightly wrong or just coming with a bit too much speed. So I'd be a little bit careful if I was Rosano right now, because Le Mans really does seem to be pushing that car to the absolute limit of its mechanical grip at the moment. Enough of a gap round here this lap that he's alright, but again, as we saw earlier in that battle in the GT4s, it's going to be into Tamburello as your best chance. So let's just see who can get the best exit coming out of the final corner at Ravazza. And then if maybe we're in a holding pattern after a few laps, that's when we maybe look at some of the more aggressive moves that we've potentially seen.
Do you know what's amazing to me, Chris? These two, we've seen lap after lap, are battling incredibly closely, getting side by side. They're slowing each other up realistically, aren't they? But yet, they're still lapping quicker than SimGrid, who's ahead of them on the road and obviously for position in class, and also 4th place stage 1 Racing Green. It's just amazing that they're able to battle like this once again. Down to Tamburello. B-Sim on the outside. And if you ever want to see a defensive masterclass, just watch how Rosano of Sicania in the Lamborghini Huracan is placing that car and able to fend off attack after attack, wave after wave coming from Le Mans of B-Sim, who's monstering every curve. He's flashing the lights. He's trying everything within his armory to try and find a way past, but just cannot do it. Rosano is not budging an inch. He is not cracking under pressure right now. I mean, he's about as cool as a cucumber on a bed of ice.
It's a lovely visual you've given us there. Another headlight flash from Le Mans. I mean, again, it's been working for him. I do wonder to what stage do the stewards start saying, look, this is excessive. But we're maybe a few headlight flashes away from that so far. While we're following this, I think one thing it might be worth some of our viewers keeping an eye on is the pace that Harry Pipes has managed in that previous stint. He's pulled about 4 or 5 seconds back on Daniel Muth for the top 2 positions in the GT4 field today, and I do think Harry Pipes might be the quickest driver on the grid, at least at the moment for the GT4s. So as much as Deutsche Payment always seem to have that extra bit of pace in hand, and as I say that, dodgy exit out of Aqua Minerale, so my apologies to Brabham eSports. I've got to stop praising people. It only leads to bad things. But yeah, I don't think the GT4 race is at all wrapped up still, and of course we've still got 155 minutes of racing to go, so there's plenty of time for things to happen, like an overtake.
Oh, nearly on
or
once
not.
again. Oh, wait, I tell you what, Sicania across the curves. This is surely going to be Atlantic sneaking through. They want to get out of this as quick as possible, sensing the opportunity, but like the animals coming into Noah's Ark, they're side by side. They almost free wide into Villeneuve, but what a move from the BMW as well. They're slow off the exit, and it's all happening within the blink of an eye. I'll tell you what, the BMW of Sicania just sent it, didn't care it was their teammate, and just went for it there.
I wouldn't want to be their teammate, but I can respect that.
There's clearly no team orders going on there whatsoever. So we look down from the helicopter right now. This is B-Sim versus the Sicania Lamborghini, the battle for second in GT3, and that we've seen so often. Just tried to squeeze the BMW wide, but almost collision there. There's Atlantic, Harry Foster, trying to get out of action as quick as possible. They're coming through like a freight train. It's Giuseppe Ali of Sicania B, who's trying to have all 3 of them into Villeneuve, and does so, and then runs a bit wide, nearly takes out Atlantic, nearly takes a teammate. That would have, producer Sean has just said in our ear, that would have been the pass of the race. Well, I just don't think of the race, I think of the season across numerous series. If he pulled that one off, I think that would have been well worthy of being in the iRacing top 10, not just for this month, but for the whole season.
That was also that previous lap, just before we saw that. That was Giuseppe Ali's fastest race of the evening. So he's clearly got some pace in that BMW at the moment. But it's just, I take back what I said before about liking grass strips on the outside of the track, because imagine if that had been a tarmac runoff, we would have seen him take all 3 cars at once. And what a shame. What a shame.
Well, it is a crying shame, isn't it? Because now he's behind them all. But so this is stage 1 linear. I tell you what, there's a few almost ditches starting to form, and you see in the gravel trap there where a few people have been off previously. We've seen it time and time again in this race. We've seen it yet again. So it's a track limit TCR. There's, ooh, no. No, he keeps it out the wall. Unlike Armstrong for Brabham was unable to do so. We've got 2 intriguing battles forming. Both the Scania cars, locked in battles right now. Scania versus B-Sim. We've seen time and time again. Also, Scania versus FTR being played out as well. On track. There they are.
Hey, I am very impressed with Harry Foster's nerves of steel so far, because you think he's trying to protect his podium position, and the amount of nonsense going on around him at the moment, nonsense is maybe a harsh way of putting it, but the amount of, as you can see up ahead there, it's, oh my goodness, Harry Foster, braver man than I, this is not a good time to be in the Atlantic Motorsport car, because that is a very, very racy Fede Rosano behind him. And again, so long as he doesn't do anything egregious, he's entitled, if he feels he's quicker, to try and unlap himself and try and make a bit more pace up, because they're all running their own race. This is the push and shove of endurance racing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, do you see, I don't know if you quite clocked it there. Foster just swung across the front of Hugh Jass. It's almost like just desperate to get a car between himself and the Scania Lamborghini coming into Villeneuve, so he could at least grow that gap a little bit and get some, fresh air. Now, B-Sim have been into the pits. They've not, obviously, as we saw, they did not take tyres. Neither did FTR. I don't think they have either in the BMW. Now, can Scania, well, both the Scanias, in fact, the BMW and the Lamborghini, get themselves out in front of their respecting sparring partners? It's remains to be seen as there goes Atlantic. Once again, I tell you what, there's a little bit of front-end damage on that bumper. I don't know if you quite clocked it there, Chris, from top down angle. The front left corner, front right, as you're looking at it right now. It's a big old panel gap there, I think. Or no, it's just their livery. I think that's just their livery, isn't it?
I don't know, because now you've pointed out, I feel like I can see it as well. Part of me almost wonders, is it worth letting Rosano through just because it's not worth the potential risk of him going into the back of you, and you're not gonna lose too much time behind him. That headlight flash is very much saying, look, I'm going for it, let me through. But it's not had the desired effect, and Foster remains in front. But of course, let's remember, this is not for position. This is for Rosano to unlap himself. He is a lap down on Harry Foster in that Atlantic Lamborghini in front of the two here. But I will say, as much as I'm sort of doom-mongering, so far these two have been driving pretty sensibly, and there's not been anywhere even a suggestion of contact. Again, hand firmly on wood, because I do not want to jinx what has been good battling. Sean Campbell has finally deemed it time for his 4th pit stop. He's now 15 laps ahead of Sanders in terms of pit fuel. He's literally he's half a stint ahead, basically, which really is incredible.
Porsche able to fuel save a lot more than the BMW, and that really clearly being showcased here at Imola today. I know you don't like being followed, Chris. I know you like being the person following other drivers, and I don't know about you, I'm not in the car, so I know you'll definitely be this training for. I feel a bit uneasy and a bit nervous right now for Foster of Atlantic, the way that Rosano, who is perfectly entitled to and clearly has pace to, is being closely followed and stalked right now by the Scania Lamborghini, and also the sister car, the sister Scania BMW, not far behind either. It looks like he's going to get ganged up on at some point, and we've seen from the BMW that there is clearly no team orders whatsoever between Scania. What we saw at Villeneuve a few laps ago, where the BMW outfit being piloted by Giuseppe Ali right now just full sent it and nearly made it around 3 cars into one corner.
Slightly spicy time to catch a slower car, but it looks like they've all got through, but a bit of a twitch from the Atlantic there. And one small thing for Harry Foster to celebrate is that he is back on the lead lap, because Sean Campbell presumably took tyres in that stop that he's just had.
Yes.
He was stopped for nearly a full minute, and that actually brings Graham Sanders just 3 seconds behind, according to the timing tower. So for those of you tracking the Grand Chelem that Sean Campbell is now going for, you'll be pleased to see that he managed to... I wonder actually, in fact, if that's what he projected deliberately. Probably not. He's probably just driving very quickly because he's very good at driving. But Grand Chelem fans, it is still on. Of course, we've still got 2.5 hours to go, so let's continue to not count those chickens while they hatch.
Well, looking at this, getting a replay right now. London Patmore. That is our leader in GT3 AM. That's out of Villeneuve. And there's a light tap with the wall, Chris, but he's losing tons of time. And I can tell you right now, that gap has come all the way down to 7 seconds. Scania are on exactly the same strategy as Sim Racing Grid. This is game on, and overall, Scania have been, hands of Fede Rosano. And that Lamborghini, you can see on the screen right now, it has been pushing so hard, and it's definitely one of the fastest GT3s on track, regardless of class.
I mean, I will say for Rosano, in a sense, it's maybe you don't try and overtake Harry Foster. He's a pretty damn good pace car to be following. Really.
Chris, sorry, across you. Something's happened to our 4th place driver, the 49 Motorsport. I think they've had an incident somewhere, and RD Simsport have got past them. Here's the replay. It's Ravazza 2. That car, it looked like it was pointing in a bit too much, and around they've gone. It's got a little bit of damage to that front splitter. I think that might have already been there, but trying to desperately find a gear, and if they kept it out of the road. Wow, it feels like an age when you need to try and turn the car around, but they've got back up and running, but they've lost a whole heap of time. Well, also, they've lost a place to Prismatic as well. Prismatic have managed to get past them, so they've dropped 2 places because of one minor spin. Cost them so dearly.
And again, that's why we've been saying let's not assume that these positions are done and dusted. Like, for example, with Daniel Muth, Harry Pipes, I mean, Muth has managed to, he's obviously heard us, and he's managed to get that gap back up to 12.5 seconds, but, the 2 incidents we've just seen in GT3s, both those drivers have cost themselves 20 seconds with a fairly innocuous spin. 20 seconds would actually knock Daniel Muth down to 3rd in class, so, again, you've really got to be careful with just under half of the race still to go. That's how long this race is, and I'm saying that with love. That's a great thing, because it's amazing to be able to test these drivers' endurance skills.
Well, Chris, they know what they say about assume. It makes an ass out of you and me. Wow.
I didn't know you were upper management.
Yes. You're not wrong there, Chris. I don't know what was more nerve-wracking for Foster of Atlantic. When he was sat behind Scania and B-Sim, battling it out, scrapping after lap after lap after lap, and dicing the death the pair of them were, or now being followed incredibly closely by Sakanya, who's desperately trying to get the pedal to the metal, hammer down to get away from B-Sim.
It's an interesting one, and
It is, isn't it? It's
B-Sim
I've never
being
still.
I don't know. It's such a. I don't want to separate GT3 AM from Pro too much, but where we've got these 5 AM drivers in a row, from 7th down to 11th in a row, and I mean Craig Molnar and Track Limit Racing is a minute down from B-Sim in front of him, but for these 4 drivers, and this is for the top 4 places in GT3 AM. I mean, this is really shaping up to an interesting battle because all 4 of them have shown real pace at different stages of the race, and at the moment, Rosano seems to be the strongest. B-Sim just going into the pits, Tim. So that's undone any conversation we were going to have on that front, unfortunately.
Yes.
But, this is the pit window for everyone. It just, B-Sim just happened to have gone in first. The other 3 all pitted on lap 100 last. So, again, couldn't be more similar if they tried.
The interesting one for me, Chris, is this is getting a bit tight out of Tosa there. Sakanya, obviously, after Patmore for SimGrid, the leader in GC3 AM had that half spin. Hit a fuel saving going on there by RSR by butt kickers Sean Campbell. There's someone who genuinely does not need to fuel save. Having said that, though, the gap has closed right up due to the alternate pit strategies, because Alpine Stars are only a second behind them right now. There they are. That's all. That's all it takes is one just tripping up over a car in front of them, and all of a sudden that dynamic changes incredibly. Now, just revisiting my previous point quickly, as this intensified because the gap's come down to 0.8 of a second, is that SimGrid, so Sim Racing Grid even, they, after the half spin, lost the gap between themselves and Scania shrunk to 7 seconds. That gap has now come down to 2.8 seconds, Chris. And in fact, Scania are lapping about 7 tenths quicker than Sim Racing Grid. This is really shaping up to be interesting. Oh, they're clearly spurred on. I mean, it's looking a little bit grazed, a little bit wet at the front end. But this, I don't know about you, Chris. I can't see any major issue, as I think something's happened to Sanders as he was hunting down because he's lost a whole heap of time. Here's the replay. That is our leader Campbell ahead of him. He's pushed it too hard. Yes, he has.
Unlucky. Is he able to rejoin safely? So far, yes, but I'm never a fan of seeing a car reversing onto the racing line, but guessing he's checked his relative before doing it. That's really unfortunate. And I was about to half sarcastically say if I was Sanders, I would, out of spite, try and overtake Sean Campbell just to take away his Grand Chelem. But, again, all at this stage it would take is one safety car. Sanders could get a free tyre change and he'll have fresher tyres than Campbell would. Although I would imagine we're still looking at least one more tyre change as this race continues into the evening. It's now 6:30 in sim time, and it's 31 degrees track temperature. That's the coolest it's been all day. So again, these drivers can afford to start pushing a little bit, and we can see it to an extent in the sense that a lot of in particular GT3s, the drivers that are lapping quickly aren't lapping that far away from their fastest lap times of the race. And again, it's the same if you look at Daniel Muth. He's just done a 51.44. That is only 3 tenths off his fastest lap of the race. Harry Pipe's only 4 tenths off his fastest lap of the race. Callum Brandt, blimey, is very quick in the RD Sim Sport car. He has just done a 50.99. That is the fastest time anyone has set in the GT4 field today. So again, he's only 20 seconds off the lead. Another driver to keep a lookout for, because again, this is a lot of pressure on Deutsche Payment. They've not got much of a gap to play with, and there is still 140 minutes of racing left. So much could happen. I mean, again, we haven't seen one yet, but a safety car would really throw probably multiple cats amongst the pigeons, and that would really be chaotic. Wow. Well, actually, Tim, I've just seen in the Stewards announcements channel, can we please use flashes appropriately? James Rivet is being handed reports of excessive flashes for a few cars now, and they will start investigating any further use of excessive flashes. So I would say a couple of our GT3 teams that we've been following in the last half an hour or so might need to be a bit less liberal with the headlight flash button.
It's clearly a time and a place for flashing. We haven't touched on it recently, Chris. Track temperature. It has dropped again. Of course, we are getting later into the afternoon. It's coming up to about 6:30 local sim time here. It's in Italy. The track temperature's dropped to about 31 degrees Celsius now, so helping extend tyre life. As Atlantic are into the pits, Sicania B, they are into the pits as well. Now, where are they going to come out? BMW, the two Sicanias, Giuseppe Ali on board for them. Where are they going to come out in relation to FTR? Because that's who they were battling with. As we see. Oh, Chris, this is... We were saying earlier about how Sicania, the Lamborghini outfit, were catching a rate of not racing grid in the BMW. Well, there they are. They're already onto the back of them. This is game on for the leading GT3 out.
Yeah. One GT4 to get past, and Landon Patmore should be able to manage it, and Rosano's going to follow him through. Seems to have a lot more pace through here, but again, I would say it would be optimistic to the point of naivety to try and make a move through into Acqua Minerale. Again, I think we're looking at Tamburello. I think for Rosano, it's take it easy through. I mean, one or both of these cars might be pitting. I'd almost suggest, if I'm Rosano, do the opposite of whatever Patmore does in terms of pitting at the end of this lap if he's got the fuel to stay out where Patmore to go in, because that might be the easiest way of doing it. He's clearly got the pace in that car right now. It would perhaps be wise for him to just try a slightly alternate strategy.
Let's find out when they come around. Patmore needs to just defend and hold up that Lamborghini as much as they can.
There we go.
There we go, he's in. No, I thought he'd stay out as long as possible and just act as the perennial roadblock against Rosano, but that's released Rosano. Now, what he needs the in-lap in his life right now, Chris. Pedal to the metal, giving it his all, as he will be out in front of Patmore. They'll be keeping one eye on their pit strategy of whether they take tyres or they don't. See, we've got a fan of, I see him on screen right now, Alistair Kirk of RD Simsport and the BMW, running third overall right now, and the Sin GT3 Pro. Good to have you on board, Nathan Scott. Always love to hear from you in the chat. Make sure you drop your message in there, who you're supporting, who you're keeping one eye on. You want the drivers or the teams, how your race is going. Well, that is Patmore up on the jacks, we can see as Kirk comes down the pit lane. Flash the lights there. And Patmore's still stationary, so that's a full tyre stop, definitely. Now, where is Rosano? There he is. Coming out of Acqua Minerale, Chris. This is... Wow, it's a...
He's just set green sector 3, so that will be his quickest of the race, so he's certainly pushing. I don't think that GT4 has caused too much of a slowdown for him there. And again, it would be grateful to have got through him at a reasonably sensible time. Is he going to pit this time? And again, is he going to take tyres? He won't necessarily know that that's what his rival's done.
Well,
and he is coming in this time, so he has managed one extra lap.
Just about got it slowed up in time, or, well, you'd say he slowed up perfectly there. Fede Rosano, as he heads in now. Do they gamble and go on to an alternative strategy of not taking tyres at this stop to guarantee coming out while in front of, or do they just go for it? I mean, surely with that in-lap, Chris, he's got to come out in front of Patmore of Sim Racing Grid. Surely. Just trying to keep half an eye on where he is. So it's halfway round the lap is Patmore. There is Munoz of 490 Motorsport. He's run strongly early on. They're in 4th place for a lot of the race. There is Patmore. So he's just exit out of Aqua Miniali, hasn't he? He's on the way up to Variante Alta right now.
Scania are taking tyres as they have stopped for longer than 30 seconds. You can see it up on the tracks there as well. So, I mean, if they're not taking tyres, the mechanics are possibly in the wrong frame of mind. So this will be a straight. We can see exactly who's had the better outlap and in-lap and stop. So I think Rosano should be due to get moving again. Yeah, he is stopped for 58.9 seconds. So the stop time was 2/10 quicker for the Scania car than it was for Sim Racing Grid M4. But the BMW will have had a whole lap to get those tyres up to temperature. Will that be the difference if they come out near each other?
Well, it's going to be close, Chris. We've had Robin Summit in the chat say, yeah, that's the Scania driver doesn't drive like an AM driver, but well, I'll tell you what, Fede Rosado is AM driver or not, has timed that one perfectly. The quality in lap means he's come out half a second in front of Sim Racing Grid. It's Landon Patmore. Wow. So, producer Shaw, she said right here, the AM team's gold driver, of course the different license accreditations you can have within GT3s. And these two definitely battling out for the gold medal right now in GT3 AM. I tell you what, Patmore clearly feeling rejuvenating with those new tyres because he is in full attack mode and pushing hard against Rosano right now, Chris.
He is, and maybe I'm saying this from the perspective of someone who can't overtake on the track particularly well, but there is something incredibly satisfying about making an overtake due to pit strategy. But again, let's see how much of an advantage that extra lap of tyre warming will be for Patmore. I think we'll see into Camberello, who has adjusted better to the new tyres. But again, of course, let's not forget, these are two different machines. I'd say if it was identical machinery, the drag race to the first corner may be a bit simpler to judge. But of course, where it's a Lamborghini versus a BMW, they're going to have slightly different top speeds, but also different acceleration points to get to that top speed. So it's not cut and dry.
Well, it's two CCRs. Yeah, second one of this is the battle for second place in TCR. FTR versus Orbit. I'll tell you what, one we haven't really mentioned during the battles that we've been having. D-Line, let's not forget, they were locked in that battle with 49 Motorsport and Backmarker. During the phase of pit stops, they've managed to leapfrog the pair of them. There is Trevor Anderson. Chris, we were saying about how much raw pace that he had. I mean, he was lapping at the same sort of pace as our leaders. And what could he do if he got into the fresh air? Well, he's in that now. And already, Chris, I mean, he pitted 4 laps earlier than everyone else around him. Actually, more than that, 7 laps earlier. Got out into the fresh air, and he's now 22 seconds clear. Yes, that's right, 22 seconds clear. Nearly 23 of 49 Motorsports, who in that freeway battle are in the middle, and Backmarker have fallen to the rear. They're now 6.7 seconds behind 49 Motorsports. That is, I mean, we've talked about big efforts, but that is definitely one of them from Anderson of D-Line.
Really is impressive, and it looks to me like we've had two of our top 3 in the GT3s have just gone into the pits as well. And we've had a driver swap for Geodesic with Miguel Vigo getting back into the car. So I wonder if Sanders will be ruining the fact that he's had that spin, because at one stage it looked like they might be able to start challenging Sean Campbell, but they are taking tyres, so that gap is going to go back up to over a minute and a bit. And I don't think we're going to quite see Campbell lap Geodesic, but you've got to wonder now. Vigo did qualify for Geodesic. But yeah, this is let's see how it goes.
Scania are closing in on 49 as well, 49 Motorsports, and that's a 6 overall. Obviously, no change in class because Scania are currently leading GT3 AM. But that battle's getting a little bit close right now. As there they are. Sorry, no, apologies. I've read that completely the wrong way around. I thought I couldn't work out where he suddenly managed to find all that time, Fede Rosano, but he hasn't, because I tell you what, Patmore, I mentioned about it earlier, but he is really rejuvenated on that set of tyres. He's just picked it up with so much more pace than where he left off in comparison. I mean, Rosano was catching him hand over fist. But since they've both come out, they've been trading near identical lap times, lap after lap after lap, and all that's come between the pair of them was that meteoric in-lap from Rosano to leapfrog Patmore during the round of pit stops. And that's all that's between them.
So at this stage of the race, from Patmore's perspective, if you're quite happy with the pace Rosano is doing, there's not a huge amount of harm of just sitting behind him and just seeing how the race goes. Again, like here, let Rosano be the one that deals with the traffic, and you can just sort of follow them through if they've already compromised the TCR or the GT4 on the line. Although I say that, he's got a very good run out the last corner. Is he going to draw alongside?
He is, Chris. He's pulled out the 6 and he's cleverly going to box in the Lamborghini. Great stuff there against the FTR Hyundai. And that is a brilliant multi-class move there. And Sakanya held up behind the Hyundai Elantra TCR there. That was second place, Christopher Cook. And that is how you do it. If you want to see how to do a multi-class maneuver, to not just get past your opponent, but then put some distance between yourself and them, that is how it's done. Landon Patmore, what a way to take control of the lead in class here in Imola. Absolute perfection. It could not have gone any better for him, Chris.
Yeah, that was very intelligent driving and a worthy move to retake the lead of the GT3 AM class. But I would say, like how Rosano wasn't being ditched earlier and then Patmore wasn't being ditched behind him, I think that's not the last we're going to see of these two. They do seem to be broadly on the same pace, and they don't seem to be able to escape each other's drafts, which is brilliant. That's what we want to see. But yeah, it's shaping up to be a very good battle for the lead of the GT3 AM, and Craig Molnar in the Track Limit Racing GT3 will be looking on with that with glee, because the more these two fight, the more he can close that 8-second gap down.
Let's not forget, I'll tell you what, he's on a really good... is this FTR just getting past in the pits? That's Rich Crawford making his way past Lucas Provenance. Oh, that was a little bit close there. The JD Sim Racing exiting the pit lane with a steam train, well, freight train more of the FTR coming steamrolling through there, where it was already up to, that was sort of already a full chat up to speed. You've done, but as you say, Chris, I got a feeling these two are going to be like this till the end of the race.
That's what we'd like, and while we follow this battle, we could hopefully we can have a chat with Neil Ferrier of RD SimSport. Neil, I believe you normally drive for RD SimSport 3, who aren't with us this afternoon. Is that another victim of the 24 hours of Spa, or are you sort of managing the other RD SimSport teams today?
We're actually a driver. We would have been a driver short, so yeah, unfortunately James Holman couldn't make it this weekend. So yeah, we've jumped into RD SimSport 2 as a 3-man team.
Oh, I imagine the extra 2 hours of racing today, that is quite gratefully received, I imagine.
Oh yeah, for sure. Unluckily and luckily for me, I wasn't here for the start, so I never seen what happened at the start for the boys. So yeah, I just jumped in the car like 10 minutes after getting in the door for work and just put some laps together.
Oh, well, nicely done. I certainly need a bit more rhythm to my day to be able to drive. So I think at this stage it's quite a spread out field in the TCRs today. Does it make it a bit trickier to sort of set targets? Are you guys just sort of driving and seeing what happens, or are you still sort of trying to target track limit racing half a lap ahead to see if you can catch them?
We're kind of just winging it, to be fair. It's the pace will be the pace, and if we can catch the boys in front, we'll catch them. If not, then at the end of the day, we just need to get to the end of the race to score some points. So that's all we're really thinking about, is get to the end. And if we're in a good position to catch P4, and after that then bonus. If not, we'll just take the points for P5.
Is this the longest race any of you have done before? Have you done longer endurance races besides this?
Yeah, me and Stephen Daly have actually done, I think it's 2 Daytona 24 hours, and I've done 24-hour Spa and 24-hour Le Mans, so I've done quite a few endurance races, and Stephen's quite handy when it comes to endurance stuff as well, so suppose being a real-life racing driver kind of helps that, doesn't it?
It probably does, yes. You a big fan of Imola, or are you looking forward to a slightly less energy sapping track next time out?
To be fair, I'm a fan of Imola, not fan of the off tracks. To be fair, I think the iRacing have kind of ruined it a wee bit with the off track limits in the last chicane. To be fair, because the last time I raced a TCR car round here, you could muller the curbs through that chicane and not get an off track. You just get a bit of damage if you hit it wrong.
Yeah, that's half the joy of driving a TCR at times, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you've got to. For me to get the best out of the car, you've got to be able to run the curbs pretty hard. So yeah, I think that's just a not kill thing, to be honest with you, where you take as much curb as you possibly can to get the lap time.
Well, thank you for coming along and having a chat with us, Neil, and good luck to RD Sim Sport for the rest of the race. And are you driving again today, or is that your stint done?
I think I'll be back in the car in about 20 laps time, to be honest with you, mate. So yeah.
Well, good luck, and we'll let you go and prepare.
Right, no worries, thanks bud, and obviously thanks for you boys putting the stream on.
Oh, you're very welcome. We've had a lot of fun. That was Neil Ferrier of RD Simsport. Tim, we've gone back into one of those. I say lulls. We nearly had a bit of contact there between classes, but yeah, thankfully it's calmed down a bit again.
It has. I tell you what, Pat Moore, just regaining the lead in classes, managed to extend his gap out over Sicania, who, of course, previously we saw for so many battles were battling with B-Sim. You can see on screen right now the 192 BMW, who are currently. Well, it's track limit racing's turn in the Porsche to be harassed and harangued by B-Sim, who've definitely looked, I would say aggressive, but they haven't really been that aggressive. Some might say maybe with the light flashing a little bit, a bit overzealous, but having said that, I mean, they've, it's been firm but fair. I think it's a much better way of putting it. It's not been, anything dirty in terms of how they've, pressed, and I think just maybe that little bit of damage, a bit squirrely across the curbs on the exit, but the flash of the lights from the effect, GT4, see, saying, there you go, Craig, that creates you a little bit of a gap, Craig Molnar of track limit, just to extend out the little gap, but that's going to close up right down the start-finish straight, because 7 tenths is the gap between the pair of them right now. And watch that shrink by the time they reach Tamburello, Chris.
Yeah, it's amazing how much you can catch up using the draft. And again, I think it's just, I do feel for the GT4 drivers, because you end up, I mean, they've had a good sort of second half of the race because they've recovered reasonably well. Sort of story of effect season, qualify well, have a bad first half hour, and then put in usually a pretty solid recovery drive, and to be back on the podium, admittedly I think slightly out of sync on the pit stops because RD Simsport have pitted early, but yeah, they certainly can't complain with how this has gone, and especially when you consider just how quick Deutsche Payment and Brabham eSports are ahead. I mean, Deutsche Payment just set the fastest lap of the race and only the second car to go sub 151. They've done a 50.85. Daniel Muth is a pretty quick driver. I mean, so is Ben Kelly McCauley, but it's a pretty formidable team. And I think unlike the small bit of hope they've got in the GT3s that Sean Campbell might fall asleep at the wheel in the next 2 hours, Muth and Kelly McCauley, by comparison, are going to be pretty fresh.
The only thing that Campbell's got going for him, Chris, is I believe he's based on the west coast of the USA, so they are 8 hours behind us here. So currently at 10 o'clock local, well, in the UK right now. Well, I think he's going to have the old grumblies, and hopefully he's got plenty of snacks to keep, ramming in his throat in between corners down the start-finish straight. Although the relentless traffic, I'm not sure if he's going to find a way. But having said that, we have spoken to Sean previously while he's been hot lapping. I remember you taking the interview, and I was just sat here just cringing and wincing at every single corner. That was, of course, from Montreal earlier in the season, and he was just getting up close and personal with the walls while having a chat with you, like he's out for a leisurely Sunday drive.
Well, I guess when you've practiced to an extent, some of the driving's just muscle memory. I think the impressive thing is the fact it's muscle memory and he can go that quickly. But, you know, again, we're talking like this race is done and dusted. He's not even...
He's not.
He's still got 2 out. We've got two ESS races back to back left to go. So we've seen how much nonsense can go on in an ESS sprint race before. We've got 2 of those to go still. So let's hope. I mean, we don't want any accidents because we want great driving on track. And Molnar and Van Gucht, I think it is at the moment, are providing that. This is getting quite spicy, this battle.
It is, most certainly. Well, a few battles that are definitely getting intriguing out on track right now. Also, a battle for third place between Atlantic and Prismatic. There they are. Just see them in the background there. As onto the brakes they come. Sorry, apologies, RD Simsport behind Prismatic. Catching up incredibly quickly, and having said that, they're not a million miles off third place. Eric Foster of Atlantic, 18 seconds up the road from these guys. And you see the Alpine Stars, Miguel Vigo, BMW just in front of them. Of course, that is a lap ahead of these guys. As around they come. And so for them, it would be a lap 137. Tucked up in the slipstream. It's getting close. 3 battles, all in GT3 right now. The battle for 4th, the battle for 7th overall and 1st in GT3 AM, and then the battle for 4th in GT3 AM and 10th overall. Definitely hotting up and getting a bit more aggressive there. As Alistair Kirk on the brakes, just moving around, just trying to fill the mirrors, distract Hal. As up the inside they go. The Prismatic car just yielding a little bit in the end. Clean, simple move into Tosa, but still feeling like that they've got to defend it, Kirk, and for RD Simsport up the hill. Wow, what has Hal got in reserve to fight back against Kirk of RD?
This is what's nice to see at the top end, and we see it in all 3 classes really with the top drivers. They trust each other a lot. They're very good at knowing when they can and can't make these moves. And actually, look, Emily Howe going back. Oh, sorry, no, I got overexcited there, thinking that was the same class car, because that would have been a very brave move to make. And in fact, Alistair Kirk pulling away pretty nicely. But as we've said before, Tim, this is a lot of traffic they've both got to encounter now. It'll be interesting to see who does well there.
We've had a change for the lead in as well, as we just see threading the eye of the needle there. Emily Howe in that Porsche 911 GT3. Just about getting through. However, losing a lot of time to Kirk, who's already put up 1.5 seconds. This is a big pile of traffic. The Brabham TCR, leader in TCR, in fact. A 15-second time penalty there for Prismatic. That's in GT4, so that's not going to help them whatsoever. But I tell you what, Chris, it's all of a sudden getting that little bit more spicy as Prismatic leaves another chunk of time stuck behind Hugh Jass. Run into Tosa here. So yeah, we've interested to see. I'm sure we'll get it at some stage, that pass that for GT3 AM lead where Sakanya have got past the Sim Racing grid. Once again, that's toing and throwing, ebbing and flowing constantly. We said about earlier, Chris, we said we're feeling those two will be going back and forth all the way right through to the finish.
I'm really looking forward to some of these mini battles we're getting throughout the grid, and again, it's one of the strengths of endurance racing is it's not just about who's going to win. These narratives develop throughout the field. So again, like I mean, Rosano getting back ahead of Patmore. When did that happen? That sort of passed me by.
Yeah, it's only just happened recently within the last lap. It happened last time around, in fact. So
I'm guessing so happened there to Pat Moore, because he was pretty comfortably ahead by about a second and a half for most of the last 20 minutes, I thought.
Well, you get this during endurance racing, don't you, where the field spaces out, and then you get certain pockets where they all seem to, you know, clusters of cars where you have a lot of cars on track with different classes, and everyone seems to sort of compact up together again. And those are the sort of places we can, you know, you can see it on screen right now. An absolute gaggle of GT3s. There's 5 of them. There's a long train of 4. Then obviously the Prismatic car following behind. But that's where it really, you know, that's where you can gain and lose a lot of the time. Is well, flash of the lights from RD Simsport trying to find a way past his Kirk. Held up. Well, at least he feels like that right now behind the B-Sim car. Well, they've got their own aspirations because they're trying to get past the track limit racing Porsche that's just ahead of them. The flash of the lights once again from RD. Trying to find a way through, but where they're so evenly matched, Chris, in time and pace, it just doesn't help them whatsoever. And you then start getting a bit aggressive on the lights once more from RD, who knows they can feel, they can see that gap shrinking between themselves and Prismatic behind them. It extended out to nearly 2 seconds at one stage, down to 1.5 seconds. Another look up the inside from RD, who's, yeah, you can feel that frustration building inside the cockpit as they've lost about another a strong 4 tenths of a second to Prismatic. That gap shrinking again. I mean, surely this is going to be a lunge into Tamburello, Chris. It's going to be the only way past.
Well, he's got to be careful with the amount of flashing he's done there, because yes, the lapped car has to facilitate the pass, but they don't have to just completely. What they've done there, me, that's perfectly fine, so long as they now concede the position into Tamburello. But you know, the kick in the teeth for Alistair Kirk will be if he now gets done for excessive flashing. I mean, I'd like to think, not that it's my place to say how the stewards do this, but if I were a steward, that to me would be a warning at most. But yeah, the thing is, it's not over now, because now he's got to try and get past track limit racing and hope that, you know, if there's a small mistake, there's nothing stopping B-Sim Racing from trying to come back in, because they're, you know, they're battling for position. But like I say, now it's Emily Howell has got the same problem, and we'll have to see if she can get the move done as sensibly as Alistair Kirk just managed.
They are coming up on like one of the GT4s there. That's the Brabham. There's flash of the lights all round. They're all having flashing. You know, the producer Short just said the warning comes out, and it's like a race to see who can pick up the next warning because of it, as Prismatic making light work there of the Brabham GT4, the leader in class. So you'll be, I think, glad to see that gaggle of GT3s heading past them. They are yet to stop, whereas the rest of GT4 has, so they are only provisional leaders, you would say. This is getting close, isn't it, Chris? You can feel some anticipation building. It says, we said recently, laps we've had Rosano get past Patmore for the lead of GT3 amp. We've got a replay coming in of that not too far off, so we see exactly how that one happened. But right now, B-Sim, they are trying to track down track limits. And just, I feel for B-Sim, if they didn't have that bit of front-end damage, Chris, then I think they would have made their way past a lot of these cars in front of them, because it just seems to be denying them their edge. So this is the replay of how they got past one another. Well, say got past one another. Scania got past. That is how they've moved on, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a huge speed differential compared to pretty much every other interaction we've seen going along the main straight into Tamburello. So I almost wonder if there was a small mistake from Patmore on the final corner, because that was certainly more than we're used to seeing in terms of closing speed.
Well, he has lost, you know, I mean, those two have been, you know, training lap times for a lot of the time, and he has lost about a good strong 4 seconds to Rosano since Rosano made his way past for Scania. See that dropping through the gears there. Chris Van Goot for B-Sim Racing, the Dutch outfit. I say Dutch outfit, apologies. Van Goot's from Belgium. So, well, it depends what part of Belgium as to whether it be deeply offended or not too bothered by that comment about being called Dutch. Yes, they are now closing in only 2 tenths behind Track Limit Racing. You can see practically filling the screen in front of you. That is how close that B-Sim are getting right now. So desperately trying to find a way past. It is close, and I think, well, good time that now we've now been rejoined by our good friend here, Paul. Welcome back along after a nice and refreshing break for you, I'm sure. And well, it's all being happiness. It's getting close once again. B-Sim, now this is their chance. This Track Limit just bounced across the curb. That is the GT4 there of back marker racing that's just going to get in the way, and that has saved, I feel, Track Limit Racing from losing a place as they run it a little bit wide. Once again, they're coming up on a whole heap of traffic. That's the RD Stim Sport TCR just in front of them. Only 5th in class, and that traffic came exactly the right time there for the Track Limit Racing. Well, all of a sudden it's just about calmed down a little bit, and then all of a sudden it kicks off once again.
Oh, indeed, Tim, it is the case that the racing as it continues on. I've been watching in the background whilst I've been taking a brief break, and plenty of moments, and the moments continue here as they charge up towards the Alta Varianto.
They do indeed. I'll tell you what, we were saying earlier, just before you came along, that B-Sim, they've got a little bit of damage to the front end, which is going to be killing off that couple, well, I was just about to say, killing off those couple of kilometres an hour at the top end of their speed. We seem to stop them from progressing, but this is the move done after they've been sat behind Track Limit for lap after lap. So we look down from the drone shot, that is them clear. And what sort of pace has Chris Van Goot got? Well, not going to find out against Track Limit because they've actually staged right into the pit lane. That is them in. It's the end of their stint, and maybe that's, I think, get the feeling maybe that's why they let B-Sim go so easily, just to ensure that they were on the correct side of the track. So the last thing you want, we've seen it time and time again, where cars are stuck in a battle and they can't get across into the pit lane to take the stop when they need to, and it all ends up in a big ball of tears and upsetness.
Indeed, it is one of those cases where it can go wrong, and as you say, tears and sorrow are soon to follow. And well, it's one of those cases as they press on. We have had a number of retirements since I went away and come back. Although it does look as though towards the front of field, by comparison, Tim, things are pretty settled. It's the midfield where all the drama and the battles are really continuing to play out.
It's definitely that way. I mean, TCR have sort of separated themselves out since you've been away, and Brabham are looking in control right now at this stage of the race, and we've got an hour and 45 roughly left to go here in Italy. But let's have a quick rundown before I disappear off and leave you to enjoy and close out the rest of the race of what's been a fascinating race so far of the 6 hours of Imola. Campbell leads the way for RSR by butt kicker. Complete dominance, and well, not far off, lapping the complete field. 1 minute 30 ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesics. Miguel Vigo, he's just got back into the car at the last round of pit stops. What can he do? Well, just trying to bring the car home. They are comfortably though ahead. They're nearly a minute and a half ahead of third place. Atlantic Motorsport, Harry Foster, who spent a lot of time stuck behind battling cars in GT3, just trying to play it safe and trying to keep out of trouble. Still holds on with a comfortable margin of 18 seconds over RD SimSport, who are lapping at about 2 to 3 tenths quicker than Atlantic on average. So watch out for them. It's a lot of racing left, and for them to close that out. Prismatic are in 5th after being passed by RD. A few laps to go. You can see as well, 3 different manufacturers occupying all the podium positions right now. Multiple Motorsports, another of the Lamborghini runners, second of the Lamborghinis. In fact, they're running 6th overall in class right now. Bit of a pocket of space by themselves. 27 seconds behind Prismatic and 55 seconds ahead of our leader in GT3 Am, Sicania Endurance Motorsport, and the Lamborghini, who have just taken back after briefly losing the lead in class to Sim Racing Grid. There they are, Landon Patmore, not far behind, 3.3 seconds. And that feeling, that little battle between those two teams, going to row right down to the wire. Racing Green, they've had a bit of a quiet race. We haven't mentioned them too much, but they are currently 3rd in class, and quite often, to be fair, you know, they have dropped all their points to change across to the BMW, and that's looking like a bit of an inspired move right now. B-Sim, oh B-Sim, wherefore art thou? Headlights, B-Sim. They've used them a lot, but have finally got ahead of Stage 1 Racing behind them. And that now means that they're in a lot of fresh air, and pedal to the metal. Chris Van Goot can really set some strong pace for them. 11th overall is Stage 1 Racing. David Van Slamrock just heading into the pits there. Will drop behind JD Sim Racing, who are currently 12th overall right now. Sicania Motorsport B, well, nearly had the overtake of the season. Possibly, should have made the iRacing top 10 if it had come off. Just got slowed up on the exit. Producer Sean's just said to me in my ear, inches away. If they hadn't quite got it into the gravel trap on Villeneuve, that would have been spectacular. 3 for 1 into Villeneuve. Wow. One definitely from the memory bank. They are 12th and 5th in class right now. This track limit racing, a few incidents early on have seen them fall down the order, but Simon Ball back in the car, now 6th in class. The last runner in GT3 Am, 14th overall. FTR Esports, they're 15th overall with Stage 1 Racing Senior. Bringing up the rear in class, 16th overall for them. There they are in the Lamborghini. Let's head down into GT4. While Dutch Payments have looked impeccable so far. Complete control. Similar to RSR by Bitcoker in GT3. Again, Ben Curly McCauley in the car for them right now. 21-second advantage over Brabham Esports. You can see him on the screens right now. Harry Pipes in the car. Setting quick pace, says Harry. One to watch out for, but work cut out if you want to challenge for that lead. RD Sim Sports in GT4, they're 3rd. Callum Brandt in the car, 8 seconds behind Brabham, but they've got a strong lead over Effect, who are currently in 4th. Tim Darragott in the car for them right now. And as Chris said, seem to qualify well and don't have the best of luck in racing conditions. Seen a bit of a bubble by themselves. Hugh Jass, they're currently lying 5th in class right now. Again, another team in a bit of a pocket of space. 20 seconds behind Effect, but a whopping minute and 7 ahead of D-Line. There they are on your screen right now. I mean, they've been locked in a really strong battle with backmarker 49. Got the jump up over them around the pit stops, which backmarker are now back ahead of 49, 7th in class, with obviously 49 minutes rounding up the runners in GT4, 24th overall, 8th in class. Let's head down into TCR. There is your leader, Brabham. Again, strong racing. 2 out of the 3 classes. Come to retirement soon. Harold Stadler into the car. The Hyundai Elantra for them. They are a full 51 seconds clear of FTR Esports, and similar strategies while being ploughed out between the pair of them. Now they are 10 seconds ahead of Orbit Motorsport Mars, who, well, it's a real different story in TCR because the track limit racing, we've had a lot of support in chat. The lone Audi in TCR class, track limit racing, they are, well, over about a lap and a half down on 3rd place. It's going to take something biblical for them to get into the podiums, but you've got to be there for those opportunities. And they have got a comfort margin over RD Simsport. Not had the best of races by their own standards, but when we spoke to Neil Ferrier earlier, he said just, you know, they're happy to be here. and just banking the points. 5th place in class for them. Prismatic Motorsports is going to round out the last of the running cars. They're 6th in TCR right now. And then into retirement. GT3 Pro, we lost Track Limit Racing, the Ferrari on lap 60. Brabham eSports, James Armstrong was going solo in the BMW, really having a raw fight with Campbell from RSR by butt kicker. Unfortunately, collision with the wall down at Aqua Minerale and retired back on lap 51. Driveline SimSport in TCR, we lost them on lap 45. Prismatic Motorsport Maneuver in GT3 AM, we lost them all the way back on lap 31, and unfortunately FTR Esports in the GT4 class, connection issues for Alex King. We had him in chat earlier, meaning that he was unable to make the race start. He was gutted by that one, put in lots of practice, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And well, I think we're just on time now, Paul. I'll leave you to close out the race. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of intriguing battles to whet our appetites with and keep us interested all the way through to the finish.
Oh, indeed, and thank you for that run through of the order as it currently stands, Tim. And indeed, well, I've now got to follow up from the capable commentary of yourself and Chris.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far, Paul. I managed to stay away from any puns, which is novel for me. So, but I just spotted as well, the track temperature's dropping down 29 degrees. That's going to invoke a bit more closer racing in these last stages. It's a bit good. I'm going to be missing out on this one, but she's to head across onto another jump. The shore's not going to be quite as exciting as this one, but anyway, I shall leave you to it. Enjoy.
Thank you, Tim, and all the best to you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the case now as the clock continues to count down here in the remaining 1.5 hours or so at Imola. Of course, the focus now for our drivers really does turn on to closing out this race. Now, what I mean by that is essentially, whereas the emphasis earlier on was very heavily about trying to get that track position, thinking out the strategy, now we may still have a couple of pit stops still on the cards for some drivers, perhaps one pit stop for one particular class or the other, but everyone now will be starting to feel that late race fatigue, whereby you've been pushing on, and we can see already here it is the case. We do have a growing battle between that B-Sim Racing and JD Sim Racing as they make the way into the Villeneuve chicane once again here, and it is Lucas Provzink in the Ferrari who's really on the charge right now, battling for P10 overall as they make the way through the Tosa hairpin. And as the drivers roll the way, I'm afraid they've got to be wary of the fact they need to keep at least 2 wheels within the white lines. Then we did see our BMW driver Chris Van Gook go a little bit wide, but we are starting to gradually get a build up here to a battle for that P10 position. Let's not count out Giuseppe Ali either, the Sakani Endurance Motorsport B driver, but we look back to the battle here for that P10 position, and right now Chris Van Gook, I mean, he'll be feeling as though in that cockpit the pressure is only growing corner after corner. And the thing is as well, as the race goes on and that time goes on, particularly when you've been behind the wheel of the car for multiple hours, as we ride on board the nose here of Prusnik as he makes his way through the auto chicane, you start to feel that fatigue. Now, some of these drivers will have practice for doing multiple stints in the car. Some of them will practice for 3-4 hours, and they normally practice an hour or more extra at a time in order to build up that stamina. But when it's in the race itself, it always takes that little bit more out of you. And whilst the race itself, quote unquote, may not be real, it's as close as you can get to the race. And I've heard somebody coin that sim racing is the equivalent of preparing for a marathon on a treadmill. When you run on the treadmill, it's the case that you're not necessarily doing the marathon, but it's still taking all the energy. And right now it's going to take the energy of JD Sim Races for Nick as he makes his way side by side in the charge down towards the Tamburello chicane. He's on the inside here as they make the way under braking, and he gets it done in the end by outpacing Van Gook to the braking zone up the inside there, and that's a place gained. And of course, earlier on we did see these two are battling quite significantly, and that battling is now continuing all the way down in towards the Villeneuve chicane. And as they do, if the 76 driver here can keep it on the straight and narrow, I think he may just about make it the break. Although, to be fair, we have seen time and time again that Van Gook, as a GT3 AM driver, is not afraid to try and send it back up the inside into Tosa, or indeed up into Piratella, even versus the pros. But I think this time the pro driver has just found a way to open up that gap just enough in the run to those two corners where we've typically seen the counter attack. The gap stands still at 2.5 tenths. They make their way down to Aqua Minerale, but now things will settle because it's very difficult to overtake into Aqua Minerale unless you're fully alongside before that initial braking zone. Indeed, a nice move there by Provnik as he makes his way up towards the Alta chicane, and as he does so at this point, again, just starting to increment that gap open little by little, a tenth here, a tenth there. It now stands at half a second. Indeed, that exchange of places is complete for the time being, unless our Ferrari driver makes an error. But what we were saying with regards to the stamina, it's the case that a lot of drivers will be now, they'll try to avoid looking at the clock, but they may start to go into the clock watch, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's one of those horrible things, but you start looking at the clock, you start to lose that concentration of it. You start hoping the time goes down. There's a bit of a lapse of concentration there. It's the case that Provnik goes a bit wide, coming out of Ravatsa and puts two wheels onto the gravel. Now, will we receive the return run here from what is Van Guts? They make the way on down. We look to the drone camera above, and well, they head on down. You can see our Ferrari driver already going heavily defensive into the corner, putting the car in the middle of the road, but angling it to provide that defensive barrier. And as they roll the way under braking into turn 2 and through 3, no change at the moment, but of course it doesn't end here given the run out to turn number 4 and down towards Villeneuve. But this is where, if we're going to see the move, it needs to happen into the first part of this chicane for the simple reason after that there's not really a way to come on in, given the second apex of Villeneuve is much closer to the racing line. But as they make the way up into Tosa, it is the case they stay as they were. But definitely Van Gucht not really making any errors at this point, and that's a sign he's just keeping his cool, keeping his composure, and knowing he can come on back, as we do have some more pit stops occurring. Our race leader, our overall leader, Sean Campbell, is into the pits, the RSI by butt kicker machine, but we continue to focus our time being on this battle for P10, our closest battle out on circuit as it currently stands. And as they roll the way on down this time, well, it seems as though it's stabilising, but again, we only said that a lap ago, as we're hearing that the Scania Endurance Motorsport B machine has just left the pit lane as well, taking a scheduled stop. And one thing we should update you on with regards to stewards, in just the last few minutes, it is the case that there was an incident under investigation between D-Line Racing and RD Simsport, and that's within the GT4 class. And it is the case that a 15-second time penalty has been awarded to RD Simsport, and we look to the 258 car here for avoidable contact between the two, and that will be served in the penalty box upon entry for the RD Simsport team's next pit stop. So it is the case they will be spending at least an extra 15 seconds in that pit lane, and as they make the way past the pit lane exit at the moment, we do see our overall race leader re-emerge as the leader, such as the advantage that Sean Campbell has. RD Simsport definitely feeling the pinch there, as we do briefly lose at Sean Campbell, but indeed we instead cut away very briefly, and I'm wondering if we're getting a slight latency issue. But it is the case. I think we are just having some latency issues for some of our drivers here, but hopefully we won't lose Sean Campbell, because if so, that'd be a massive undermine to the effort he's put in as we reach the three-quarter stage of the race. But meanwhile, we do jump back here to our drivers who seem to be a little bit more stable in the connection in the meantime, and it is Chris Van Gucht here who's on the offensive as they head through. And well, it is the case at the moment we may have had a disconnection for Sean Campbell, our overall leader, which if so, that will be drama. No, he is back, thank goodness for that, and it is the case we see him return there, and as he makes his way on down, he's lost a lot of time by looks of things through that latency. Now, whether we just need our timings to update or whatnot, we'll find out very shortly, but that was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for what was RSR by butt kicker, and indeed for the whole GT3 field, and the fact that our runaway leader could have suddenly just retired from the race. And as he makes his way through the Alta Verante chicane, it is the case he doesn't look to be having any issues at this point, but of course, let's not put the commentator's curse on him as he makes his way down towards Ravatsa. Now, you may be thinking at this point, well, that as a viewer, it may be the case, particularly for an uninitiated viewer, well, disconnections and whatnot from sim racing, well, that sort of ruins the immersion away, doesn't it? Well, no, not necessarily, because if you look to real-world racing, what's the equivalent that can happen at any moment? An engine blowout, for example, or something breaks on a car, and it's essentially what we like to refer to as the worst possible way of stimulating an engine blowout on a car, which is when somebody disconnects. But it does happen, and that is the nature of the beast of real world racing, and it translates back here to sim racing as well, and on iRacing in particular, as we see our race lead now more comfortably running around with his connection intact for the time being. But whilst he's pushing on here and hoping he doesn't have any more issues, we've just had a couple of pit stops occur in P5 and P6 overall, and we do look here to our P11 driver Van Gucht once again, who indeed continues to chase after the JD Sim Racing machine. But it is the case he has fallen back a little bit, and I think JD Sim Racing have finally put that worry about Ravazza to bed, and they've been able to stabilise a bit. They've got some TCR traffic in front of them, however, as they roll the way up through Tosa, and indeed as they make the way on out at this point, it is the case that we do have coming into the pits. I look outside my commentary box window, we do have Oddie Simsport and Lester Kirk coming on in for a scheduled stop, and he's coming in from what was at the time, we do believe, a P4, and indeed he's now being serviced, and it'll be the case he'll be back on the road in the near future. But we've still got those pit stops to drip feed in, as we said earlier, and as they occur, we'll let you know if there are any changes or whether it brings any of our drivers together. Because the thing is, as they make the way on through, it is the case we're hearing that Joshua Wiggins is now taking over the RD Simsport machine. So Alistair Kirk has handed over the steering wheel, handed over the keys, and it is the case I think Wiggins will be revitalised. And if he's running the car to the very end, well, it's likely he will have to double stint, seeing as we've typically seen our GT3 drivers do 45 to 50-minute stints. But we'll wait and find out there whether they have another swap or whether it's the run to the finish. But as we look here, I think we've had a bit of an oh goodness, we've had an off track then. That's the JD Simsport machine that's gone wide, and well, do they lock up the brakes, or is it the case they're just carrying a bit too much speed down? Let's take a look back. Well, as they're making their way out of Alta and down towards Ravazza here, in towards the first braking zone, and just taking a bit too much entry curve down the right, raising the car up, and then the right-hand wheel's just dipping on, and it is a whack to the wall as well. Could not get the car to stop, and well, that is a disaster for them in terms of the whack, and that's going to be some significant damage there, but they've stayed out, as we're to understand. And as we return to live pictures right now, well, I think it's the case that Chris Van Gucht at this point will be thinking, or he'll be saying to his teammates, see, I told you that slow and steady will win the race. But meanwhile, we cut over to Wiggins, and the RD Simsport driver here back behind the car. But the thing for him now is he's not going to have a comfortable time in getting back up to speed, because he has Daniel Munoz there behind, and the number 49 Magenta Lamborghini on the offensive here. And I think he's going to be looking for a move into Tosa. He goes up the inside here and immediately going on the offensive. And I think Wiggins might have just been caught napping a little bit there, but I think Wiggins has been woken up now. And look at this, what Wiggins is doing. He's positioning to block the Magenta car from being able to cover off the inside into Piratella, and gets the return there. And now that is some very smart racecraft from the number 58 driver, essentially using the TCR driver there as a blocking device and getting it done. And we've got a car there, I think, going sideways for Aquaman Morale. We've got some brake dust definitely kicking up, and that is a Lamborghini in front of what is Atlantic Motorsports James Richards. Where it is the case, as Tim was saying earlier just before he left, well, we're expecting the drama to come back together, and it has come alive already. And as they make the way through the auto chicane, this time, in this case, we now have a three-way fight on our hands for P4 overall in the GT3 class as they make the way down towards Ravazza this time around. Now, the thing is, of course, for James Richards, did he flat spot the tyres by drifting across what was Aquaminarale there? It was the case that he did go quite sideways, and when you do so, that does have a tendency of hurting the tyres. But as he rolls on out here and charges on down, it is the case that all three drivers are close together now, running in straight line sequence, and well, nobody really gaining at this point. I think they're all just pressing on, as we hear that Sacania Endurance Motorsports lead car of Fede Rosano is coming into the pit for what is a scheduled stop. And meanwhile, this battle for P4 continuing together, and we've got the two Lamborghinis sandwiching what is the BMW M4, and as they roll their way on through, it is the case that we can see that, excuse me, there is the case that Wiggins just going a little bit slow coming out of what was the Tamburello chicane, and as he makes his way out of Villeneuve, keeping it together. But meanwhile, we've also got Stage 1 Racing Green into the pits, and we have their stop. I think Scania having a bit of a slow stop, in fact, as I'm hearing, and Stage 1 Racing Green being serviced, and they've had their service. Well, in fact, no, they've been serviced now, they've just gone to their pit box. But the battle for P4 rolls on here in towards Piratella, and for what is their Wiggins, he's going to have to really think about how he plays this one out, because he does have a driver who looks vulnerable in the form of Richards ahead of him, but behind him Munoz is looking for that opportunity to gain places as well. I think the 49 Magenta team would feel as though that if they could take P4 at this point in the race, it would be very well deserved given the effort they put in. They clear the GT4 traffic there, and I believe that is the Audi Simsport GT4 rolling on through. So it is the case that all three GT3s make the way past, and I think it would have been the case that Wiggins would have been hoping that his sister team would have been able to somehow intervene, albeit not to rig the running or anything along those lines, but the way the traffic would have fell would have been a bit more convenient. That's of course what you wish, but it is because it hasn't worked out, and they fly on through. But we've also got some more battles building, such features in the battle, I do believe, for what is the lead of the TCR class, unless I'm mistaken. That's also starting to build up on the timing tower on the left there, and we've also got a battle building for P14. And speaking of the TCR class lead battle, we do look to Jack Styles here from Orbit Motorsport Mars, and he is very close behind. And as he comes charging on through, it is the case. There's quite a delta in terms of the strategies between these two. So as a result, we can imagine that them coming together right now could be due to the fact that it's the strategies and the way they're intersecting. So it may be the case that while Styles is closing up very rapidly here behind the Bradman eSports hissing Sid machine as piloted by Harold Stadler, it could be an overtake and then a quick jump to the pits. And speaking of a jump to the pits, we have got the Prismatic Motorsports Athena machine having just made its way into the pits as well, as the drivers continue on around. And as they do at this point, of course, that is the big conundrum now with the race going into its final quarter. We are waiting to see how the strategies all intersect together, and we won't really have a true picture until the final 40 minutes or so. That's when we should have all our pit stops complete, most likely, unless any teams have run off the book. Meanwhile, we continue to watch this battle for lead in the TCRs, and well, to have our two leaders this close together after over what is 4.5 hours of racing, that is the testament to how close these guys are running in terms of pace and also their commitment to the racing cause. As they roll the way down in towards Villeneuve this time around, you can definitely see just how close Styles is getting each and every time under braking there, and Styles really putting that pressure on as they make the way into what is the Tosa hairpin. As we ride on board the bumper camera here, it is the case getting a face full of the back of the 387 car, and while he won't want to see the rear of that 387 car, he'll want it to see his rear instead as they come charging up towards what is their Piratella. And as they do, will there be a look to a move? No, he gets very close, however, and I wouldn't be surprised at this point if we are expecting Styles to potentially go for the move up the inside in the near future, but that wasn't the place to be, and Aqua Minerale will definitely not be. But notice here as well the body language off of the back of Harold Stadler's car, and as they make their way through. And as they continue to push on, it is the case that we are hearing as well that we do have a growing battle here. We could also have a third driver in the mix here, and in particular that would be Hal. Well, in fact, my apologies, no, it's a bit further up in the GT3s where we've got a growing battle for what is that P4 P3, and Emily Howe has come out into that battle. In fact, we cut across to it at the moment, and we do look here, and this is Emily Howe, who only moments ago has got behind the wheel of the Prismatic Motorsports Athena machine, and indeed has come out into this battle as they push on. And in terms of the pit stops between the drivers right now, we can confirm it is the case that they are now heading towards what is, I believe, their fourth stop. That'll be their next and final stop, unless I'm very much mistaken. The drivers rolling through here all the same, and James Richards right now will be feeling as though there's a huge amount of pressure on them. And as they head on through, we cut back here to the TCR battle, and as we can see, it is the case that Jack Styles continues to stay close, but he can't find a way on through. And I think at this point he may be hoping that the traffic will just give him a little bit of an edge to help push this the way he wants it to. But the fact that we have already had what is the Hue Adjust machine make its way on through, and very shortly we're likely to have the Sakara Endurance Lamborghini behind, and also another GT4 cut on through. It is a case here that Styles is going to need to get this done quickly. He gets the momentum coming out of Villeneuve, but he can't quite find it around the outside of Tosa. He looks at the cutback instead, but in doing so, Harold Stadler here doing a very good job of just simply keeping the car in front. And to be fair, as we said very early on the show today, it is the case that Imola overtaking is difficult unless you have a significant run coming out of a corner. Alternatively, the driver in front of you really makes a major error, and we're seeing that right now in the fact we've got two very equally matched drivers here, and Harold Stadler is just frustrating Styles as it currently stands. But as they come for Aqua Minerale, they've got more GT3 coming on through here, two BMW M4s rocketing on through together, and I believe that is Mark DeBar and Ivo Linden. No, in fact that is not, unless I'm very much mistaken. It's not quite those two. In fact, my apologies, that's the geodesic machine coming on through in P2 of the GT3s, and it has got the traffic in front of him of one of our drivers in the GT3 class who's a lap down. But as they charge them through right now, that won't mean anything for our TCR drivers other than can we get the traffic out of the way, and they have got it out of the way, and now they've got the Magenta, the 49 Motorsports Magenta GT4 behind, has been piloted by Eric Biggs. And I think Eric Biggs at this point may be looking at this battle and thinking, okay, how do I get past it without interfering with it, given it's a lead battle, and I don't really want to upset the apple cart for these drivers? Well, he's going to get a double toe here down the start-finish straight, and here's the thing with the GT4s, compared to the TCRs, as we saw at Laguna Seca, they're not that much faster through the corners, but it's on the straights, and as they make their way down, and as they head on through, it is the case that they are able to swap the places around, and we see our leaders stay as they are. But meanwhile, we have had what are a couple of off tracks, and we'll be cut into a replay very shortly, as I understand it, of what exactly happened. It's both the RD SimSport 3 machine of Neil Ferrier and also what is the Prismatic Motorsports machine, and this is Neil Ferrier Motorsport going, oh goodness me, taking a bit too much apex curb there of what was the Villeneuve chicane, and that just causing the car to go away. But we now do return to the live picture. In fact, we cut back to the replay here of what happens to the Prismatic Motorsports car, and as they made their way through, it's a lock-up there into what was, unless I'm very much mistaken, that is into the Tamburello chicane, just a heavy lock-up and just straight lining on. And to be fair, Alicia Pelletier Sharp doing the right thing there, just straight lining the car on and not trying to recover the corner, and as a result not really losing too much time, albeit just a little bit of wounded pride there as the mistake was made. But now as we return back to the live pictures here, it is the case that our drivers in the GT3 class push on. This is the battle for P3, and yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at this, that's P3 through to P6, all separated by what is a margin in the end of less, excuse me, and as they make their way down. In fact, we've just had Ivo Linden, who's had a major incident running P4 in the GT3 AMS, and I suppose it may be the case that we'll get to see what's happened there specifically. But right now in this battle for P3 overall in the GT3s, when they're separated by less than what is 2 seconds from P3 to P6, it's absolutely brilliant to see, and we do love to see the racing continue all the way down to the wire here, despite the time as they all push on. But as they come charging down the hill, it's the case they're going to have to find their way past the GT4 there, and I do believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, that was the D-Line Racing machine, and well, they've had to steer clear, in fact, and as they make their way through, well, they're going to actually end up separating some of the GT3s apart, but it's the main three protagonists here in this GT3 battle who have stayed together, and in particular right now, it's Emily Howe who finds herself in between. But we're about to, as they make their way down towards turn number 2, cut to the replay here of only moments ago. And this was Ivo Linden getting it wrong, coming for Akman Arale. And you can see they're getting it right initially, but the car started to come away as he made his way out of turn number 9, the first part of Akman Arale. And then the car starting to really take the driver on the right, and in the end, causing it to hit the sausage curve on the apex of turn number 10, the main apex of the right-hander of Akman Arale. And in the end, the car being bounced out there. But as we return to the live pictures, the battle for P3 continues here over on the GT3s, and Emily Howe tries to go round the outside of toe, so that Porsche can go all the way round. It's got a lot of mechanical grip, and as they make their way out of the corner, a nice move there and up to P3. Meanwhile, James Richards tucks in behind now, and could we see a cascade here of Daniel Munoz coming on through as well for P4? Well, Howe will need to use this advantage, and it is the case. I think right now James Richards under pressure, and Munoz goes to the inside there, coming down into Akman Arale and gets the move done. And my goodness, Daniel Munoz could not have cut that any finer. If they had been a metre later on that move, there would have been contact there into the apex, or somebody would have had to have slammed on the anchors at the last moment, and I don't think it would have been the case that Daniel Munoz would have slammed on the anchors. I think it would have been James Richards who had to, but that was absolutely stellar stuff. And as they make the way down towards what is Rabat, so I think there you can see the RD SimSport BMW M4 Joshua Wiggins just a bit further behind, separated by the number 34 car of David Van Slambrook, and I do apologise earlier for referring to him as David Blambrook. It is the case that the data that I was able to see didn't have the S in his name, but I apologise for that, and he's probably not too happy I've butchered his name. But speaking of butchering things right now, this battle does stop there, because it is the case that James Richards comes on in for another scheduled stop. I think James Richards at this point more thinking about trying to hold everybody up as much as possible, but in the end the scheduled stop was on the cards, and there's now creeping on through the pit lane here to take that scheduled stop. But as he does, we do seem to have a report of an incident which has gone to the stewards, and that's between the number 58 car, which is the RD SimSport GT3 Pro car, piloted by Joshua Wiggins at this time, also the 49 Motorsports Maroon machine. And oh goodness me, we've got a crash from Sean Campbell by the sounds of things I'm hearing in my ear, and that's our rate leader who's been involved in an incident. And we take a look at a replay here of what I suspect is that moment. Well, where was he on circuit, making his way out to Piratella. So this is heading down to Aquaminarale. Oh, no, no, no. And he's had to stab on the brakes. And to be fair, Sean Campbell there, that was a tiny tap. But beyond that, now that is absolutely brilliant from Sean Campbell to get the car stopped. And I think Simone Garreau there will be very grateful that Sean Campbell was aware of the fact that he was going to be reversing back across the circuit and in the end putting the anchors on. Now, I do wonder whether that will go to the Shoulds there as an unsafe rejoin, because I'd definitely say that in my experience that would be an unsafe rejoin from what was Simone Garreau. But at the same time, Sean Campbell there avoiding what could have been a major race ender. And indeed for both drivers there, they've made it out the other way. That could have gone very different. And Sean Campbell, whilst he's been leading, he's not been falling asleep behind the wheel. And whilst he's lost a lot of time over the last, 20 minutes or so in terms of that lead he's built on out, at the same time, he's still leading by the best part of 1.5 minutes, so it's not going anywhere, that lead at the moment. It's still firmly in his hands and he's got the time to play with. But as we look back here to Emily Howe, the Prismatic Motorsports Athena driver, pushing on here and going for the gap, as the rear wing says on the car there, going for the gap around the TCR leaders who continue to battle there. Don't count them out as well. It is a case of Howe right now finding herself caught in a difficult place, a bit of traffic in front, and that's Ivo Linden. No, in fact, that's not Ivo Linden, my apologies. Well, in fact, it is Ivo Linden. I get it right the first time. But right now, Howe finding herself boxed in here as they make the way down into the braking zone for turn number 5. And as they do, we do see it is the case that Daniel Munoz here really trying to put that pressure on and get the return move done as they come driving on through. And in the meantime, I can tell you it is the case that we do have another spin in the tail here. It is the case that number 49 car is piloted by Daniel Munoz, well involved in the incident with the RD Simsport machine of Joshua Wiggins, and also what was the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car driven by Emily Howe. It is the case the stewards have given a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact and causing a collision to Daniel Munoz as piloting the 49 Motorsports maroon machine. So it is the case that now Munoz has got even more to deal with here, and it's a drive-through penalty, which the only way he's going to get rid of it is by coming into the pits and burning a huge amount of race time. And indeed for Howe, if the message has not gone through to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena driver, it will soon. And I think at this point Howe will be thinking, okay, I've got a lot less pressure on me, given that drive-through penalty will have to be served sooner rather than later, and that is going to put Munoz completely out of the run for P3 at this point in the race. Don't say it's not over yet, of course, we've got a lot of time left, but a drive-through penalty this late on with only one more scheduled stop on the cards, most likely for most of our drivers. If they've not got 2 on the schedule, it is the case that drive-through is going to be absolutely painful. And indeed, there goes Munoz into the pits, and he just has to cruise to the pit lane there. He'll get a breather, of course, but that's not the kind of breather he wants. He'll want a breather in his pit box, there's no doubt about that. But meanwhile, as we watch our drivers make the way down, it is the case we return to the battle for the lead of the TCR class here, and we can see Jack Stiles having run very close to the back of Harold Stadler only moments ago, and indeed for the last few laps now backing off a little bit. And I do wonder at this point where it's the case that Stiles is now having to think about doing a bit of a resurgence under braking here, and indeed he does. I think he's just backing off there to give the car a little bit of breathing room to try and cool the front of the car down a bit. Running this close, of course, does cause a lot of dirty, a lot of warm dirty air to come off of the back of the car in front and really affect your car when you're running this close behind. And then these TCR cars, of course, with the front tyres doing all the work in terms of the front engine front wheel drive, so all the power goes to those front tyres as well as all the turning work. It is the case that those front tyres need to be kept relatively cool. They can't be run too hot for too long, otherwise the car really does start to wear those front tyres down and the car can really start to want to understeer on the corners. And the Elantra in particular, a car which over race stints really does wear its tyres down compared to say the Audi RS3, and we do have the Audi RS3 of course, and a fan favourite car of what is their track limit racing TCR. They're down in P4 in the TCRs, P28 overall, not the focus of our cameraman's attention at the moment. Indeed, we've got this battle for the lead, but it is the case the Elantra can go through its tyres quite aggressively if they're not managed, and that is something which I think Jack Stiles is aware of here. And you'll notice again just falling back a little bit through the run out of Piratella and onwards towards Alta through Aquaminarale. He's focusing more on the exits out of the corners that lead into power zones where he can look to battle on the brakes, and therefore as he now comes out of Alta and down towards Ravazza, this is where we'll now see Stiles start to build a bit more momentum up. He'll try to get close going through Ravazza 1 and Ravazza 2, so that way he can have an attempt at a run down towards the what is the Tamburello chicane once again. But meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, should point out that we do have Hugh Jars into the pits for a scheduled stop, and Giovanni Romano in the vehicle. It is a case he'll be taking it out of the pit lane soon, as we can see the TCR battle here, and we do see that is the Atlantic Motorsport machine coming on through, and Daniel Munoz in the 49 machine as well coming through, the 49 Motorsports Maroon. And as they make their way underneath the billboard there and underneath the camera, it is the case, of course, keep in mind that Atlantic Motorsports James Richards serving a pit stop, a scheduled stop. Meanwhile, Daniel Munoz serving a drive-through penalty. And indeed, that contrast there, I think it's the case that James Richards may be told that it is the case that he doesn't have to worry too much. But meanwhile, we cut over here to Ivo Linden, who is under pressure from the number 34 car here of David Van Slambert. And as they make their way through turn number 8 and down towards Acqua Minerale, a nice move there up the inside from the pro driver going past the AM. But to be fair, right now I think Ivo Linden, after that off earlier on, a bit shaken up, and right now I think just trying to settle and get that momentum, get that rhythm back in mind as they come charging on through. But as they head down in towards Alta here, I think Linden's going to have to navigate his way past the GT4 there, and the Effect eSports machine that's being piloted by Tim Darracott there, having to be very, very wise to the fact there was a quick move. But as they head on down, oh goodness me, it is the case that we see RD Sims, what they're coming on through and flashing his lights, they roll the way on down. But meanwhile, we cut to James Richards here, battling side by side with Daniel Munoz under, breaking it into the Alta chicane. And as they come on through, well, he's not going to give that ground if he can afford to do so here. He'll want to compound, what are the words of Daniel Munoz, and hold on to that P5 out on circuit as they come charging on down the hill in towards Ravazza. And I think for Richards at this point, well, he has got a very fast and perhaps a quite frustrated Daniel Munoz behind us, that drive-through penalty, and the number 16 driver at this point would do very well to keep his rival at bay as they make the way out of Ravazza 2 and onto the start-finish straight. And as they come on through the kinks that make the way to the timeline, those right-hand kinks, of course, it is the case they go on to another lap. The laps continue to build up. They head underneath our camera here, and you can see just how much defence Richards is having to put in. He puts the car in the middle of the road to defend into turn number 2, and as he does, no way through for Daniel Munoz at the moment. Of course, Richards now finds himself understeering a little bit beyond turn number 3. That will cost him a little bit of exit speed coming out of 4. He's got the 249 car in front there, and that is another one of the 49 Motorsport machines ahead. But to be fair, the GT4 does not get caught up just yet, and as they make their way on through and down towards what is Tosa corner here, it is the case they make the way out to the left-hander, and well, oh goodness me, and I think there's been contact there between the 249 Motorsport teammates, and well, that is a bit of a rough moment, particularly when it's contact with a sister team, and that is a problem which James Richards will not be worrying about. I think he'll be very pleased to find that he's just been given a lot of breathing room, as meanwhile, whilst all this has been going on, we can report that it is the case our GT4 class leader, Deutsche Payment Def Omens, has come into the pit, and they are being serviced at the moment, and Brabham Esports Blue are now your GT4 leaders for the time being. But do keep in mind, of course, they do need to take another pit stop in the near future as part of the schedule, and Harry Pipes behind the wheel of that Aston Martin at V8 Vantage right now. I think he'll be just trying to push on here and try and gain as much time as he can as they roll the way out of Tosa. And beautiful moment there, we could see both drivers coming on through in the different compositions or composure of the car, whereby Hugh Jars being driven by Giovanni Romano there, going a little bit sideways on the power. But as we do look to our drivers coming on through the auto chicane, we do look back to this battle for the lead of the TCRs, and well, as they make their way down toward Ravazza at this point, it definitely seems as though Jack Styles now falling away a little bit. I think feeling the pinch, feeling that pressure as they head down through Ravazza, just that pressure trying to stay close, and instead now opting to back off a little bit here and see how the race goes. And in fact, Jack Styles into the pits here, so it's the case he couldn't get it done out on circuit, so he's decided he'll come into the pits here, and he'll be the first of the two of what is Orbit Motorsport Mars versus Brabham Esports Hissing Sid to come on in. This will be for the undercut effectively, and with the time remaining as we head towards the end of hour 5, it is the case that Ethan Buss now taking over the car, and he will be running the car most likely to the finish. This is up on the jacks at the moment. It will be the case they'll be putting new tyres on the car. We're being up on the jacks, but definitely now Ethan Buss has a huge task in front of him, which is to undercut Harold Stadler and take the win in the TCR class. If he can do it, then it would be spectacular. If not, well, there is the case he'll give it everything in order to do so and prove us wrong. But indeed now we are starting to see that TCR class head towards its final set of pit stops, and well, Ethan Buss just getting behind that car. It's a long stop, of course, when they do the driver change as well, but he leaves the pit lane there, a stationary time of 41 seconds, and now makes his merry way all the way down the long Imola pit lane, all the way through down towards the start of what is the commencement of his final stint, indeed the team's final stint, assuming that they don't have to make any more pit stops that are unscheduled. But meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, it is the case looking at further afield, we do see some of the GT3s coming on through and down into the braking zone here for turn number 2. And where does Ethan Bass come out in all of this? Well, it is the case he comes back out in P2, which is where the team were running at the time of going into the pits. But the difference is, of course, that now he will have a bit more of a gap to close up to the race leader of the class, and also he will have the FTR eSports machine, as piloted by Ryan Chevalier, a little bit closer behind, 14 seconds to be exact. But meanwhile, we do cut to our overall race leader, and this is, of course, Sean Campbell, who after a couple of major moments, some moments which I think made us all absolutely tremble with nerves, it is the case that right now he continues to push on, a man with nerves of steel and brakes of compassion. It is the case as he makes his way down towards Ravatsa at this point. Sean Campbell just pressing on. And I do think for Sean Campbell at this point, when he reflects on this race, or he might be reflecting in the car at the moment, he may be occasionally just thinking, what if it was the case that we hadn't seen the retirement of the Brabham East machine piloted by James Armstrong? What if it was the case that the race had continued to play out and there were not the penalties or the incidents and the mistakes from James Armstrong? Could we have seen these two really go all the distance over the 6 hours and stay close together? But that's a what if question, and of course the thing with what ifs, you can dream up a whole variety of situations. But meanwhile, one driver who won't be asking what if, Joshua Wiggins here for RD Sim Sport, and it is the case as he makes his way down towards Ravatsa. He's holding on to that position, but he does have what is pressure building from behind, and it is not quite what is the car behind him. I believe that in fact might be the, well, that's the FTR eSports machine, but he does have Atlantic Motorsports James Richards, who is 14.5 seconds behind and gradually closing. But the difference is, of course, the fact that for James Richards, and he's got a lot of gap to close down and not long to close down over there, well, not long to close it down, we should say, with just over an hour remaining as our drivers push on here. And I think for Wiggins at this point, he'll just be focusing about keeping the car on the straight and the narrow. And of course, the team gaining 6 places since the start of this race. They've gained a lot of ground, have RD Sim Sport despite it all, and they would be very happy to be finishing inside the top 5 come the remainder as they continue on through. But it is the case that a lot of gainers out on circuit right now. Indeed, many a driver gain a lot of places around here and looking to consolidate those positions. And RD Sim Sport, it has been a very up and down race, and particularly after the drama that Alistair Kurt faced on the early stages of the race in the opening half, and now they've really brought it back together, and it's been a huge team effort. As they make the way through here, and you have to excuse me, I will from time to time have to take a sip of my tea because I'm not going to let it get too cold here in the commentary booth. It is the case we do have a couple of pit stops still playing out, and I can tell you that the Backmarker Racing orange car is making its way out of the pit lane. It's now going to be piloted by Ed Victors. But meanwhile here, as we continue to watch Joshua Wiggins, he does have that situation behind where he does have the FTR machine closing on up. I think it is the case the FTR driver behind will be looking to come on through, and unless I'm mistaken, that is Rich Corfor behind him, running in what is P15 in our GT3s and looking to gain that track position back in terms of getting himself unlapped as they roll the way on through. But meanwhile, we look to Harry Pipes here and the Brabham eSports blue driver making his way through turn number 4. And well, Harry Pipes right now leading, and as he comfortably makes his way on down, it is the case pushing on. And in terms of those lap times, the only driver in his class who's going faster, alternatively matching him, it is the case Anders Vries Ankerson from RD Sim Sport is really matching him. But to be fair, all the way down in P3 at the moment, and the gap between the two of them stands at 32 seconds. So it's not really too much of a worry for Harry Pipes as they come charging on through and down towards what is there going into Piratella once again. But I definitely think for Harry Pipes at this point, he's just got to keep it good and on that happy path in terms of not falling off the circuit at this point with the hour remaining. But speaking of trying to push on, it is the case that we do have what is Tim Darracott pressing on, and right now Tim Darracott is into the pit lane for Effect Esports, and that will be something which it will be the case that Darracott will be thinking about how much more can he do. And in fact, it's going to be Alistair Catchpole who takes over the Effect Esports machine for the final stint of their race. They are currently being serviced. I think they're stationary at the moment, but we're just sat here by the pit exit as we do see there what is the JD Sim Racing 76 car coming through. And as our drivers charge on past the pit exit, it is the case that we will be seeing the FTR eSports car come out soon. Now, in terms of where it's going to fit back into the proceedings, we'll let you know when it does happen. But right now, we can see here Giovanni Romano, well, he'll be one driver who'll be looking to try and make sure he comes back out ahead of what is the FTR eSports machine. He does so, in fact, as it is the case that Catchpole now starting to head to the pit exit. Well, Hugh Jas will be not worrying too much about that, and here is Catchpole making his way on out. And Catchpole, to be fair, has the unenviable task now of bringing that car home come the finish with an hour left on the clock. And typically our GT4s do go about an hour. I can't imagine there is going to be one more stop for the team, or if it is, it's going to be a very quick splash and dash, as we also have into the pits one Simona Garel and the Sakani Endurance Motorsport driver coming on in. But indeed, right now, as we see drivers making their way on through as well. And in fact, my apologies, Nat. That was a drive-through penalty there being served for Simona Garel, and we've just had that updated with regards to the steward's announcement, a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact earlier on in the race. And well, Garel right now, and indeed, Sakani Endurance Motorsport were running a very strong top 10 position at the time, but it is the case they've served that drive-through penalty, and the GT3 AMP driver has dropped down. But meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, I'm hearing in my ear that Langenberg has had an incident, and here is, well, in fact, it is Ty Langenberg, and as he makes his way into what is, excuse me, Akmanarale, they're just taking a little bit too much. And taking a bit too much grass there in the run to turn number 10 under braking, and the D-Line Racing driver ends up pointing the wrong way. And well, it's a case of a number of drivers falling victim to Akmanarale, and he is the latest victim, Ty Langenberg. Indeed, a difficult day, and D-Line Racing running in that P5 in the GT4 class, that will not help their aspirations to go hunting after a higher position in the top 5 of the GT4s. But meanwhile, we focus here on James Richards at the moment, and James Richards still under that huge pressure from behind of what is Munoz. But we do keep in mind, of course, that Daniel Munoz just has quite recently served a drive-through penalty, which has dropped him back here behind Richards, and therefore these guys are a little bit out of sync now with regards to their pit strategies, and I think Richards may be aware of that. Atlantic Motorsport, of course, will push him on. They'll urge him to keep on pushing and not lose track position to Munoz, but at the same time, that is something they may have in their back pocket, which they'll keep in mind as they make their way on through. And meanwhile, into the pits came Vance Lambrook, and it is the case that we'll have Jens de Roo taking over the Stage 1 racing machine. They're down in P11 now. They came into the pits P10, but we continue to focus here on Richards, who right now stuck behind the Scania Endurance Motorsport machine, albeit is a lap down the number 152 car, which is being piloted by Simone Garel, and it will be the case that James Richards will be hoping here that he can find his way on through. Now, you may be thinking at this point, ladies and gentlemen, why are some of our drivers not flashing their lights as much anymore? Well, it was the case a bit earlier on the race that a steward's announcement did go out with regards to the fact that some drivers were excessively flashing their light, and therefore it is the case they have all been told to calm it down. I can imagine there may be the one or two flashes if there's a little bit of an incident, or it feels there's a bit of impediment. And indeed, I think right now Richards may be starting to worry about the fact that Munoz has cleared the traffic that was between them, and now it is the case the 49 Motorsports maroon driver pushing on here as they roll their way down through Piratella and into Zach Minerali, and as they do, they've got a very nasty task here of one of the TCRs right on the narrow there, and well, Richards has gone for it. He's gambled in the be fair. I think Richards taking that gamble, all it's done has cost him time, and Munoz by comparison has gained from all of that. But I think Richards right on the very edge of adhesion there, and that could have gone so far worse. And how there was not contact between them and the TCR car, the Prismatic Motorsports car, it is the case I will never know. That's credit to all three drivers there for safely navigating that. But right now, Daniel Munoz won't be thinking about that. All we'll be thinking about is I've just gained as a result of that confrontation, as they make the way through into Ravatsa and exit the very tricky double left-hander. You can see just how much Richard's struggling there on the corner exit, and as they make the way charging down the start-finish straight now, will this be a potential move down into Tamburello? Well, if it is the case he's going to have to go for it, but look at this, it is the case when he's not in the draft, Munoz just does not gain anymore, and Richards comes off that inside line, but they do have a GT4 car, they're braking, and this is going to be a very difficult situation, but Richards being smart there, he tries to box Munoz in on the outside to make sure he can't go all the way round, and indeed it is the case that Richards holds on for now. But again, the GT4 traffic just reappearing there on corner exit. In the end, Richards does clear, and he manages to put the Effect Esports GT4 between them, and that will help him. Of course, it is the case the Effect Esports car will just simply be running its own race, and Alistair Catchpole in particular will be just simply thinking, go around me, guys, I'm just on the racing line, don't mind me. And it is the case that Munoz right now, I think, a bit of frustration, and actually overextends the exit at Tosa and almost runs it onto the grass, and that is where frustration is building in the cockpit of that Lamborghini Huracan Evo, in the fact that Munoz just has not been able to find a way to undermine what is the run for, pardon me, the run for what is that P5 position. But in the meantime, as they roll the way on down, it is the case we can confirm as to the reasoning for that drive-through penalty for the Scania Endurance Motorsport machine, the number 152 car, and that drive-through was, and some of you may have guessed it already, for that very, very scary moment that we saw earlier, which was where as they were making their way back onto the circuit, they reversed across the circuit out of Piratella. It was the case that there was that contact, and as they make the way on through here, it may be the case that we can catch a replay as a reminder of that, as we continue to see here Simona Guerral behind the cockpit of the car rolling on through Ravazza. But it was a very scary moment, but at the same time we come to the replay here, and well, it is the case we get to see exactly what happened those moments ago, and well, this is what the drive-through had been given for in the end. But indeed a very nasty moment, and what could have been far, far worse if it hadn't worked out the way it had, and particularly very fortunate there to get away with just the drive-through penalty and not a potential race-ending moment. But as our drivers continue to push on round here, and Munoz will keep on charging off that P5, it is the case that he's closing up once again, but every time he's closed up, Richards just seems to have something in hand to keep him at bay. But whilst all this is happening, off camera, of course, we've got more pit stops occurring. We have got the Scania Endurance Motorsport B car as piloted by Giuseppe Ali in the pits right now and being serviced. And we've also got their James Carr from Track Limit Racing TCR into the pits as well. So we will have some more drivers coming out of the pits very soon. And when they do, they'll be heading on to what will likely be their final stints, or their penultimate stints, if not their final stints. But we do return to the running here, and it is the case that James Richards right now finds himself having to navigate his way past the back marker of Racing Orange Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. He does so, and it does seem as though James Richards has a habit here of finding his way past other cars, and particularly cars in other classes, going through Acque Minerale, and he doesn't do it by halves. He does it in the run from turn 9 to turn 10, so midway through Acque Minerale, which is the case. It's very brave stuff here, and if we needed proof that the American driver from Atlantic Motorsport is very brave and is full of confidence, I think he's given them more than enough proof of that here today. But now the proof will be in the pudding in terms of where he's able to keep Munoz at bay, as Munoz once again closing up here on corner exit, and notice that a bit of oversteer on corner exit there for what was James Richards, having to scythe at the steering wheel on the exit of Ravazza too. And as they head across the timeline, he's in the draft of the Scania Endurance Motorsport car there, the number 152 car, and as they make their way down towards the Sambrello chicane, I think there's not going to be a worry of a move this time, but once more Richards really trying to put any traffic he can between himself and his rival. As they make the way down and onwards towards the Villeneuve chicane here, this battle continues to press on, a very close battle as they come charging down on the brakes, and now Munoz has the very unenviable situation having to run behind a car which is going to be a lap down for him through the Villeneuve chicane. Of course, there's nowhere really to go through Villeneuve. It's one line unless you go side by side into the open and apex, and right now, well, in the end, he will find his way on through, but he is being frustrated a little bit here, and it is the case it's going to take a bit longer. They head up towards Piratella, and right now he's got two cars between himself and his target of that P5 driver of Richards, and Munoz will now try, and surely not, he's going to try and go around the outside of one into what is Acque Minerale. Well, that's worked out a bit better. I thought he was going to try and do a double. I was going to say that's not going to work by far reaches, and in the end, as he makes his way out, he'll make his way past the Brabham eSports GT4, and that being piloted by what is there, that is Harry Pipes behind the wheel. And as they make the way on through, it is the case he has lost a lot of time there. In fact, the gap has gone from what was previously half a second all the way up to now what is 2.23 seconds, and that goes to show you just how much that traffic has cost him. And to be fair, nobody's actively impeded him, it's just the way the traffic has worked out. But meanwhile, as we continue our way into this final hour of racing here, Richards able to break away. He's got some traffic of his own, and that's particularly the 269 car there of D-Line Races Tyler Langenberg, who just simply makes his way on through. In fact, Tyler Langenberg there, well, he's going to find himself being lapped potentially by Hugh Just very shortly as they head on down towards the Tamburello chicane once again for what are GT3s is now the 174th time if you're running in this battle. Our race leader's already onto the 176th lap, would you believe it? So many laps being clocked up here today, but as they do, and meanwhile, Richards now really trying to push on and run away from Munoz. But as he does, we are hearing that Neil Ferrier has had to jump to the pit. It is the case. The RD Sims Sport 3 driver, something has gone very wrong for the TCR driver, but there has been a jump to the pit, and I wonder what's happened. Here's a replay, in fact, of what happened only moments ago. And as he made his way down there, oh, goodness me, and that is a very uncharacteristic error of all sorts there. But in the end, just simply going straight on through the kink, heading down towards the Tamburello chicane. And, well, was that a lapse of concentration or something going wrong with the steering there for Neil Ferrier? Well, either way, not only seeing drivers get it wrong like that, where they put a wheel into the grass there after that initial kink, but Neil Ferrier, who was looking forward to when we spoke to him earlier, right on board here. Let's listen. Well, that has got to be one of the strangest moments I've ever seen in the run down towards the Tamburello chicane, and I can't really explain that to be honest, unless there was a technical issue with the steering wheel that we can't quite see. But it's the case that Ferrier just going initially straight on, and then at the last moment, and you could hear lifting off, and I think trying to get the brakes on. And indeed, as we're listening to the car, sounds like something's wrong with the engine or something along those lines, but definitely something wrong with that car. And in the end, Neil Ferrier just simply cruising into the grass, and the grass coming back to bite him. And in the end, the car moving a little bit there, but he's had to take the jump to the pits. But whatever's happening, that is an absolutely disastrous moment for the RD Simsport driver, who was really looking forward to getting in the car to wrap up the race at RD Simsport. But indeed, now it's the case that it's going to be a bit of a nightmare task rather than something to be enjoyed, as we see a few flashing lights behind. And well, I think it's the case they might be trying to communicate in Morse code there, and Daniel Munoz, I think, flashes lights to say to the number 151 car of what is there, Giuseppe Ali, can you please politely move out the way? I think Giuseppe Ali communicating back, I'll do it in my own time, thank you very much. Alternatively, you're faster than me, go round me. But definitely both drivers there sending signals to one another, and as they make their way out towards Piratella, is the case they stay as they were for the time being. Of course, keep in mind that Giuseppe Ali a lap down by comparison here, so it is the case that Munoz will be looking to come on through to simply clear him and press on. But meanwhile, we look here to Daniel Muff, and it is the case he's gone through to take the lead of the GT4 class, has Daniel Muff in the Deutsche Payment Def Omen machine, and he has taken the lead, as it is the case that Harry Pipes, the Brabham eSports driver, still in the GT4 class car as he makes his way out of the pit lane. But it's a swap, and it is the case that Daniel Muff returns to the lead. They've both cleared their third scheduled stop now, and Deutsche Payment Def Omen at this point, if they're running this one all the way to the conclusion now, which we suspect they are, it is looking comfortably to their advantage. That gap, what does it stand at is the big question. It stands at what is 33 seconds, as we see Harry Pipes him making his way back up to speed, coming down into what is the Tamburello chicane. 48 minutes still on the clock, however. Could there be another turn in the tail? We will find out in due course, but right now it is the case as we look back up towards that battle for P5 here between James Richards and Daniel Munoz, P5 in the GT3s, and overall we should say it is the case that Munoz once again closing up quite rapidly here as they make their way down towards Villeneuve. Now as they charge on down at this point, it is the case and Munoz definitely trying to find a way past. He's tried this multiple times, to be fair, and it sounds as though I'm on repeat, but it is the case. Daniel Munoz, we know, is faster, and in terms of those lap times, he has been stripping lap time out of James Richards left, right and centre whenever it's just the two of them out on the circuit. But the problem is, for Munoz, every time he gets close to Richards, one of three things happens. Either firstly, it is the case that Richards just puts up a great defence. Secondly, Munoz just can't seem to find that last little bit of pace to get the move on. Or thirdly, traffic materialises, and that traffic causes absolute problems for Daniel Munoz behind. It seems like Richards has the way of finding his way on through. As we see him, they've already taken a long straight line run through what was Ackerman and Raleigh up the hill and now in towards the Verity Alta. And as he does, of course, the Alta chicane, it is the case we can see that those different lines whereby Richards would take a bit more curb on the second apex there. And as they make their way down towards Ravazza this time around, some more traffic on the horizon here. That looks to be a TCR class Elantra as they make their way down to the braking zone. And as they make their way through, And as they come through, that is one of the sim racing grid machines in front, and that is going to cause a bit of complication. But as they come through, it is the FTR car, and well, it is cleared in the end, and they head down towards turn number 2. But this is also a bit of a tell here. You'll notice that Munoz now on the straight. As soon as he comes out the draft, he is gaining little by little, but not too much. He takes another dive into the draft, and that may be a bit of information on its own with regards to the setups of the two cars here, because it does seem as though unless Daniel Munoz stays in the toe of James Richards' car, it seems though that his Lamborghini is more set up for corners and has a bit more downforce on it compared to what is James Richards, because he's just not able to gain enough when he comes out of that toe to get that final 10% he needs in terms of straight line speed to make a move up the inside into Tamburello. I think Richards knows that, because you can see there that Richards wasn't really committing to the defense. He seems very confident that he would still have the advantage into that braking zone, and Richards really being smart here. Daniel Munoz definitely being the charging bull, but I think it is the case that James Richards right now really being the matador here in terms of inviting Munoz to go on the charge, but every time he does, it seems as though Munoz is just not able to find a way to get that move done. And right now James Richards definitely showing his composure as they make the way up Frank Monarali this time and on towards Alta. But as they do, the clock continues to tick on down. It continues to burn down here. Track temperatures drop by a further degree centigrade to 28. Oh, goodness me! And that is a major knot, and that is what was, I believe, that was the Brabham eSports GT4 there, and Munoz been involved in that contact, and James Richards once again gets away with it, and that is a very heavy contact there for the two drivers. And oh goodness me, and yep, that contact has really upset the balance of what is Daniel Munoz's 49 Motorsports machine. We take a look back here at what happened. So as we ride on board here, this was from Daniel Munoz's perspective from his dashboard, and as he made his way lifting off there into Alta, and you can see that's the GT4 there trying to return, and well, I think that was a bit of a premature return, and the whack itself was very hard. It didn't really upset the balance of Daniel Munoz's car. He was able to straight line through the contact, but then as we make our way down the hill, this is where you're going to see the effect. It's already pulling to the right on that front right axle, and as he makes his way down the hill, puts the brakes on, and the car's just pulling onto the grass. He's got no ability to point that car in a straight line. It wants to go right, and in the end it pulls right. He puts the brakes on, and the car gets sent into the gravel there. And Daniel Munoz right now, well, that will be coming into the pits, there's no doubt about that, and I can confirm as we continue to see this replay to the end, it is the case. He's into the pits, and we've also got RD Simsport reacting by coming into the pits as well. And as we return to those live cameras now, well, Munoz will be, he'll most likely be lodging a protest. It won't be him, it'll definitely be the team managers throwing that in, and we'll keep you informed as to when the stewards do receive a protest if one comes. But definitely a major upset. But meanwhile, it is the case, whilst we've had an upset there, we now have a battle on our hands for what is P12 overall in the GT3 class, and it is between the GT3 Pro driver of what is JD Sim Racing 76's Lucas Prosnik ahead of what is who are focused on Simon Bull from Track Limit Racing. And as they make the way into the braking zone here for Toast, the GT3 AM driver trying to put that pressure on. But meanwhile, all this has been happening as well. We should point out that Harry Pipes has dropped down. I'm wondering whether we've had a potential disconnection for Harry Pipes and Brabham eSports, because it is the case he was running P2 at the time, but we seem to have lost Harry Pipes. We return to this battle for P12 in the meantime. If we do find Pipes out there, it's a case of lost and found has gone out for his connection, but if he does come on back, it is a case we'll inform you. But I think that could be a difficult day for Brabham eSports as a whole across the classes, getting even worse. As meanwhile, we've got even more pit stops happening right now. James Richards is coming in for a fourth and final stop here to go to the end of the race, stopping at the 43-minute remaining mark, and indeed that's per the schedule. So James Richards right now can afford that pit stop given what has happened, and well, those final pit stops will be coming in very rapidly here, and we'll have to wait and see who exactly emerges ahead and where the battles lie to the finish. But as we continue to watch this battle for P12 right now, it is the case the JD Sim Racing 76 car has been no stranger to being on our cameras. Indeed, it has been involved in a number of battles. It's been involved in a number of incidents as well. And as he makes his way on down here, I can tell you that rolling on down, we do have making the way out of the pit lane. We'll see James Richards very shortly. The Atlantic Motorsport driver re-emerges onto the circuit, re-emerges in P5 overall in the GT3s. But focusing here on this battle for what is P10 now to track with the pit stops that are ongoing, with Munoz having to be in the pits to do repair work to the car with that massive knock. It is the case that Prosnik continues to hold on, but Simon Ball is definitely looking the stronger of the two at this point. And I do wonder whether Simon Ball will look up the inside into Sosa. He takes a peek here, but notice how Prosnik stays to the outside and he goes for a late apex to try and get the charge up towards Piratella, but it hasn't worked because instead Simon Ball gets the better run up the hill now, and as they make the way into the tricky left-hander, but will keep his nose on the inside here. They go too wide into corner apex and they emerge. Simon Ball commits to the move, and I think he's got the deal done, whereas they head down towards turn number 9 at this point. Simon Ball takes P10 over on the GT3s. He moves into the top 10 in the Porsche 911 track limit racing machine, and JD Sim Racing 76's Lucas Prosnik moves back a position in the Ferrari 488 Evo as the time continues to burn down, and as they roll the way through Alta at this point. We will take a look back very shortly at what exactly has happened to Harry Pipes to have a spin. The Brabham eSports driver is still listed as not being connected right now, so we do believe it is a retirement for Harry Pipes from Brabham eSports. And here's a replay of what exactly happened moments ago before we had the disconnection, and well, in fact, before we had the contact. And there was the contact there between what was Pipes with our TCRs, and that's what set off the whole chain of events. Oh my goodness, there's a lot to dissect, and what can we dissect there? Well, I do believe that was the battle for the TCR lead, which Harry Pipes fell onto, and it is the case that in the end, I think there was contact between Ethan Bass from Orbit Motorsport Mars and Harry Pipes, and in the end, that's what sent Harry Pipes from Brabham eSports off, and then he rejoined, of course, into the path of what was the 49 Motorsports machine of Daniel Munoz, and that's what set it all off. And I think then it may be the case with the damage that Pipes and Brabham eSports have picked up. It is the case a disconnection has occurred. Where it's the case they've decided to retire the car or not, we can't exactly tell, but we'll put it down to a disconnect at this time. But meanwhile, we are hearing that our stewards are investigating the contact between the 49 Motorsports Maroon machine, the Brabham eSports Blue machine, of course, the 290 car, which was being piloted by Harry Pipes, and also the 349 car of what is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it is the case, ladies and gentlemen, the Orbit Motorsport Mars machine piloted by Ethan Bass. It is the case those three cars all came together, and the stewards are taking a look at it. And meanwhile, we continue to look here at what is Joshua Wiggins running the RD Simsport machine as more pit stops are underway. We have had Emily Howe coming in from P3, and we've also got Sean Campbell coming in from the lead of this race, and also Miguel Vigo coming in from P2, and that's all in the GT3 class. It is the case they're all making their final stops, but the stewards have got their work cut out for them with regards to that three-way incident earlier on, and well, they will need to dole out, I think, a number of penalties in terms of that unsafe rejoin, and also the initial contact that led to the unsafe rejoin. But as they make the way on down, it could be dealt with after the race, given the fact we haven't got long left in the race as well, and it may be a penalty applied post-race. We'll wait and find out, and we'll keep you informed, ladies and gentlemen, when we do hear any further information. But right now, there's no change in terms of the top two. They're making their scheduled stops, and to be fair, Sean Campbell almost coming up to effectively lap Miguel Vigo in terms of that's the advantage he has, and the two of them are actually very close out on circuit right now. And it is the case, I think Vigo at this point will be racing to try and avoid being overtaken. But as they make the one through, it is the case that we are hearing a confirmation that the Brabham eSports GT4 machine has had to retire. It is the case that they are out, and therefore we have lost another GT4, and well, that is going to be an upset in that battle for what was the GT4 podium. And now it lies to the case that whilst the Deutsche Payment Def Omen machine leads still in the GT4s, we've now had Anders Fied Angsten take the second place, and Giovanni Ramona from Hugh Just moves up to P3. But our focus stays with the RD Simsport GT3 Pro car of Joshua Wiggins here as he makes his way down towards Alta, and as he breaks his way on into the Alta chicane here, he'll just be thinking about navigating his way past the sister machine in the GT4 class. That's the, of course, the RD Simsport 258 car as piloted by Anders Fies Ankerson. And to be fair, Wiggins and Ankerson are great friends down in the team, as I've had the opportunity to speak to them in the past, and it is the case they have a great relationship as part of the team. Indeed, the RD Simsport outfit are a very friendly and cooperative and very professional team, and they made that swap of places out on track look absolutely professional as well. It was done in a flash. But meanwhile, we look here to Simon Ball and the Track Limit Racing driver here in the Porsche after making that move for what was P10 at the time, now effectively P9 with the move on. it is the case that we do have Daniel Munoz, who is in the pit lane still and still being serviced, but we looked back a bit further here to the Prismatic Motorsports Academy machine of what is Alicia Pelletier Sharp, and it is the case under a bit of pressure there from the Audi as being piloted by James Carr from Track Limit Racing, albeit it is the case that James Carr is ahead in terms of positions, running in what is P4 in the class, whereas Pelletier Sharp is running in P5, so therefore I think Sharp will be required to yield to the blue flags eventually here, although a bit of a knock on the rear of the car. And well, it has just been announced we do have a 60-second stop and hold penalty for the Bram eSports blue outfit, and it is the case that's that unsafe rejoin which led to a knock-on effect to Daniel Munoz's race, and Munoz still in the pit lane. In fact, they're changing driver of the 49 Motorsports Maroon team. It's now going to be Antti Tuominen in the car. The Finn is getting into the car for the final stint, but that's completely derailed their race. And speaking of a derailment there, it's the case, I think that could have been handled a bit better in terms of coming through for Simon Bull. It is the case he saw the door was open there into Aqua Minerale, and he's given a knock there to the RD Simsport GT4 as being piloted by Anders Vries Ankerson, and that was going through Aqua Minerale, and to be fair, a small amount of contact. Both drivers went off circuit. It could have been far worse and far uglier, but I think that is going to be one that will be going to the stewards as well, and I would not be surprised if Simon Bull ends up getting a slap on the wrist for that one, because it is the case that was a little bit too late in the day to go for the move there. The door was open, he would argue, but I think also it was the case it didn't work out, and if anything that will only hurt his race in the long run, as meanwhile James Richards, the Atlantic Motorsport driver here, comes up behind all of this now. And well, to be fair, it should be pointed out that Richards over the last couple of laps has taken on average 7 to 8 tenths a lap out of the RD Simsport car in P4 in the hands of Joshua Wiggins, and right now Richards is charging. He's had to deal with the traffic, to be fair, and that traffic has cost him a bit of time, but the gap between the two of them in that battle for P4 is 9 seconds as it currently stands, and he is absolutely on a mission right now, is Richards, to try and gain that time, as meanwhile we see Ethan Buss here coming up behind what is there, the Prismatic Motorsports machine, and actually trying to navigate his way around it, coming through what is the Villeneuve chicane there. We see a flash of light from what is Pelletier Sharp, and I think Pelletier Sharp may have just felt as though that was a little bit of an unwarranted move, but to be fair, I think it is the case that Ethan Bass has got a race to win, he would argue, and that's why he went for it there, chasing after Harold Stadler as they make their way on around. But meanwhile, we return here to James Carr and the Track Limit Racing TCR driver, just letting the RD Simsport machine on through, coming through at Piratella. And whilst this has been happening, we do have a bit of confirmation with regards to the fact that given a 60-second stop and hold penalty was applied to the Brabham eSports Blue GT4 car, the 290 car, but of course they have since retired from this race, it is the case that the stewards will decide post-race what penalty will be carried over to the next round, unless the Brabham eSports Blue car does return and serve the penalty come the end of this race. It is the case that they do rejoin, well, they'll be out of the running for any major positions in the GT4 class, but they could clear the penalty. But it does sound as though they have retired, and I think it may be the case that we will not be seeing the team back out on circuit tonight. And indeed, a very difficult day for Brabham eSports across the board, as meanwhile we have a couple more pit stops playing out, and Tuominen still waiting to get into the car, and I wonder whether it's the case that we may be seeing the retirement of the 49 Motorsports car at this point, because they're still in the pit lane, and it is the case whilst Tuominen is listed as being in the car, we can see it there, it is parked up and just stationary there on the right of the camera for a brief moment. I'm not sure they'll be going back out at this point, given how long they've been stationary. They've been sat there now for over 11 minutes, so there's a lot of work going on. Alternatively, they've decided enough's enough, but regardless of that, a difficult day for them, but indeed to their detriment, it's to the gain of other drivers, and indeed a number of drivers really moving up into that top 10 in the GT3s, it has to be said, as meanwhile James Carr here continues to just charge on, and indeed, well, the fan favourite Audi RS3 car in the TCR class, the lonely Audi here today, it is the case that James Carr doing everything he can to try and hunt down what is P3 in the class, and indeed P3 in the class being held on to by Ryan Chevalier. But the problem is, of course, the fact that Chevalier is almost half, if not almost 3/4 of a lap ahead, and therefore there's quite a gap to be closed down. And in fact, we look here to Tuominen, who's still parked in the pit lane, not moving at this point, and I do think it is the case that there's something wrong with the car that they're trying to fix. But meanwhile, we cut back here to what is Fede Razzano, as we do see the Italian here. Oh goodness me, now this is going to be very bold as they make their way around the Prismatic TCR. They both do there. That was both Rosano and also, oh goodness me, and the Prismatic car getting a little bit wrong there, coming through the Acca Minerale sequence of corners, but Rosano making his way through, and behind him, that is the, we're not sure who the Lamborghini there is, but what we can tell you is that Joshua Wiggins find his way around Tyler Langenberg, the D-Line racing car, as they make their way down towards what is another lap and heading into the first chicane, of course, the Tamburello chicane. But time continues to tick on down. We're almost with just half an hour to go now, 31.5 minutes as it currently stands. But as it does at this point, of course, now with most, if not all, of the pit stops complete, we have 1 or 2 pit stops potentially left on the cards here. And we do look to Mark DeBar, the Sim Racing Grid M4, briefly before cutting over to Simon Bull from Track Limit Racing. It is the case now, everybody really focusing on getting the job done at this point. The cars are in their best, they're in their prime, as much as they can be for the remainder of this race, having taken their final stops. They've got their final drivers behind the wheel, and we're not really expecting any more pit stops unless there is some last minute drama here. Say it's not so, of course, we've still got time, it can happen. And speaking of a bit of drama, we do have an incident under investigation right now, and that is between the Sakani Endurance Motorsport car, the number 152 car, and the number 46 Alpine Stars GDC Racing car. So that is between our P2 GT3 class driver and what is our P10 GT3 class drivers. And it is the case, well, we haven't quite seen what that incident was, but indeed that's something that has caught the steward's eyes, and we'll hear about that very shortly in terms of what will be dished out in terms of a potential punishment if there is going to be one. But meanwhile, whilst this is pressing on, it is the case we do look to Simon Bull here, who right now running in that P9 and well just continuing to press on, running P3 in the GT3 and subclass of the GT3s, and feeling very happy with how the car is handling at the moment. But we take a look back here at a replay, and well, as they made their way through, and this may have been the cause of the incident. Oh goodness me, it is indeed. Well, very well caught there, Sean, as you found that in terms of the racing action out on circuit, as we got the replay, and it is the case that I think that is going to be a slam dunk penalty going to Miguel Vigo from Alpine Stars GDC Racing, getting his nose on the inside there into Tosa, and well, it is the case turning what was Rosano's car around, and it's not by coincidence that we do see here Rich Corfroth from FTR Esports GT3 closing up to the back of the P10 car. It is going to be a battle for P10. Corfroth coming from P11 here. They make their way down the start-finish straight. He's got a lot of an overspeed as they make their way across that timeline down into the braking zone. For turn number 2 they go. They charge down into Tamburello, and as they do, well, I think it's all said and done. It's a slam dunk move on the braking there, and I cannot see Rosano really putting up a defense here. I think Rosano has been wounded since that contact. They may be having to deal with an issue on the car in terms of the knock as they were turned around, and indeed right now Corporal gains a place. His next target will be Simon Bull, who is 26.5 seconds up the road. But to be fair, Rich Corporal right now, that last lap, he took 2 seconds out of Simon Bull, but given the fact we've got just under half an hour to go and an average lap time of what is 1 3/4 minute around here at the Imola circuit, you would have to imagine at the rate Corfor's going, if he can keep this momentum up, he could potentially close that gap down to be there on the last couple of laps. But we'll keep our eyes on it. It could be the case that we do see a little bit of a battle build, because right now Rich Corfor lapping in the high 43s, whereas it is the case he is the 3rd fastest driver out there on circuit. The only 2 drivers faster than him in the GT3 class are our top 2, and they're lapping in what is the 41s for Sean Campbell in a world of his own, and then Miguel Vigo in a world of his own as well, lapping in the 42s, and that is how they currently stand in terms of those lap times. But Corfor really setting the time boards on fire. As they make their way on through here, and Rich Corfor really pressing on. We do look to Lucas Oprosnik here, and the JD Sim Racing 76 driver will now try to recover a little bit after a difficult difficult previous stint. And now, as he makes his way up towards Alta, his target will be to try and chase down Ivo Linden, but it is the case as he goes hunting after Linden at this point. The gap is going the other way. It is the situation where Prosnik right now is losing time on the Stage 1 Racing Green driver. But to be fair, running around in the Ferrari, our sole Ferrari still on circuit with the retirement of the Track Limit Racing Ferrari earlier on. And to be fair, it's very nice to see the Italian manufacturer being represented here and trying to make it all the way to the end. But the Ferraris just have not had the pace here today at Imola at their home circuit, which is unfortunate. Of course, would have loved to have picked up a big result here, but to be fair, Prosnik has been involved in a number of moments, but he gains a place on Jackson Lowry, the FTR Esports driver, in the pit lane right now, so that'll be another place they do put to the marker. And he'll move up to P12, but as he rolls his way through the left-hander of what is the entry into the Tamburello chicane, it is the case at this point. I think Prosnik will be focusing on just getting to the end. As he heads on down and into here, what is the run through the Villeneuve chicane, it is the case we're not seeing any signs of really the car coming loose at the point. The car looking very composed, albeit it does have a habit of going for a very late apex there. Tosa really enjoying that late braking line when he's in clear air, and I wonder whether it's the case he might be just trying to protect the tyres a little bit, or trying to nurse the car through the corner to get it to the end as he rolls his way on through. And we have had an update with regards to the contact between the Scania Endurance Motorsport car, the number 152 car, and the 46 car of Alpine Stars GT6 Racing. So to give you perspective, that's our P2 runner in the GT3 class, and also what is our P10 runner. And we have been informed that no further action will be taken from the stewards. I must admit, a little bit surprised at that one, not questioning the stewards. They may have had a bit more data available to us compared to what we could see. We only saw the camera angle there, but it is the case, no further action, and therefore they carry on racing it. It may be the fact that in the end it was the case that the Alpine Stars car did stay behind. It didn't really gain anything from it. They both lost time. I think the stewards may feel as though Miguel Vigo in the Alpine Stars car, making sure not to gain from it, only lost, and in return both drivers have pressed on their way and not really lost out in terms of damage to the car. But again, it's the stewards' decision, and as they say, the stewards' decisions are final. You'll hear that term not just in this series but in many a series. But as we continue to see Prosnik here making his way down that start-finish straight onto what is another lap. What for him is lap number 187. We do have what is a pit stop for Anders Vries Angsten. Oh, goodness me. And now that was a very scary moment for our TCR drivers there, as we saw Prosnik getting it wrong going through Tamburello. And in fact, in the end, it was the case. That was, unless I'm very much mistaken, I do believe that was the Orbit Motorsport Mars car as they make their way through their number 349 car. And we in fact take a look back here an instant moments ago. And well, that's the GT6 racing machine. I think it's the case they've fallen off our camera, but I think they may have gone for a spin. In fact, that is Miguel Vigo, who only moments ago has just had a spin. Well, now that is not a welcome moment for Vigo, but the good news for him is the fact that he does still have a sizable advantage over P3 driver Emily House, so won't have to worry too much about that. That advantage still stands at just shy of 3 minutes, but definitely a major moment for our P2 runner as they roll their way on through. But I've just had it whispered in my ear by my colleague Sean. It is the case that Sean Campbell here, the RSR by butt kicker, the leader in the GT3 class over on in the pros, it is the case he has done one less pit stop than all the other GT3s. Let's just put that out there, ladies and gentlemen. It's the case over 6 hours has taken one less pit stop, and we talked about in the opening hour the amount of fuel saving that Sean Campbell was doing, the amount of car management, and that is really being articulated here. And to be fair, could he have another pit stop on the cards at the very end? He may feel as though he needs to take a safety stop, but right now, having done only 3 stops versus the 4 or perhaps 5 in some cases for some of our drivers in the GT3 class, that goes to show you how much Sean Campbell has managed this race. And that advantage of 2 minutes almost over P2 driver Miguel Vigo, that has been accrued through just being smart and running out ahead, and the lap times do not lie. Those 42s and those 41s have accumulated, and Sean Campbell right now on a destined course, it would seem, to victory here as the time presses on. But as he makes his way on down, of course, he won't take anything for granted. We all had that major scare, and as he makes his way through left-hander, it is the case, charging on through the Ravazza corner, and as he heads on out at this point, Sean Campbell doing very well indeed to just keep it on the straight and narrow. But as he rolls his way on down here, it is the case he'll be thinking about each bit of traffic that he's going to navigate his way past here. And it is the case that he'll be thinking as he comes up behind traffic, right, you know what, I don't need to necessarily press things, but speaking of pressing things right now, we do look to Giuseppe Ali, the Scania Endurance Motorsport B driver there, and really pressed his way on through what is the drivers around. In fact, that was not Ali making the move there. My apologies, getting cars mixed up there. That was one of our Lamborghinis, and if I'm not mistaken, in fact, that is our P5 driver, James Richards, who decided to get his elbows out there to come on through. But meanwhile, we do catch here to Mark DeBar, the Sim Racing Grid M4 driver, and right now chasing on and pressing on after. There's a bit of traffic ahead of him, and I do believe, where does he fit into all this? That's the big question. Well, that's the Stage 1 Racing green car in front of him. Mark DeBar running in P6. He is our GT3 AM leader at the moment, and he's caught up behind the GT3 AM car of Ivo Linden, and you can see that coming out of the pit lane. Well, that's critical for Ivo Linden. That was Fide Rosano, the Sakani Endurance Motorsport car, coming out of the pit, and right now I think it's going to be the case that Ivo Linden will be very, very grateful for the fact that he does have a Mark DeBoer between the two of them, and also the fact that he's come out ahead, but that was very close, and Rosano is now going to go for it. But as they charge on through, it is the case, they charge on down towards Tosa here, and Rosano will take that as motivation to charge on here as they roll the way out of Tosa and now onwards towards Piratella. And here's the thing for Rosano at this point, as they make the way up towards what is coming in towards Piratella corner, we can see it is the case that Rosano now will get that little bit of an extra edge. He's only got 21 minutes left on the clock, and as they roll their way down into Ravat's corner, not into Ravat's, my apologies, coming down into Aqua Minerale, he can see his target, he can see the driver he wants to close on down, and he will want to try and get that place back for the team, get back into that top 10. And as they charge on through here, it is the case. We do say hello to Ben there in the YouTube chat, as I can't stand who's tuning in, and it sounds as though you're having a great time, Ben, but it is the case our drivers roll the way through Alta. It is one of those situations right now where we'll keep our eyes on Fide Rosano, because the Sakani Endurance Motorsport driver here will take this as major motivation to try and gain one more place and come the finish. And well, can he do so? Of course, he's got to keep in mind that he does have Mark DeBoer between him and his target, but Mark DeBoer, of course, is a lap up, he's not a lap down, so therefore what Rosano will be thinking about is how can he use DeBoer's eventual pass on his target in order to capitalise as they make the way on to another lap here. Well, I think what Rosano's got to do is get close, and right now this is not right in terms of the fact that he's too far back to really capitalise. Should there be a move to essentially navigate his way through the traffic for Mark DeBoer, but again, that could be a sign here of where Rosano is weak, particularly coming out of Ravatza. It would seem that he just does not have the run. But as they make their way down towards what is here into Villeneuve once again, number 152 car looking very composed through the chicanes, and that's where he's holding the lap time. It's on the long straights where he seems to lose on out. But as they head out through Tosa once again, you can definitely see how Mark DeBoer, despite the fact that he is a lap ahead of these guys, not really gaining too much. And in fact, he does seem to be struggling a bit, DeBoer, at the moment. I think he's more settling into a rhythm at this point, and I think at this point Rosano's going to be thinking, oh come on Mark, you need to get a move on, I want to go and get that place back. But that's the way it sometimes falls, and as we heard earlier, the proverb of that's the way the cookie crumbles, indeed it is going to be one of a nasty cookie here for what is Rosano, because if he can't find DeBoer to find a way past what is his rival in front, I think he's going to try and muscle his way past DeBoer, and they've got a lot of traffic to negotiate now, and that's GT4 traffic as we see there. Ty Langenberg just steering clear and flashing his lights. I think Langenberg, to be fair, he doesn't need to be flashing his lights. He was polite enough to swing the car to the side unless he's flashing to say, I did that for you. Well, I think that was two flashes there, and I'm not sure what the driver's Morse code for that translated into, but I don't think it was a polite, here you go, I have the place. Oh, goodness me. And well, Rosano has had enough, and he's got his elbows out there, and I think, well, he went for it initially and got it done successfully, but in the end, I think Rosano's temperament has got the better of him, and he sent Mark DeBoer off circuit. DeBoer has lost out a little bit there, and you can see DeBoer flashing his lights, I think trying to say to Rosano, that wasn't very polite of you, and I would not be surprised if we hear that Sim Racing Grid have submitted a protest with regards to that one to the stewards shortly, and I think the stewards at this point will be thinking, oh no, not another one. Well, indeed it is the case. Those tempers are starting to flare a little bit as the race ticks on and heads towards its natural conclusion. But as they roll on through, it is one of those cases right now where Fide Rosano will be only thinking about one thing, and that is hunting down Ivo Linden for P10 in the GT3 class. But as they head on through here, I think at this point, Ivo Linden, in terms of those lap times, we'll have to wait and see how the lap times balance out come the end of this lap. But I think we can already see just how much Rosano is closing up now that he is clear of what was the lead lap GT3, the BMW M4 behind of Mark DeBoer as they make the way through Piratella. But we can see also how it is the case. I think Ivo Linden at this point may be getting the hurry up from his team to say, right, well, DeBoer's just been politely knocked out the way. There may be a steward's investigation with regards to this one, but we're going to need you to put your foot down a little bit more, because Rosano right now is not pulling any punches, and I think Ivo Linden is not going to disagree on that one, and we will try and see if there's been an uptick in the lap time come the next one. Last time around, of course, Ivo Linden setting a 44 54.39, so we'd expect him to at least match that, if not improve upon it slightly. But meanwhile, Fido Rosano's last lap was a 53.86 given the incident, so we will wait and see how that lap time evolves as he rolls his way down through Avatsa this time. Well, of course, it'll be the case. No such contacts this time around as they make their way out of Avatsa and head down towards what is there, heading across that timeline. And what are our lap time updates going to be for Ivo Linda at this point? He will lap 2 is a... We're just waiting for that data to come through, and in fact, it's a 43.79 for Ivo Linden, and meanwhile for Fido Rosano, it is the case. We haven't actually had a lap time update there. Might be a bit of a glitch for our timing board, but what I can definitely tell you is Ivo Linden has been given the hurry up, and already he is responding, is the case. He's just gone 8 tenths faster than his previous laps. I think he decided to take a little bit of a breather there when he had Mark DeBar between the two of them as they roll the way through. But I can also confirm it is the case that contact between what's the Sakanya Endurance Motorsport car of Fido Rosano and also Mark DeBar in the Sim Racing Grid M4, that is under investigation. There's no doubt it was going to go to the stewards. We will let you know what comes out. I suspect there is going to be a little bit of at least a warning there. Would it be the case there's a bit of a penalty? Well, that's for the stewards to decide. But right now, Sakanya, I think we'll be hoping it's a warning rather than a time penalty. But that's for the stewards to come to agreement on. But as they roll their way on through here, this is one of the closest battles on the circuit right now. We stay with it and we take a look at a replay here, and this is what happened and what's under investigation. We're riding on board, of course, from Fido Rosano's perspective here on the bumper of the Lamborghini driver, and keep in mind, of course, in front of him that is Mark DeBoer, who is a lap ahead, running in P6 in the GT3s, whereas the battle that Rosano's focused on is with the BMW M4 at the top of the camera, who's running P10. But Rosano here, to be fair, made the corner work, and you'll see that DeBoer actually gave the space, but it's on corner exit. Where's the question? I think Rosano there taking a bit too much liberties in thinking that DeBoer could just disappear out of existence, and in fact he couldn't just disappear, he had to stay on circuit, otherwise he would have drifted off there. And I think Rosano just getting a little bit greedy with the space that was afforded to him, and I think that's why DeBoer is not too happy about that, because the knock wasn't needed as they make their way on to another lap. But as they come down towards what is here the run through Tamburello once again, we are waiting on that steward's decision, and I'm sure it will not be too long before it does arrive. But as we can see that on the timing tower, the gaps have quite spaced out now between our drives as that time continues to tick on down. And well, it is the case with the time on the clock. I think it would only be fair that we give you a quick rundown of how things currently stand as we head into the final 15 minutes. Well, we look to Sean Campbell here, your race leader. Really has been leading this one since the early stages after the back and forth between himself and what was James Armstrong, the Brabham eSports car, which has retired, but the RSR by butt kicker FTR car, as we have said previously, has only done 3 pit stops compared to everybody else in the GT3 class doing 4 or more stops. It is the case that Sean Campbell, the American, has really delivered here, and it's been a flawless run so far. And even with the drama, he's kept it together. P2, meanwhile, Miguel Vigo here, the Alpine Stars GDC racing driver, has been involved in a couple of incidents more recently, but he's been keeping it together there. P2, really the best of the rest here. He's 2 minutes down the leader, and he has an advantage of just over 2.5 minutes ahead of third place driver Emily Howe here in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car. And indeed, Athena doing very well here today. They were battling for the top 5 early on, but with the retirements and also the instance, they've kept themselves out of trouble. And it's the same really for RD Simsport. They've recovered from what was at one point looking to be a struggle to be in the top 10. Between Joshua Wiggins and Alistair Cook, they are up to P4 with an advantage of what is 2.1 seconds now, unless I'm very much mistaken, to James Richards and the Atlantic Motorsport driver. We said earlier, keep an eye on him because he is closing down to RD Simsport in the hunt for P4. He's in P5 right now. He's had to be defensive for a long time. He's in hot pursuit. And then in P6, we look to our GT3 AM leader, and that's Mark DeBoer here, who, of course, involved in that altercation moments ago. It is the case he's pushing on in P6 in a comfortable position, and he is 6.6 seconds clear ahead of what is Chris Van Gucht, who's running in P7, the B-Sim Racing driver, who we see here, and that gives you a perspective of what 6.6 seconds looks like as they make their way into the Villeneuve chicane and out of it. But right now, the Belgian for B-Sim Racing doing a very good job of keeping that car together after a difficult opening 2 hours for the team. In P8, meanwhile, we have Jens de Roo, the Stage 1 racing driver, making his way down towards Alta right now, and a long way off of the top 7. But to be fair, comforting that P8, 10.5 seconds clear of what is Simon Ball in the Track Limit Racing GT3 911. And we can see Simon Ball here pressing on, running in the P3 position in the GT3 AMS. But he'll have to keep in mind, of course, it could be closing up time for Stage 1 Racing Green, who run and complete the top 10 here. And we see Ivo Linden behind the wheel of the machine and staying comfortably in that position right now. In P10, breaking away from Fide Rosano, and of course Rosano under investigation for that contact with Mark DeBar only moments ago. Running P11 is Sakani Endurance Motorsport. They have an advantage of 21 seconds over JD Sim Racing 76 here, as being piloted by Lucas Aprosnik, and it is the case the Czech driver here having to push on after a difficult day in that P12 ahead of Jackson Lowry. And where is Jackson Lowry? He's in P13 for FTR Esports here, and they have had a very difficult and uphill battle day here at Imola, and it is the case that P13 is not the sign of the pace they have in the car, but it's a sign of the troubles they've been through, much like behind Sakani Endurance Motorsport B in P14, being piloted by Giuseppe Ali here, and the Italian having gained 4 places, looking to go after that P13 come the finish. Will they be able to? That's the question. They've got a way to go, but they are a good amount ahead of P15, and that is Justin Nair here, the Stage 1 Racing Senior GT, the car that has been involved in a large number of incidents, and indeed they've really had a difficult day at the office. But we look from them to the leader of the GT4 class meanwhile, and it is the case here. Here is Daniel Muff, the Deutsche Payment Def Omen car piloted by Muff, and it is the case. They've gained 5 places after a very troublesome qualifying session. In fact, gaining 3 places, 5 places, I should correct myself twice, and it is the case that Deutsche Payment Def Omen really flying on here with a 1 minute 10-second advantage over RD Simsports machine in the form of Anders Fies Ankerson. And to be fair, keep in mind this car at one point dropped all the way towards the bottom of the GT4 class. They were involved in a major contact, and it is the case they have recovered to P2, albeit for retirements. But here's the car that we've been surprised by today. Piloted by Giovanni Romano right now, Hugh Jas have struggled. In qualifying, they were on pole. But it's the case since the start of the race, they fell backwards. They found some pace in the car, but it has just not been their day here at Imola, and something has gone wrong, and they'll need to dissect that afterwards. And they have got Effect Esports closing it, and that is no lie. You look there in the camera, and you see another GT4 behind you just, and that is the Effect Esports car being piloted by Alistair Catchpole, and they are hunting after the final step on that GT4 podium as they make the way on down here, running at P4, P19 overall. It is the case that Catchpole on the charge as they roll their way through the left-hander of what is Ravazza 2 and head on towards the lap, and they've got a sizable advantage over what is Backmarker Racing Orange here. Running in P5 in the GT4 class, the Porsche Cayman, the sole Porsche Cayman here in the class, is having to deal with the fact they've got Daniel Muff trying to find their way on through. I think Muff is being patient and waiting for the run down the start-finish straight. But to be fair, Ed Cooksus keeping that car on the straight and narrow, but he's got to worry about the fact he's got Dexter Castro piloting the 49 Motorsports Magenta car, running behind Ian P6 and Castro on the charge to get into the top 5 come the end. And then the last of our remaining GT4s, the D-Line Racing Machine running P7, being piloted by Tyler Langenberg, and Langenberg not too far for this battle. We could have a three-way battle for P5 in the GT4 class come the finish, but there's only 9 minutes to go, and that's the GT4s as they currently stand. We then head to our TCRs, and it's Hal Stadler who leads for Bram Esports Hissing Sid, and it should be pointed out here is the case all of our TCR pit stops are complete, and with an advantage of 28 seconds over Ethan Bass in the Orbit Motorsport Mars car. It is the case that that battle for the lead has come to its close, and Ethan Bass right now piloting that car. But Orbit Motorsport Mars have been really the best of the rest here, and at one point they were battling for the lead, but it is the case they've fallen behind, but they have an advantage of what is almost a minute to P3 in the class, and that is FTR Esports TCR as being piloted by Ryan Chevalier here, as we see Ryan making their way up towards what is turn number 8, up towards Piratella, and completing that TCR podium provisionally as it currently stands. And then we have to go some way back to find what is James Carr running out there, and the Audi R3, the little Audi R3 that could, and it is a fan favourite there. We do know in the YouTube chat it is the case the Canadian Track Limit Racing of James Carr really right now trying to get the car to the end and bring it home in P4. Can he do it? I bet he can, in all honesty. It is the case keeping it on the straight and narrow as he makes his way on around here. And as he does, that is your TCR class covered, I do believe. Oh no, my apologies, we have missed one there. How could we miss the Prismatic Motorsports Academy car? And that is being piloted by Alicia Pelletier Sharp. And it is the case running to the finish. Here's the Academy team. They've had a difficult race, doing very well, but as they make the way through Tosa here, that's the last car running on the field out of our starting field of 35. We've got 28 remaining, and we've had the retirement of, well, we had the retirement, but he's come back in to the lobby, I think, to serve what is a 60-second stop and a whole penalty, and that is Barham Esports' Harry Pipes there, the GT4 in the pit lane. But it is the case, effectively, we've got 28 runners, and we've also got Harry Pipes in the pits there to serve a penalty, and we've also had the retirements of the RD SimSport TCR car being piloted by Neil Ferrier with that major knock to the wall and a issue with the car at turn number 1. We've also had the retirement of Max Boyoda in the track limit racing at Ferrari GT3. We've also had Driveline SimSport retire from the TCRs, and we've also had Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, and also FTR Esports GT4 and Brabham Esports retiring in the GT3 class. So those are retirees, but the racing continues all the way to line, and it's Ed Cooksters right now who's under pressure here, batting for P5 in the GT4s, and it's a battle through Tosa here. And whilst we're right on board and looking behind, I can tell you that off the left of the camera there, you can't quite see it because of the timing tower, but there's a better perspective as we go to the helicam. It is the case that we do have Cooksters trying to hold on to that final spot in the top 5. The GT4s, oh my good lord! Well, that is the case. The number 151 car, they're literally fitting in like a jigsaw piece. That was perfect. Well, if we wanted the most daring move by a GT3 driver to get between GT4 traffic, I think that goes there for the move of the season. And well, we take a look back at that, and my goodness, well, we take a look back at the start of this battle as we cut to it, and this is the perspective from Dexter Castro in the 49 Motorsports Magenta car, and as they made their way through what is Tosa there, it is the case that as they come on through here, you'll see in that drag race, the Porsche came in no slouch in terms of initial acceleration until they get to about 4th gear, and that's where the effects comes, but this is where things get hairy. Watch for GT3 just suddenly appear on the left, and there it is, and I think Dexter Castro at that point must be thinking, where on earth have you come from, and why are you interfering with my chance at P5 here? And a very angry flash of lights there from Dexter Castro from the 49 Motorsports team, but the battle continues as we return to live pictures. There's only 5.5 minutes still on the clock, and they make the way across that timeline, and Castro goes to the inside there as they cut underneath the gantry camera, and as they head down towards what is turn number 2 into the braking zone here for the Tamburello chicane. I think Castro's going to get it done quite straightforward here, although he takes plenty of apex curb there. But to be fair, the GT4s can take a knock over those curbs as long as they don't hit the sausage curbs too frequently. And indeed, Dexter Castro there in a what was a textbook pass, getting at P5 off of what was Ed Cooksters there in the GT4 class. And I think Cooksters at this point hasn't really got much else in the car other than acceleration and handling. But to be fair, I think Backmarker Racing Orange knew they were going to be up against it here today at Imola, given that Imola is a bit more of a power circuit, whilst it does look like a handling circuit with a number of high-speed runs through to the corners right now. The Cayman was never going to be the car to beat everyone here today, but they can also hold their heads high. It is the case they have not been out of this one by any means, and it is the case now that 49 Motorsports Magenta, well, their next target lies over 2 minutes away, and that's the P4 driving team of Effect Esports. But we look here to what is Brabham Esports hitting Sid, the leader of the TCR class, is being piloted by Harold Stadler. And as they roll the way through with just over 4 minutes remaining, the laps are still ticking down. And right now, Harold Stadler at this point with an advantage of 31 seconds. And I can tell you, he has opened that advantage up by a further 3 seconds since we last looked in 4 laps to go. That shows you just how much Harold Stadler is in control of this race. It is looking very comfortable, but in a surprise turn, meanwhile, outside the TCR class, we do have Atlantic Motorsport into the pits, and James Richards coming on in from P5 in the GT3 class. We'll keep our eyes on whether that upsets the balance for P5 in terms of who's going to be in that position. But to be fair, James Richards has come in with an advantage of 58 seconds to Mark DeVoe, who's in P6, the GT3 AM driver. And in fact, there goes Richards underneath our camera there. He leaves the pit lane. I don't think he's got anything to worry about other than fitting back into the runner proceedings. And as they roll the way through, it is the case that he's holding on to that P5 very comfortably. And indeed, that is his, I believe that is his 4th and final stop. So it is the case he tried to go to the end on 3 stops, unless my data screen isn't accurate here. So, well, James Richards trying to do a Sean Campbell, but it hasn't quite worked out. But as they make their way through, it is the case Well, it is the case, we've had confirmation there's been 7 stops for James Richards. Well, it is the case, the Atlantic Motorsport driver here doing a good number of pit stops, indeed, more than most by the sounds of things, but as he makes his way on through, and it is one of the situations whereas he heads on down now in towards Piratella, he won't be worrying about what is the run to the finish. And I've just had it corrected in my ear. That is the case. A lot of the drivers have done more pit stops than I'm quoting, and that is just the case, of course, as we exchange hands over the commentary tonight. So sorry for any confusion calls there. But meanwhile, we've also just had confirmation from our stewards that they've shut up shop with regards to any penalties being delivered within the race. Now, any penalties awarded from this point onwards will be given post-race and applied post-race, and that, of course, will be on the minds of our drivers. Now, they won't want to do anything silly in the remaining 2.5 minutes plus that final lap as the sun continues to set here at Imola. The local time now is coming to 8:45 in the evening. Ambient temperature has come down to a rather hot Italian 26 degrees centigrade. Track temperature almost the same at 28 degrees. And at this point, it's all about just getting the car to the finish. And as they roll on through right now, we look to Sean Campbell here. And, well, my goodness, it is the case. Sean Campbell has just been in a world of his own, having done one less pit stop compared to everybody else in the GT3 class. It is the case, he finds his way, he nips and tucks his way through the traffic here, but to be fair, if he wanted to, he could sit behind the traffic and wait for a straightaway in order to be able to do so. But in fact, Sean Campbell in the end just navigating his way through it. And do keep in mind, of course, it was the case that earlier on there was a near miss moment between Sean Campbell and the Scania Endurance Motorsport car coming out of this corner, where the Scania car reversed back across the circuit, and Sean Campbell, we thought he had been in a major smash, but it was the case all he'd done was stamped on the brakes, and literally the tiniest of little taps between them. I think it was the case, it was almost as if he could have rubbed the Scania Endurance Motorsport Lamborghini with a feather. That's how much of a tap it was. But in the end, Sean Campbell showing that whilst he's been leading this one for so long, it's not been the case. It's been a straightforward drive. He has delivered lap after lap here, and the concentration levels have been at their maximum all the way through for the American driver. As he rolls his way down the hill, he will be shortly heading on to our final lap, and he will dictate how many laps we do here today. He's done 205 laps, and he will make it a 206 lap race for himself as he comes out of Ratzer here to go on to the final lap, making his way past the TCR car there at the Prismatic Motorsports Academy, and now heads on to that final lap. The white flag will be out. It will be the case our flagman Barry will be waving the flag, and now Sean Campbell will know it's only one more lap between him and a job well done here today at Imola as he presses on in what is, of course, round number 6 of season 3 of the Sim 3D GT series here on iRacing as he charges on through. And, well, my goodness, I think we're going to be watching Sean Campbell to the end here. All of our battles have now subsided. It is the case in the battle for what is, and we can confirm that P4 with James Richards having to take that pit stop. It is the case he's not been able to close up to Josh Wiggins come the finish, but Sean Campbell makes his way through Tosa here. A bit more traffic in front of him, including the JD Simsport machine there, the Ferrari, and also the TCR car of what is Orbit Motorsport Mars. They stay clear here, and it is the case. They know he's coming on through to take the win in this race. They all know that the leader has gone on to the final lap, and as he makes his way on down here, it is the case. We still see some traffic coming on through. A lot of nip and tuck, drivers trying to negotiate their way on around, but everybody will be now settling to the finish. There's no real more places to be gained at this point. It's about getting the car home. Indeed, for everybody who's raced in this one and made it all the way through, it is the case that they've done a fantastic job, and indeed it will be the teams who egg them on to the finish now. A lot of work has gone in since the start in all the practice, and Sean Campbell is just one of many who's put all that practice in. We follow him down the hill now into Ravatsa. 2 major corners remain here. He rolls his way through one of them, and as he makes his way on through, a little bit of oversteering there on corner exit, just pushing it to the limit. That's what he's done all race, to be fair. And as he heads to the timeline, it will be Sean Campbell who is your winner. He takes the checkered flag. He takes the win overall here in round number 6 of the series, and it is the case. He's your GT3 Pro winner, 6 hours behind the wheel by himself, and it shows he's delivered and he hasn't put a foot wrong all the way through to the finish. Meanwhile, we do look here to Daniel Muth, our GT4 leader for Deutsche Paint Def Omen, and whilst it was in the balance early on, they had a difficult qualifying session. They didn't get the car into the front row, which is where they'd like to be, but they quickly came up in the opening hour, and from what was hour number 2 onwards, they were batting for the lead, and then they pulled it off into the distance, and as they make their way out of the final corner, it will be the the checker flag for them. It'll be Daniel who takes the checker flag, the winner in the GT4 class of Deutsche Payment Def Omen, as they cross the line in the end, 1 minute and 8 seconds clear of P2. And then we do look here to Mark de Boer meanwhile, as we've had our GT3 Pro winner of Sean Campbell, but let's not count out Mark de Boer, and really is the case that the GT3 AM class here today has all been about survival. We have seen plenty lead the class, but we can only have one winner after 6 hours, and as de Boer rolls his way through all to here, it is the case the Sim Racing Grid M4, it has survived a few knocks, it has not emerged from this race without scratches, and as they make the way through, it is the case he will be coming on through to take the win very shortly in the class. And I do believe the TCR is also heading towards the checker flag. In fact, there it is, and we cut to our TCR winner. It will be Brabham Esports Hissing Sid, piloted by Harold Stadler, who takes the win for the team here in the TCR class. An absolutely brilliant drive from them, in a field apart after breaking away from Orbit Motorsport Mars. And then we do look to Mark de Boer here, who takes the win in the GT3 AM class, weaving from side to side. And indeed, the Sim Racing Grid M4 driver, very pleased. They've done a fantastic job, and that is everybody, as we're to understand it, has taken the checker flag of our runners out on circuit. Oh my goodness, what a race in the end. And indeed, when you think about this one, it is the case that it has taken its toll, one of our longest races on the calendar here at Imola. And indeed, to all our drivers who made it to the end, congratulations to all of them, and a special congratulations to our winners, as we do now have confirmation, I believe, or very shortly we'll have confirmation of the race results, and we'll be able to take you through those. But right now, our drivers will be looking to cool things down, and well, I can only imagine it's been intense for us here in the broadcasting booth, but it is the case. Here are your results. Started off with our GT3s. In the end, our winner, of course, RSR by butt kicker FTR, taking the win there and getting the full 30 points ahead of Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, and Prismatic Motorsports Athena, taking that overall P3 on the overall podium, and also in the Pro Class. Well done to them, it must be said. RD Sim Sport and Atlantic Motorsport completing the top 5, and then Sim Racing Grid M4 P6 overall, taking that GT3 AM win ahead of B Sim Racing, and then Stage 1 Racing, Track Limit Racing, and Stage 1 Racing Green completing the top 10. Of course, Stage 1 Racing Green gambling with that switch to the BMW, going away from the Porsche, losing all their points, of course, and they've been able to get some points on the board today, and I think it was the right call for them. But that's your top 10, and well, I think after looking at the GT3s, we've also got the GT4 results coming up shortly. In fact, we start off with the GT3 AMs first, my apologies, and it is the case that we do have that confirmation here of what is Sim Racing Grid taking that win and getting the full 30 points there within their championship, head of B Sim Racing and Track Limit Racing completing the podium there in the Porsche 911 GT3. Stage 1 Racing Green and Sicani Endurance Motorsport B complete the top 5, and Motorsport B, interestingly enough, beating the sister team of Endurance Motorsport, and I believe Endurance Motorsport actually retired 9 laps from the end there. It is the case they came on in, but they will be classified as Division P6 ahead of Track Limit Racing, Ferrari, and also their other counterparts. But then it will be GT4 results here, and it's Deutsche Payment Def Omen who take that win in the end. 30 points to them ahead of RD Sim Sport and Hugh Just completing the podium. Effect Esports and 49 Motorsports Magenta complete the top 5, and then Backmarker Racing Orange finishing ahead of Deanline Racing, with Bram Esports Blue and FTR Esports taking retirements. Indeed, FTR Esports not even making it in the end, unfortunately, to the first lap. And then in the TCR class, Brabham Esports Hissing Sid taking that win, a lap in the end ahead effectively of Orbit Motorsport Mars. FTR Esports TCR completing the TCR podium, well done to them. And then Track Limit Racing and Prismatic Motorsports Academy completing the top 5 and making it to the end of the race, with RD Simsport retiring 31 laps from the end after that difficult moment, and then Driveline Simsport retiring early on in what was a very difficult race for the Driveline team. But that's your TCR results. And with our results covered, I think it may be the case that very shortly we will be heading to have some post-race interviews with our drivers, but we are just waiting for confirmation on that and who is available. But we're also giving our drivers a bit of a breather. But it is the case, we will very shortly be bringing Stephen Walkup into our interview room here, and in fact it is the chance we'll be bringing Stephen Walkup in now. And as he joins us here in the interview room, Stephen, an intense race for yourself and the team today, but in the end for Brabham Esports Hissing Sid, a brilliant drive, and how instead of bringing the car across the line in the TCR class, taking the win in the end. It looked tough out there today.
Yeah, we had a little bit of adversity, but we managed to push through it, bring the car home in first place. It's a real proud moment for me, my first victory with the team. It's an honor to be part of an organization like Brabham Esports with a historic name like that. So to be able to bring them a victory, it really means a lot.
Oh, indeed, and a deserved victory. And as you say, not without adversity today, and also it is the case, a very proud moment, your first win with the team. But just taking it all the way back, of course, to the start of this race, and particularly qualifying, we saw how challenging qualifying was out there with a very high track temperature and how close it was in the battle for pole position. Do you and the team feel as though where you qualified in the end was enough, given the fact that you did, in the end, qualify towards that front row, or was it the case there was a bit more out there?
There was a little bit left out there, but with as close as this field is, if you can squeeze out a few hundreds and that's enough, you'll take it. But yeah, I feel like there was probably a few more tenths left on it. But track temps like that make it really hard to keep the car underneath it all the time. So it's, those little mistakes add up real quick.
Oh, indeed. But of course, qualifying just one part of the whole proceedings. Indeed, then 6 hours of racing. And just out of our curiosity, obviously, we saw early on battling throughout the TCR class, a lot of back and forth, and particularly between yourselves and teams such as Orbit Motorsport Mars. What was the strategy going into this? Were you trying to focus on track position early on, or was it the case of seeing how the strategy would play out first?
We were on a pretty strict strategy of, trying to make sure we get the full tanks, waiting for that safety car, which never came. So we always had kind of that alternative strategy in the pocket, but we just ran our flat out strategy until we came to the safety car window for the last pit stop, made that stop and made that splash, and it was the right call.
Oh, indeed, and it seemed the calls continually went your way throughout. But indeed, over the course of the race and playing that strategy, and we saw that across the TCR class, everyone seemingly sticking to a very similar strategy, and really a lot of time had to be gained or lost in the individual stint. Was there a particular time or sort of set of times on each stint that yourself and Harold were working towards in order to be able to try and close down and seal that win? Because it did look very close, particularly between yourselves and Orbit Motorsport Mars in the later stints.
Yeah, I mean, it was always up for grabs. Those middle stints, especially once the pit cycles kind of separated and we were on different cycles, watching the gaps, it was just a matter of who was going to be able to put the pace down for a full stint. And I think in my second and third stints, I really managed to open the gap enough there once we got through our troubles early on, and it paid off.
Oh, indeed, it did pay off, and of course worked its way around. And I have to ask, when you talk about the troubles there, whilst we won't go into them specifically, of course, when it's a 6-hour race and it's a team of multiple drivers here and such an outfit as Brabham Esports here in I have to ask, what goes through your minds as the team? How do you guys work your way around that sort of challenge, if you will, that worry of, in fact, we've just had a major knock and now we've got to get ourselves back up and keep on pushing? It must be tough.
Well, and that's something we've worked on at Brabham specifically, is the mental side of things. So we've discussed these, how to deal with these things. My teammate Harold was there to help me, talk me through it when things started to go sideways. And, those little things pay off. Just, think positive, take a few deep breaths and carry on. And if you practice that like you're driving, you can get better at that too. So. With Brabham, it's a focus we have, and it's proven to pay off.
Oh, indeed, and we can see it's paying off in terms of the lap times through and through. And at the end of the race, I have to ask, with the gap that you guys did manage to increment out in the end, extending to what was 33 seconds come the finish line, that final stint must have been a very proud moment for yourself and the team.
Yeah, it was very nervous, biting the fingernails the whole way, just hoping no more of that bad luck creeps up. But yeah, it was a great event, and I really appreciate everybody's effort. Really appreciate all the organizers and everything they do, all the sponsors, everybody at Sim3D, at Brabham, at FTR. I really appreciate all this. Thanks, guys.
Oh, indeed. I'm sure they'll appreciate the shout out on the broadcast. And just before we let you go, Stephen, I have to ask, how the team feeling for Watkins Glen in the next round of this series?
We are feeling really good. We got a lot of good, sharp drivers, and we're just going to get the right combination together and get all three cars going in the right direction at the same time.
Oh, indeed. Well, we look forward to seeing the Brabham Esports outfit in full force at Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks' time. But until then, Stephen, congratulations to yourself and Harold on a brilliant run to take the win in the TCR class today here at Imola.
Thanks.
So hearing there from Stephen Walkup is the case, a very happy moment for the team and well, a major achievement. But next up on our list of interviewees, if you will, we're going to be bringing in what is the combination here of Mark DeBar and also Landon Patmore. Mark, Landon, it is the case over the course of the race today, running as part of the Sim Racing Grid M4 outfit, a major achievement come the finish, taking the win in the GT3 AM class and P6 overall. But I get the feeling, come the start of the race, you probably weren't thinking about this win necessarily coming. It more came as the race went on and the instance started to build up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Imola, again, actually, the last time we were out here, like the Nürburgring, this was the first time I've ever raced at Imola, and I just didn't have a lot of practice. And unfortunately, I just, the jitters got to me and kind of lost some places. And then, I mean, Mark just had the absolute pace today, and he literally put the entire team on his back today, and all I did was just try to keep it on the track.
Oh, indeed. But of course, a major effort from the team through and through, and just dissecting it to a degree. Of course, we saw in qualifying how close the GT3 class field was. Did the way qualifying play out change the way you looked at the strategy for this race? Because the lap times were so close together in that midfield.
I'll be honest. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mark. Yeah, it was really it.
Full gas the whole time. Saving fuel, we probably could have not had to make that last stop, but we needed to keep the gap, and I think we got off on the back foot at the start, so we had to kind of just keep the pace up, but worked out.
Oh, indeed. And keeping that pace up all the way through the race, of course. And we saw a number of dramatic moments, not involving yourselves, of course, but involving other teams. We'll talk more about the dramatic moment later on involving yourselves. But a number of teams, particularly in the GT3 AMs, falling by the wayside and taking penalties. Was this something that you guys were constantly aware of and factored into your race? Or was it just simply, we focus on what we can do and wherever we finish at the end, we'll take it?
Full gas. That's it. Just like Mark said, just full gas. Trying to just get to the end.
Oh, indeed. And then coming on to the incident involving yourselves whilst you were leading, of course, in the final hour, and there was that little bit of an altercation with, if I remember correctly, the Sakani Endurance Motorsport car coming down to Ravazza. It did look as though there was a bit of an elbow popped out there and saw you guys knocked onto the gravel. It might have been a bit of a dramatic moment, a bit of a hair raiser.
It's a little bit of an elbow, might have been a little payback for earlier, but, you know, whatever, we kept going.
Oh, indeed. And Mark, just folks, coming to yourself specifically, of course, you took the car to the finish line. Just taking us through your emotions come the end when you found you've taken the checker flag, not just P6 overall, which is a huge achievement in itself, but also the GT3 AM win.
I'm really happy for the team. Lando had a great race, and we kept it together, and you know, I got a little worried on fuel, and I tried to save at the last minute, but that never works out, so we were really happy.
Oh, indeed. Well, I can hear it in you both, and also a bit of tiredness creeping in there. Well, it's just the case, before we do let you go, just two last questions. Firstly, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to, whether it's sponsors, family or friends here on the broadcast tonight, either yourself, Mark, or Landon?
Go ahead, Mark, if you want to first. You were the one that brought it home.
My wife and 4-month-old baby, Anna. Thanks for supporting me.
And I guess, hi, Mom.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. And then my last question, coming back to the racing very briefly. Of course, we head to Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks' time for the next round. 4 hours of Watkins Glen. How are the team feeling?
I honestly, I'll be honest, this is the first time I found out that we're actually racing at Watkins Glen, but we're looking forward to it.
Oh, goodness me. It sounds as though it's going to be a bit of improvisation there, but still, I love the attitude, and we love to see you guys out on circuit, and we hope it all goes well in your practice for the next round. But until then, congratulations on the win today, gents, and, well, we wish you all the very best as the season continues.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
So hearing there from what was both Landon and Mark representing the Sim Racing Grid M4 team, our winners, of course, in the GT3 AM class. And now we'll very shortly be hearing from our winners in the GT4 class. In fact, we'll bring them into the interview room now. And we're going to be hearing from the Deutsche Payment Def Omen team here of Ben Kelly McCauley and Daniel Murph. Ben, Daniel, it was the case that this race, I think, is a story of multiple portions, but let's try and break it into two halves. And firstly, how do you guys feel in the case that qualifying Saw you guys qualify well back from the front row of the GT4s, but come the end, you've emerged, taking the win by 1 minute and 8 seconds. It must be an emotional feeling.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say like qualifying was bad with P2. So yeah, as far as I saw, like the other car got a little bit of a draft, so that helped them quite out a bit. But yeah, other than that, the race was really good. A bit sad that that the other team had that incident. I was curious how the strategies would play out at the end, but yeah, happy to get the win.
Oh, indeed, and a deserved win at that, but of course I can appreciate that sentiment there with the Brabham eSports GT4 team having that retirement, and it is the case we weren't able to see how the strategies played on out. But in terms of your strategy specifically, we're hearing there from some of our GT3 drivers earlier on, and also our TCR drivers, it was about just going all in from start to finish. Was it the same with yourselves in terms of you were just giving it 100% on each stint, or was there a bit more sort of conservation in play? We've seen quite a bit of fuel saving today.
We didn't really, to be honest, didn't really pay attention too much about strategy. Just goal was just get to the finish, at least P3. As far as I know, we have enough points to secure the championship in GT4 class, I think. So yeah, that was the goal, to just secure the points, and yeah, don't worry too much about strategy. And then yeah, but we kind of played a little bit at the end, trying, as we saw the other team fuel saving, so we tried to extend our stints slightly, but not that huge how they did.
Oh, indeed. Well, it is the case. That approach worked very well. And just coming to yourself, Ben, in particular, it is the case when you're taking the car back and forth, of course, between two teammates over the course of 6 hours. It's a long time as well. Just curious as to the dynamic that goes on within the team in terms of you're handed off the car or picking up the car. Does it feel as though you're just fitting straight into a glove, or is it the case that you have to spend a couple of laps really trying to get a feel for, okay, this is how the car currently feels?
It depends really. I think this race in particular, I've been moving house all week. I literally moved into my new house yesterday, so I got about 10 laps of practice this morning. And yeah, I've just been super tired, so I couldn't, usually we would double stint, but I basically just couldn't hack it today. So we were basically just swapping back and forth, and yeah, it is kind of tough. Every time you start after you take a break of an hour, it takes me at least, maybe 2 or 3 laps to get back up to speed. But yeah, you get into the groove kind of quickly, and yeah, it's not too bad after a while.
Oh, indeed. And, well, firstly, congratulations on the house move. I'm glad to hear that's working out successfully for you by the sounds of things, but I could appreciate that tiredness factor coming on in. And, well, I think you have a fantastic teammate in Daniel Move to accommodate you there in terms of the back and forth swaps. But coming to the end of the race in particular now, of course, bringing it to the end, with this being potentially a result that confirms you as GT4 class champions, just what are the emotions going through yourselves, particularly coming back to yourself, Daniel, of course, bringing the car across the line? It must be an absolutely wonderful feeling to take that checkered flag.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was relieved that finally it's over. 6 hours. It's halfway through the race. I was like, damn, this race is already taking for it in eternity, and we are only halfway. So it's only 6 hours, but there's definitely longer races than that. But yeah, still felt a little bit, quite long, and really, really happy to get it over with. And yeah, the race.
That was a particularly sweaty one, I have to say.
Oh, indeed. And I can feel for you guys. I mean, we were sweating in the commentary and the broadcasting booth all the way through, but it's nothing compared to what you guys going through out of the circuit lap after lap. And just before we do let you both go, just 2 final quick questions. Firstly, an opportunity for you both. Is there anybody you would like to say thank you to or give a shout out to live on the broadcast today?
I'd just like to say thanks to everyone on the team. Thanks to Daniel as well for kind of being very understanding while I was moving. I couldn't get any practice in, so he built the setup and basically carried the team today, and probably in a lot of other races, to be honest. And yeah, just shout out to everyone on the team and to my girlfriend Neelam and my cat Bertie. He's a very important he's a very important cat. Thank you.
Yeah, same. Shout out to the team and especially you, Ben. Like almost only 10 laps of practice and getting into the car and quickly getting up to speed. And pace was good today, so yeah, really awesome.
Oh, indeed, and that's absolutely great to hear in terms of team effort and also all the family and support back at home. But also just our final question coming back to the racing. Of course, you may be champions going into the next round, but surely you want to continue. Watkins Glen, 4 hours of racing there. How are you guys feeling for it?
I'm ready for the boot.
Yeah, for sure. Now that we don't really have that much pressure, we just nice and smooth, just get into the race and have fun.
Oh, indeed. Well, we look forward to seeing you both out on the circuit. Indeed, the Deutsche Payment Deaf Omens Aston Martin out of the circuit in a couple of weeks' time at Watkins Glen. But until then, Ben Kelly McCauley and Daniel, firstly, congratulations today on the win. And subject to Stuart's confirmation, congratulations on securing the GT4 Championship with rounds to go here in Season 3 of the Sim 3D GT Series. A brilliant effort and very well deserved.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks a million, guys. See you soon, hopefully.
All the best. So hearing there from our GT4 class winners today, it is the case, an absolutely stellar effort from both of them through and through. And as I make the way through, we now have our calendar up, and of course the season continues. It's not over yet, and it is the case, of course, today we have completed round number 6, and next time out it'll be round number 7, where we'll be heading to Watkins Glen, and that will be quite soon. It's the case we don't quite have a full month between now and then. It is, if anything else, a little bit closer, and I do believe, and it's the case that I'm not quite seeing everything I need to on screen at the moment. I do apologise for that. That's on my end and not on our end, but it is one of those situations whereby we've got the 20th of August. I've had it confirmed where that's when we'll be going racing once more. So in what is effectively 3 weeks' time, we'll be back out on circuit at the one circuit which really refounded all of road racing in the United States of America, and that will be in the state of New York. But it has been fantastic racing today, over 6 hours at Imola, and the story will continue in 3 weeks' time. Today, it was a hot and intense racing, but will it be at Watkins Glen? We'll find out then. But thank you very much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. This has been round number 6 of Season 3 of the Sim 3D GT Series, and hosted by FTR Events. And, well, we look forward to what happens next. But until then, thank you very much for tuning in. We have also been Total Sim Sport, and we'll see you in the next round.